IB Nation, welcome back to the Irish Breakdown Podcast and a special one for you all today, 2024 National Signing Day show. Used to feel a little bit cooler because it would have been the only National Signing Day. There's technically two, but for Notre Dame, there's only one. There's only one. Why? Because all 23 commits in the 2024 class for Notre Dame were all signed today by 10:22 Eastern Time. So we're done, folks. We know what the Notre Dame class is in 2024, so we're here to break it down. We're, of course, as always, going to give you guys a little bit of analysis, right? We'll give you our opinions on this class and just how great it can be and the potential, all that great stuff. But more than anything, today, as it should be, the signing day is designed as a celebration, right? And we're going to celebrate the 23 young men that signed their letter of intent to the University of Notre Dame. By the way, 6 more transfers also officially are signed according to the Notre Dame Twitter page as well. So a lot of new faces in a Notre Dame uniform, and we are going to use this day as a celebration. So we're going to talk about a lot of the backstories. We're talking about a lot of the recruiting backgrounds of some of these players, how they ended up being with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And of course, like we did last year, and I know what Brian's done over the last couple of years, we're going to have some great interviews on National Signing Day as well. So you're going to hear from a lot of the players in 2024. You're going to hear from a lot of the parents in 2024. And you're also going to hear from a couple coaches that I got to come on the show today. So you're going to get a little bit of perspective from everyone. Of course, you're going to get my perspective. Ryan Roberts here, joined by Sean Davis, the co-host of the Lucky Lefty podcast with Mr. Malik Zaire. Make sure that you go on YouTube or anywhere you get a podcast. Search up Lucky Lefty Podcast if you're not already subscribed. And, of course, joining us for the first half hour of the show because he's a busy man. He's going to the press conference today, Mr. Brian Driscoll, the publisher and owner of Irish Breakdown. Just a quick heads up to you all, though, before we get started. Super chats, go for it. Throw in as many super chats as you would like. If there is a question that is pertaining to the players and the coaches and the parents that we have on, if they're relevant and we really like them, we think that we can pop them up there and maybe get their perspective on them. We'll do that as well. But we're not going to do a live mailbag today because it's going to be at least a 5-hour show. So we're not going to do a mailbag at the end. All due respect, right? But yes, it's going to be a long one.
We may do mailbags go 5 hours. At least Sean and I do. I do. We're not doing a mailbag after a 5-hour show. And if you all see our schedule, like it is jam-packed between now and 5 o'clock. And I'm still hoping to get one more person on at 5 o'clock. So, and also, Ryan, just a reminder, we're going to be great, like really breaking down, diving into the class, breaking it down, giving you all the analysis that you come to Irish Breakdown for. That'll be tomorrow's show. So we'll focus on all that breakdown stuff tomorrow. We wanted to make today about the families, about the kids. That's what signing day is about. And then we'll analyze all of it tomorrow. But I got to tell you guys, this was one of the most boring Notre Dame signing days ever. And I absolutely flippin' loved it. I loved every second of the lack of craziness. And we did put an intel piece on the board about Kingston Viliama-Asa and the backstory there and what really happened with all the rumors about him, going somewhere else. But man, came down to it. What a quiet, peaceful day. I was able to lay my head down in between signings and take a little nap until the next wave came through. And it was glorious, man. It was glorious. So I just had to join you guys for at least a little bit today.
We enjoyed the quiet. Absolutely. Also a lot of great content that Notre Dame is putting out. I know everyone saw that Marcus Freeman kind of hype Volt video that just popped up on Twitter and on YouTube. It's pretty dope. But yeah, I mean, Sean, you remember this time last year, right? We were dealing with a lot of noise, a lot of chatter, a lot of frustration, a whole lot of rumors, and it ended up a lot of them were obviously true that we knew about. So the Peyton Bowen saga, obviously, and Jaden Lamar ended up signing with Oregon, at the National Signing Day as well. Dylan Edwards, a couple weeks before National Signing Day, flips to Colorado. It was nice, though, man. I put on Twitter, and I truly mean this. Notre Dame, I think, changed just kind of how they went about the recruiting class this year, Sean. And they went after players that I think that had a very keen vision on what the recruiting process could look like. And more importantly, they didn't push for guys to make rash decisions because they just wanted players, when you give us your verbal commitment, when you make that commitment, that's it, right? No more visits, no nothing. Make sure you're ready and set in the process. And Sean, I know we, and Brian included, we've gotten to know a lot of great young men this cycle, which has just been fantastic, man.
Well, you talk about Notre Dame football, the chances that the young men that are committed to the program, they're going to be pretty good young men. It's very rare that you come across a young man that's committed to Notre Dame or being recruited by Notre Dame that isn't a solid individual. And the 24 class is no different than that. I think Marcus Freeman in this program, I think one of the mantras you could say about them and the way they go about their business is they're still ever learning. And they easily will admit, even if it's not publicly within the program, what's wrong, what needs to be done about it, and how we're going to move forward. And I think moving from the 23 class and last year's National Signing Day, we saw a far departure from certain things that they might have done, and they learned their lessons from those particular situations. And then you saw them go and apply that in this 24 class, which, in my opinion, flew under the radar. 23 was all about the splash they made early, the big kids they got committed. Everybody was like, oh my God, Marcus Freeman, the job he's doing at Notre Dame. Could they have the #1 class in the nation? And then the disappointment. And this year, it's just kind of like, very workmanlike. We understand who we are now. We understand what we need. We understand what we need to do. We're just going to go and do that. If we don't get some of the guys that we really want, that's fine. We're going to stick to the task. So it was a very workmanlike job, considering what Notre Dame was coming off of last year with all the controversy on National Signing Day.
You know the key, though, Sean? Here's the key. You're spot on with how they have adjusted. But unlike the previous regime, their adjustment wasn't for getting players that just aren't as good and desired by other programs.
Mm-hmm.
There was no drop-off in talent. They found the right kind of big-time players.
Mm-hmm.
The CJ Carrs, the Kedron Young. Kedron Young is a top 100 running back. I know other schools came after him, but they found a kid that was different, that had a family that understood what Notre Dame was all about. Aeneas Williams is Cam Williams, 5-star recruit. Guys, I graded 3 offensive commits as 5 stars, 3 of them. Not one of them for a second thought about wavering once they committed, right? Same thing on the defensive side of the ball. Kingston Viliama Asa, contrary to belief, to popular spin coming out of Ohio State, and they're having their own issues today with what's going on. He didn't waver. And so it's about, there's 2 ways to do it, Sean. It's like, look, we can just keep doing what we're doing and go after these big guys and hope that we can hang on to the next Keon Keeler, the next whoever. Or we can say, look, we're going to find these elite players and these elite talents, but maybe we find them in a different package with a different type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
And so you, instead of getting a Keon Keeler, you get a Logan Thomas and a Bryce Young. Guys that have incredibly high ceilings, but guys that maybe are different types of kids with different types of backgrounds. And then that doesn't make Keon bad. It doesn't, nothing like that. I love Keon. It's just different. You got to be smart. And that's the thing I love is they did not sacrifice talent for security. And that's what they did under the previous regime. After a while, they just like, look, let's just get these solid Notre Dame kids who are quality players. And, by their 3rd or 4th years, they're going to be decent players and we can go 10-2 every year. You know what I mean? They still went after big time football players on top of making sure they were finding the right kid. Because Sean, you and I have said this for years, man. There's a lot more kids out there that are these type of kids than people realize. Cam Williams is rare in his talent, but there's a lot of kids like him that understand there's a lot more to life than just taking that immediate, gratification of a payout. There's something bigger at mind. Jeremiah Love was like that in last year's class. There are kids like that, and this staff did a phenomenal job of finding those types of players. And that's what when you get to know these kids and these parents, you're like, why is this kid this way? Talk to his parents for 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. And you understand exactly why. Talk to Sonia Young when you had her on the show. How long into that conversation were you like, there's no way Kedron's going anywhere but Notre Dame?
By the way, Sonia Young will be back on today, folks. She'll be back on today.
That's right.
Brian, you're right. And I mean, they're hitting some key areas too, where I think trying to find those types of kids is very important. Like you mentioned Kedron Young, right? Like Logan Thomas, despite him playing in Ohio his last year, he's a Texas kid, right? Like he spent 3 previous years in the state of Texas. So he is a Texas defensive end. You found him. Jeremiah Love in the state of Missouri that you mentioned last year. I mean, there's a lot of kids that I think can really, they fit that, right? Like Jaden Greathouse last year. They kind of have a bigger vision for what their life should be like, right? What their aspirations are, what they want in a school just in general. And I will say this other thing too, which I think is another key part. Notre Dame, I think, did a tremendous job evaluating a lot of guys that maybe some people would perceive as under the radar or whatever it would be early on. I mean, at the time, Sean, that Notre Dame flipped Logan Saldate, he was a 3-star, but now he is a 4-star by a couple different platforms, and he is considered, a instrumental piece of Notre Dame's wide receiver unit going forward. They found Bod Kahun, who was a player that was a lacrosse player. Then he turns in a 200-plus tackle season as a senior. Like, they're finding these guys, and they are evaluating. So just a quick shout out, and Sean, I mean, we've talked about this a ton. The staff of, because we're going to talk about Marcus Freeman and the assistant coaches and the key recruiters in each of these recruitments during this entirety of the show. But big shout outs to Chad Bowden and his staff, right? Dre Harris and Dre Brown, Dre Brown, Caleb Davis, a lot of great members of this recruiting staff for Notre Dame. They did a tremendous job in helping to find those players that, hey, might not be 4 stars today, might not be high caliber 4 stars today, but they can be because they have the type of talent that can rise to that type of player.
Can I just say something else real quick too? It's such a deep staff, and anytime anyone that ever talks to Chad and you try to praise him, it's like no man, it's Dre, it's Caleb, it's and he'll start naming. I think her first name is it Madison Zenow? He'll start praising. What's the other young lady's name? Is it Jasmine? He'll start rattling off all those people, right? Yep. And the staff that they have, and so they do a great job because it's not just about the evaluation and the recruiting; it's the whole setup. I mean, the visits, all of it's like clockwork, and they really do a great job with that. They really do, and they really got something rolling, Sean. They got something real special rolling.
Can we go back to just literally days after the Gator Bowl and the success of that game and the disappointment of National Signing Day? And you're talking about Chad Bowden and the staff and what they do. Immediately, they have visitors coming in January, and they come up with this entire Men in Black theme.
Mm-hmm.
Where they have, Secret Service earpieces and, allowing the guys that come in, the visitors, to feel special as they get escorted from their cars.
They took they took their 5-star quarterback, pinned him up against the car, and were searching him. They were patting him down. Yeah. It was so great. It was awesome. And
for me, that's how you want your program. And we've seen it over the last 3 weeks. There's a trend here. This program under Marcus Freeman is going to respond to disappointment a certain way. There are no excuses. We're not about to hang our head. We're not about to make excuses. We're not about to point fingers. Okay, what happened in December of 2023 or 22 happened. Now we're moved on, and we're moving forward with excitement and a plan. And I think that's what you saw immediately in January. The way they responded like that showed you how they viewed this 24 class, what they thought they could do, and that they were moving forward. So if we're going to talk about them today, we have to start from which really was a starting point for the 24 class that day in January. And it's, here we are, and we have no drama on National Signing Day. Like you said, Brian, you actually were able to take a nap, feel refreshed.
Yes.
You were able to tweet out everything and get all the stories out between you guys without thinking about, man, is something going to happen? And now we can literally just sit and enjoy the day.
Well, Ryan, what was it? We had 4 stories written last year that were like, well, we hope this happens, but we're not sure if we're going to be able to publish it or not. That wasn't the case this year, right? I mean, every story we had, we were like, okay, it's ready to go. Like, this is going to happen. It was really a fun class to get to know. And I'll just say this, and we'll break down the specifics of the players tomorrow, but it just goes to show when you have a quarterback that is bought in, a big time quarterback in your class that's bought in from day one. CJ Carr committed to Notre Dame in July of 2022.
Yep.
Right. So he's been committed to Notre Dame for almost 2 years. Mm-hmm. And when you have that, it does make it easier. Because if there is any wavering at any point in time, and kids, look, this class was locked in, but I guarantee there were moments where almost all the kids were like, I wonder if I just want to take some visits to enjoy the process a little bit, or I wonder about this, or I wonder about that. But when you have a guy like CJ Carr and then also a big time player like Cam Williams in the class so early, who again is just, there's no wavering. I mean, think about it. CJ Carr has been through all the drama he's been through with Tommy Reese leaving and now Jared Parker leaving. And at no point in time was CJ ever like,
OCs at
yes,
Notre Dame already.
and at no point in time has it ever been like, gee, I don't know, I'm going to take a visit here. I mean, none of these kids even took visits once they were committed. And there was a couple kids that considered it, but decided not to. And it just, but when you've got to have those ringleaders, Sean, right? I mean, that's such an important thing. You got to have those leaders in your class. And it's just like captains. When your captains are your best players, Brian Kelly has said this in the past, and he's spot on about this. When your captains are your best players, you got a much better shot at having a pretty good culture in your room. And in this particular year, your most locked in, committed recruits were some of your best players. You know, 2 of your 5 stars on offense were just day one, almost 2 years locked in. There's no brainer. They're coming to Notre Dame. And that's also played a huge role on it. Just all these factors, the coaching staff, Chad and his staff, Dre Brown is really kind of a rising star in this profession. You know, all this staff that they have, but it's also about the kids got to be it's just like in the football team. You got to have the locker room leaders. No matter what the coach said, you have to have locker room leaders. And this group had plenty of that. Really did have a lot of that. And
you can go back to the
genesis.
The genesis of what you talked about with CJ Carr at the Irish invasion and the trio that came out of that Irish invasion that are still locked in.
It's actually 4.
You're right.
Aeneas
was there as well. Yeah. And so you get 4 guys coming out of that Irish invasion and they stay locked in the way they stayed locked in through everything. Once again, you tip your cap to the young men and their commitment to the program, but there's a lot of groundwork behind the scenes, whether it's communication and being upfront and honest with what's going on within the program. Because like you said, the ups and downs with several individuals in the class, it happens. They're watching what's taking place. They're watching what's going on. They have questions. Their parents have questions. They want answers. But look, the truth is the best thing in recruiting. People, you want to be successful in recruiting, tell these families and these young men and women across all sports the truth. And that's something that we've heard from parents that resonates with the way Notre Dame takes care of business under Marcus Freeman and their coaches. They're going to be honest. They're going to be truthful about whatever has transpired and how they view their sons in this particular program. And Marcus Freeman says it. You know, sometimes we might feel like, okay, Coach Freeman, you're saying a little bit too much, but he says it. We're honest on a consistent basis with our guys about their standing in our program. And honestly, that's to be respected in today's college football. With the craziness of the portal and NIL, you have to respect that. And that goes from the time they meet these young men at the Irish invasion, evaluation, recruitment, phone calls, up to commitment, and from the time they leave the program. That is something that's linear throughout the entire process, and you have to respect it.
Sean, I was talking to Brian before the show about how there are some people that glorify flip season, right? Last minute flips. Yay, cool. At no point was that the Notre Dame thing, right? And that I really just appreciated this class in Notre Dame because, like, guys, what the odds are is that probably a few of the 2024 class in the long term are eventually going to play for a different college, right? It's pretty safe to say that, right? But this class in the recruiting process, they stay true to their word. They stay true to their commitments. They did everything that they had to do. And it was just very different. It's very different to cover Notre Dame compared to other schools because I also would just like to highlight some of the players. And Sean, we've had several of them on the podcast. And Brian, you've talked to several of them as well on the podcast of these are kids that are just wired a little different for a little. I'm not like beating the dead horse, but like a couple kids that decommitted in last year's class, for instance, right? It's like there was a little bit of just wanting to kind of be a part, you know, to have their name out there and be super flashy and get the clout and all that type of stuff. With this class, a lot of them are just like head down workers, man. They
Yeah,
really
yeah.
are. Like a lot of them don't like social media. Like Gerby Lambert does not like social media. Bod Kahun does not like social media. He just puts his head down and works, man. Like that's all those kids do. So a lot of them are like that. You know, Carson Hobbs likes to get his name out there, likes to talk a little bit, which is awesome. But
that's him.
Yes,
That's him.
It's authentic.
Like, they're all exactly.
Yes,
it's a great,
very
great.
authentic.
Here's the thing, too, Ryan. Yes,
Yep.
a lot of them, like CJ Carr, is not a big social media guy. He's not out there propping himself up, trying to build followers and do, you know, he barely posts, he barely tweets. Cam Williams doesn't do a whole lot other than like the fun they have with like the trolleys. And the only time they really post is when they're kind of going back. I mean, some of your things you've put out about the top 5, you know, things that you've done, that's the most engagement you'll get from those kids. You know what I mean? But they don't, but don't.
It's all about competitiveness, though. Everything that they
what I was going to
talk
say.
about is like, I'm
don't
the fastest.
confuse their lack of outward, you know, social media expression with a lack of fire or swagger. Because you meet Cam Williams and he's got glasses on and he just, you know, you think this is some like kid that's like a 4.0 student that's going to like some, you know what I mean? But then you're like, oh, and he's also a dynamic athlete, right? But don't confuse it. When that kid puts pads on, hey, that's a dog, right? I mean, Gerby Lambert's a very soft-spoken, mild-mannered kid. I think Ryan he's
verified. Yes, he's verified coming on the show today.
Okay.
Mr. Gerby Lambert. Yeah.
So you'll see very soft-spoken, but put him on the field, and he is a bulldozer. Yes. Right? These kids, that's the thing that's interesting about it. The CJ Carrs are really funny. He's always got a big smile on his face, all that kind of stuff. But when you get that kid on the football field, he's got swagger. And so that's just what makes it a ton of fun, guys. And so I'm you know, Leonard Moore, another one, doesn't do social media, would not engage with us the entire recruiting process until he says, yeah, I'll come on your show. Right? Right? Doesn't tweet, but you put him on the football field, and that's a kid that plays with swagger and confidence. Yes. And that's what you like about it. Is finding those kind of kids, man. And that's one reason I really love this class. I really do love this class.
And I love this show because we're going to get a lot of insight. Again, we're going to have a lot of players on today, a lot of the recruits themselves. We'll have some parents on with recruits, without recruits, and we'll have some coaches on as well. And because, Sean, I think this show is about perspective, right? I think that perspective is the biggest thing that I'm searching for today, because the people that know these young men that are going to be part of the Notre Dame family moving forward here, who know them best, are themselves, obviously, their support systems, whether that be parents, whether that be coaches. And we have our first coach that's coming on, Sean. We didn't have a coach come on the show last year, but I got to know Mr. Lee Johnson, who is a defensive coordinator at Patrick Henry High School in the state of Virginia. Of course, Bod Kahun, fantastic. And we'll talk about the production he had this year, Sean, because it is just absolutely silly. But I want to bring on Coach Johnson because he crafted a really good one. And we're going to bring on Coach Johnson right now to talk about Mr. Bod Kahun. Coach, first and foremost, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me on. We have more with signings, and it's been a good day. It's been a good day.
Yeah. Well, and Coach, I was already talking about it a little bit. I know we've talked about, obviously, just the stats on a week-to-week basis and a season-to-season basis, kind of. Oh, and we lost him. But we'll get him back, Sean. We will get him back, because I think there was just a little bit of technical difficulty there. But trust me, folks, we will work through every part of the technical difficulty that we have to today to give you all great perspective here. So we'll have Coach Johnson on back in a second. Again, we're going to be talking about Bod Kahun. And Sean, the stat line is something that I like to really talk about a ton, because Bod Kahun had arguably the greatest high school linebacker season that I can remember ever. I've never heard anything like this. 203 total tackles, 27 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries, 203 tackles. By the way, Sean, he did that in 11 games.
You know what was crazy, Ryan?
Yes.
When we would talk to his now teammates on a weekly basis, and they would say, Bodie did what? And am I reading that correctly? Like Carson Hobbs would just be amazed, like, wait a minute, how many tackles did he have this past game? And so, like you said, they are amazed. Like, these are guys that they've gone to visits together, they've come to know each other, and his own teammates were like in awe. of what he was doing on the football field. And the strides that he made, in our opinion, we loved him off his junior film. And then we started watching his senior film, and it was like, oh, wow. Like, this was a great job of evaluation by the Notre Dame staff, evaluating this young man and pretty much figuring that he was going to become the player that he eventually became. I can't see, because if he took that step from his junior to his senior year, there's still so much room to grow for this young man.
There is.
You can tell the instincts are God-given.
And the athleticism.
That's what makes him special. So I'm excited to see him don the gold helmet and to see the type of player he can become for the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, and we're going to get Coach Johnson back here in a second, Sean, because I think you hit on a couple key points there. Bodie has the physical profile that you look at and get excited about, right? Like, there's not a ton of guys that are 6'3", 215, 220 that can run in the 4.5s. Like, that is just tremendous athleticism. But you add in, he's a worker, man. Like, he's a worker, and he sees the game at an advanced level. I think that's what makes Bod Kahun special. So let's try to get Coach Johnson back on. Hopefully the connection's a little bit better this time around. It is not, so we'll keep working through here, folks. We'll keep working. It's unfortunate that the technology sometimes is not the not going to help.
They set us up, man. They set us up. Like, every 2 years we have to get new iPhones because our iPhones start, going fritzing, and it is what it is. Sometimes technology doesn't want to work with us, but
we'll be good,
we
man.
hope that the third time is the charm for Coach Johnson. So as soon as he gets back in, I'm believing, Ryan, that's going to be the perfect connection. We're going to get a great interview.
Oh, we're gonna manifest this right now, Sean.
Absolutely,
it's gonna be better. There's no doubt, because we have a lot of great interviews lined up, and it's just an unfortunate circumstance, because we always is. But key point here, and I think someone said it in the chat already. Before this season, Sean, Bod Kahun had only played 5 games of linebacker in his career as a junior. Only games he ever played. He was a free safety, strong safety type player in his entirety of his high school career, Patrick Henry. And then they moved him to linebacker for 5 games, showed out a lot of great traits and abilities. And then they moved him full-time to linebacker this year. And again, I just want to say, and we'll have Coach back on in a minute here, but Sean, I want to repeat these stats one more time for folks, because I just don't think people quite fathom this. Okay, in 11 games, 203 total tackles, 27 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 3 fumble recoveries. He averaged, Sean, 18.5 tackles a game as a senior. 18.5 a game. I don't think I ever even had 18 tackles in a football game in my career. I don't think I ever had, like, total tackles. I do not think I ever had 18 tackles. That is
What's the most you think you've had?
14, maybe? Like, maybe? I mean, I definitely wasn't average at 14. Like, 14 is a ridiculous number itself. 18.5 is like, what? And the crazy part is, he plays good competition in Virginia.
Yeah.
He doesn't play like against nobodies. He's playing like against like Salem, and they have the Peyton Lewis kid that's going to Tennessee. They got Chris Cole that's going, I think he's ended up at Georgia, right? He's going to Georgia, the linebacker. Like, they play against some good competition, man. And he's putting up numbers like that every single week. And it's not just like, because there's some guys that are stat patters, right, Sean? Against the bad teams, guy will have like 20 tackles, right? But then they play against Salem and the better teams down there, and he'll have like 6, because it's like, you're a good player, but you're not quite what the numbers show that you are, right? We've always, how many quarterbacks in this era, I'm looking at you, Kirk Cousins, do you look at and say, like, good player, but his numbers say he's a Hall of Famer, right? But then you watch him, you're like, it's not a Hall of Famer, man. It's not a Hall of Famer. It isn't, right? So it's it's pretty ridiculous, man. It's pretty insane. So linebacker class is a lot like that, though. Yeah.
He has to be one of the top 3 stories of this class. Just his year, how he got to that point as a player from his junior year. He has to be one of the top 3 stories. You think about him, CJ Carr is probably going to be one of the top stories, just because, and I'll say this, what CJ Carr has done goes far beyond what we've heard and
Yep.
practices,
Sure.
sticking with the class. He's a perfect blueprint for Deuce Knight, right?
Sure.
It's
Sure.
like, okay, Deuce, you see the impact of CJ Carr? This is the same impact you can have. And I think Deuce Knight is bought in. But I just think Coach Johnson's going to be with us in a few seconds.
Yes.
But it is amazing just watching this class and how it's turned out. And Bodie sits right in that top 3 of best stories, right?
Stories.
We already talked about that big 4 that came out of the Irish invasion that ended up staying locked into the class. Bodie's right behind them when it comes to stories of the 24 class.
And we'll get into that story, obviously. Great lacrosse player and all-American level lacrosse player, committed to Ohio State. That's the path he's going to go on. And eventually, it's football that wins out, and for good reason when you watch the senior film. So, Coach Johnson, I think we're good here. It looks like we got better reception here. How are you, sir? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing great. I appreciate you having me on. Sorry about that connection there. Sometimes you got to move around these buildings. They try to block everything they can, but we found a good spot.
Coach, I was formerly a teacher, and I understand about bad Wi-Fi in school buildings. So you are 100% fine there, man. It's rough sometimes. There's like dead zones in school sometimes too.
Oh, there is. It's crazy.
Well, Coach, I wanted to ask you because we were kind of talking about it already, and it was one of the questions I wanted to ask you to begin with. I have never seen, because I played high school, I played college, I coached high school, I've been covering football now for a long time. I don't think I've ever seen a more productive season than what Bodie just had from a linebacker. I don't think I've ever seen it. I mean, over 200 tackles, 27 tackles for loss, 9 sacks. I mean, just insane numbers across the board. I know you were expecting him to have a great year because he's a great athlete and he's a great worker and all these types of things. But just to put it into perspective, how special of a year did he just have?
You put it in perspective when you look at his numbers. I mean, it was incredible. Of course, I mean, he's a guy, he plays on special teams. It's hard to get him off the field, any kind of defensive type play, whether it's, covering a kickoff, punt, whatever. But the thing that stands out with Bodie is sometimes, there were nights that, you'd go through a game and you'd think, yeah, I mean, he was pretty solid. But then you get back on the film review and he's all over the place. And he does it. He did it, I won't say quietly, but it was just very workman. And it's his motor. And I'm going to tell you guys, he practices like that. That's just him. I mean, this is a guy that, comes to school every day, 4.2 GPA. He gets up at 5 a.m., does his workouts, and that's his day. And that's just the way he goes. He has fun playing. He has fun playing a game, and it's the game to him is just being on the field, and he didn't care whether it's practice or game. But that's just Bodie being Bodie, and he's been like that. His first couple of years, his freshman sophomore year, he was a safety, and then I got smart and moved him up into linebackers junior year. But he's always been like that. And he was a guy that, in 8th grade, in our middle school program, we would look at him and go, if this guy doesn't go major D1, nobody will, because he's been like that, his whole career. But yeah, it was pretty productive. And there were sometimes I had to go back and redo stats. I'm like, there's no way. And, there was a way, and I'll be honest with you guys, I probably shorted him a couple, just because it was, like there's no way, but he's just that kind of guy. I mean, he's like that in the hallway. He's like that when he comes in the gym, and he's got a motor, man. No doubt.
Well, Coach, let me ask you about him from personal perspective, because this is my relationship with Bodie. Okay. When I talk to him or when I'm DMing with him, texting him, whatever, he's very like, no, sir, like, no, sir. Yes, sir. Very respectful. Right. But then I'm talking to the other recruits in the class and they're like, Bodie's one of the funniest dudes in the class. Like, he's a jokester. He's a little bit of a class clown. What type of person are they also getting in Bodie, and just kind of his personality a little bit?
You're getting, I think Notre Dame is getting a guy that, the Notre Dame community and fan base is going to love Bodie because that's him. He's a fun guy. And when I say, when you got to kind of watch sometimes when, talk about players liking to joke around and have fun. He just has fun, but I mean, he has fun while he's conducting business, and that's just the way he is. He'll surprise you as far as being a jokester. We would have, we have our replay system on Friday nights and recorded off an iPad. And there were times that I'd go back and, try to clear it or review it. And it would say a photo was there. And Bodie took a photo, of himself on the sideline or something and just planted it in the middle of the film. And, but that's him. That's just the way he is. But he's a very personal guy. He's well spoken. It comes naturally. His parents are great. His family's great. And that's just the way he is. But he's a lot of fun, but he has fun while he conducts business. There's no doubt.
Everything you just laid out about his personality, Coach. As a coach, the challenge every year is knowing that you're going to come to the point, no matter what has happened, you have to move on. It's just amazing because each team each year is totally different. The makeup of the locker room, everything.
Definitely.
What is the one trait that you might look up during summer workouts next year and say, man, I sure do miss this about Bodie being here that Notre Dame is getting? Is it just one thing in particular?
I want to say leadership. It's more of just his presence. Bodie's presence with other players kind of exudes success. Does that? I don't know if that makes sense or not. He carries himself when Bodie's there, everybody around him is better, and he's not a guy that will rant and rave and yell when things go bad. He's that kind of guy that when something happens in a game, he's that guy that'll say, hey, next play. He's a next play guy. He has a short memory as far as when you're looking at things that happen during a game. As a coach, you always try to go coach the next play, and sometimes it's hard to get a high school player to flip that quick. But Bodie's the guy that he called our defense, and we had some times where I was trying to get a player to calm down a little bit, and you lose track. Maybe the offense is going hurry up. Bodie could call a defense because he knew the game plan, and that's Bodie. When Bodie speaks, everybody on the field listens, and it's not because he rant and raves. He just commands that. So I would say the thing we're going to miss is just his presence on the field, because it gives everybody else confidence.
Your perspective as a coach that is watching the recruiting process, I guess a two-parter for you, Coach, is just one, how do you feel like Bodie just kind of went through this? Because he has a unique story, obviously, being a lacrosse player that was committed to Ohio State and then taking the football route, but getting so much attention from a lot of great schools, figuring out where he wanted to go. But the second part of that is your conversations or your connect or just the communication that you've had personally with Notre Dame. Like, how were they able to, I guess, just make Bodie feel like that was the best option for him?
It was Coach Golden. I mean, Coach Golden, hands down. That's my opinion. I mean, there were a lot of good schools on Bodie and a lot of good coaches in this building, and they all have different styles, and Coach Golden had some Virginia background, obviously, in his career, so people around here know who he is, and we have a parent of one of we have a junior tight end, and his dad actually played for Coach Golden at Virginia, and way back when. But when he came in, the way he communicated with Bodie. I was fortunate enough to be able to sit in the office and be part of that conversation, more just listening than anything. But the way he communicated with Bodie, I think it's just Coach Golden's style was, I mean, he's a get to work dude, and that's what Bodie is. And it's like, hey, we're going to do this or not. And that's the way Bodie goes. He doesn't, the whole thing with Bodie and the recruiting, he didn't really, he didn't care about how many offers he got. He really didn't. He's not he wasn't a guy that would, go on social media and talk about how many this, how many that. He'd post it, but Coach Golden's just attitude, man. Hey, we're Notre Dame, are we going to do this or not? That's what got him. I mean, there's no doubt. And Bodie did actually, not just saying it, Bodie's concern through a lot of this was the academic piece. And it was important to him. And not that the other schools didn't, but Notre Dame's Notre Dame. And
Yes.
and all that kind of connected together. And in his mind it was, a degree from here or there, is a good degree. But he said, Coach, a degree from Notre Dame, man. He said that's recognized around the world. And I said, well, you got a point. And so stuff like that. But I think Coach Golden's style, and then when he went up for his official, the whole coaching staff was, they were right there. And I think that was the once Bodie decided, it was over. He was never wavering off that. He loved it. He loved it.
Coach, we have a bunch of people in the chat that are complimenting your accent right now. Apparently they love the accent in the chat. So there you go.
Well, down here it's not an accent. So.
That's very true. It's funny, man. I was on a call with someone that I never talked to yesterday, and they were like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "I'm right outside of Philadelphia," and they're like, "Oh yeah, I knew that accent." I'm like, "Well, I don't recognize it. It's just everyday thing for me."
No, so. yeah. Around here it's not an accent. So, it's funny that Virginia's weird because it's in sections. Like we have Northern Virginia that, the rest of Virginia doesn't even claim, and they're kind of their own state. Then you got Tidewater and so forth. But, you travel an hour either way in Virginia, you can get into a whole different dialect. I mean, it's Virginia's a weird state. It's good, but there's a lot of different types of people. That's for sure.
That's the same thing here in Jersey. Like I'm a South Jersey guy. We don't claim North Jersey. We just don't claim them. Coach, last thing I wanted to ask you before we let you get out of here is I know that we always talk about the support systems that some Notre Dame players have, because that is just generally such a great way for them to really absorb as much information and make a great decision ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had the pleasure of talking to Bodie's parents or just the family in general. What type of people does he come from? Like how, I guess, vital were they in this decision-making process as well as a little bit of a guiding light, I guess?
Bodie's parents, Bodie's family they're good as gold. I mean, they're the whole time. What really impressed me about them was that they never wanted to influence him. They wanted to be his choice. And, with the first school that offered him was a local team around here, just, right down the interstate. And I think it had been up to his mom, it was all new to her. She told me offside, she said, I'm ready for him to go there now. And I said, well, just give it a little bit of time, because they all do that. They'll all love you up when you go. And as it went, she kind of, she saw what we were talking about, and his dad was like, hey, it's Bodie's decision. And I really, got the feeling. I'll tell you now, I don't know if y'all know this or not, and I hope I'm not hurting his situation anymore, but his family is from Indiana. And but they are Purdue people.
Oh,
So,
are they? The
yeah,
Boilermakers.
they are. And man, don't anybody hold that against him. I'm telling you, he's all Notre Dame, right? And they are too. But and when Notre Dame came in, Bodie said, Coach, he said, I got a problem. And I said, what? He said, my whole family are they're Purdue people. And I said, well, what's that mean? Because I mean, that doesn't mean much, around here. And he goes, oh, they don't like each other. And I said, well, I'll tell you this. I said, if you end up at Notre Dame, I said, I don't think your family's going to have any problem switching to Notre Dame. And they haven't. I mean, it's all his mom and dad were in here this morning when we did the signing in the gym, and they're all decked out in Notre Dame stuff. And so, yeah, there's some Purdue lineage there, but as far as Bodie and his families, it's over. I think they cut ties with Purdue. I think they're moving. They're moving into Notre Dame. Yeah, it is.
Now. Yeah,
it is. There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
We forgive him because Sean, you're an Indiana grad, aren't you? So I mean,
no, I'm an Illinois grad.
Oh, you're an Illinois grad. I'm sorry. Same thing.
There you go. Trying to start up today, Ryan. But no, Coach. Before you get out of here, man, I just want to ask you: days like this and moments like this, and kids like Bod Kahun, do you still get the same fulfillment watching these young men put that ink to that piece of paper, or digitally? Now everything is digital. Is it just as fulfilling as it was when you first started? It has to be.
It's the best. It's the best. And I'll tell you, we had two young men sign this morning, and Bodie's one of them, and we had a running back that's signing with not a Power 5 school, but it's a Division I school, and so happy for those guys because it's like I'm sitting there looking at them while they're at the table, and I'm thinking, man, this is life changing for these guys. And they're both of them are so in love with the game of football, because sometimes kids will get an opportunity, but they're not in love with football, and to play at college. And I'll tell you, it's gotten tough. And I know y'all talk about the Portland stuff all the time, but it's gotten tough. And players are starting to trickle down. You've got Division II is full of Division I guys now because of the portal. And, Division III, one of the Division III national championship game last week, one of the teams practiced here at our facility. And I mean, they had some dudes on there. And so it's hard to play. I think it's hard to play anywhere anymore. And if you don't love the game, you're not going to make it. And the thing about Bodie and the other young man we had that signed, they both love the game, and you can tell it. You can tell it in high school, especially because of the way a player will practice. You go through a school day all day, and if they come kind of slouching out, and you can tell some of them really don't want to be there. When Bodie comes out that door, it's on, and it's time to go. And that's what I was talking about, that presence. That's what he brings. But man, it's so fulfilling, and it really doesn't. We were fortunate today that it was both Division I's. We'll have some guys go Division II, and when they sign in February, it's the same thing. You're just happy that they get a chance to give it a shot, and at that point, it's up to them. The opportunity's there, but it's up to them. And you get to college, you'll find out real quick whether you love the game or not.
Yes.
And if you don't, there's nothing wrong with being a student, but if you don't love it, the level's just so high that you'll find out. But I don't worry about Bodie. Bodie loves it.
I love it. Love it. Well, Coach Lee Johnson, Patrick Henry, Coach, really appreciate you again taking a little bit of time out of your day. I know it's exciting times for you guys. Best to Bodie and everybody down there, Coach. And just genuinely, thank you so much for joining the show today. We really appreciate it.
Well, guys, I appreciate you having me on. And I told Bodie, I'm gonna get up that way. I'm coming up. So, if I get up there, I'll let you know I'm coming, and maybe we can meet up.
Oh, absolutely. We definitely have to meet up. We'll do we'll do an Irish breakdown, meet up. We'll definitely have to have you there. No doubt about it. All right.
All right, sounds good. Thanks for all y'all do, and y'all have a good Christmas.
You too, Coach.
Same to you,
Thank
Coach.
you. All right. Well, there we go. Lee Johnson, defensive coordinator that worked with Bodie the last few years, obviously at Patrick Henry High School. Sean, I know it took a couple minutes to get him on there, folks. We appreciate the patience in the chat, but again, great perspective. Great perspective.
Third time's gonna be on the charm. Didn't I tell you?
And you called it, man. I felt bad because he's literally texting me as the little just working through the situation. He's like, I'm gonna go find a new spot. I'm like, no rush, you're good, you're good. You know what I mean? Type of stuff. So it was great though, man. Got obviously the coach's perspective there. We'll have another coach on next, actually, Sean, and then we'll start getting a lot of the players on. They're having a little bit of a hectic afternoon, if you could believe that. A little bit of a hectic.
You know what's so amazing?
Yes.
If I had gone through that process, I don't know if I would have been like the early riser on the East Coast. Like as soon, it's almost like they're up waiting, looking at the clock, waiting to send over that commitment. Like the excitement is like that. And I don't know. I was never really that type of kid in high school. I like to get my rest. So I probably would have been the last kid sending over my letter of intent in the class. Had everybody sweating on Twitter like, yo, why isn't he signed yet? But
where's Sean Davis at? Where's his national letter of intent?
Exactly. And I'm in the Midwest, and I had kids from California committing before me. But no.
Well, I'm gonna drop a little bit of insight to you all. Okay, so I was talking to Carson Hobbs yesterday, and yes, Sean, Carson Hobbs is going to be on the show. If anybody out there was wondering about that, he will be on the show. Mm-hmm. I was asking Carson about signing and everything today, and Sean, you know what he told me? He was like, apparently the top 3 Notre Dame recruits that got their paperwork in the fastest got free bowl game gear for being the first 3 in. So they incentivize that a little bit, man. First 3 to get in, you get some free gear for the Sun Bowl. So they're making that work.
I might have needed a little bit more.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Just a little bit. I don't know if the gear would have woke me up early, but
yes. Well, it's funny.
Me a lifetime gift card to Portillo's in South Bend as a player.
Hey man, Sean, I was trying to bribe Carson a little bit. I was like, hey man, I need some gear, and he's like, I got you if I win. I don't think he won though. I'm watching the names roll in. I'm like, I don't think Carson won, so it doesn't matter. But
I don't know, man. You want that Sun Bowl gear?
I'll take the Sun Bowl gear, man. I like free gear. I like free gear in general.
If they have some gear with a Tony the Tiger logo, I'm all for it. Because I'm a huge Frosted Flakes dude. I'm a huge Frosted Flakes dude. So yeah.
Maya. Juliet would love that too, man. If I walked in with a Frosted Flakes hoodie or something like that, it'd be dope.
Yeah.
John, I don't know if I think I sent it to you yesterday, Sean, but I just like gear in general, man. I had a Keith Randolph jersey that was sweatshirt that was sent to me yesterday from Illinois. So man, I'm just trying to support these college athletes, man, getting some awesome gear. You know what I'm saying?
I saw that. I got a little jealous. I got jealous for a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, man, but I don't think Carson won. So probably not going to get any free gear during it. But
he probably is going to think it was a conspiracy. I can't wait. We can't wait to ask him about that. What happened?
Yes. Yeah.
And might troll him. I thought you said you were one of the fastest dudes in the class. What happened?
apparently his hand, his
fingers are not.
Yeah, exactly. At least his hands are not as fast as his feet, apparently. So, yeah, man. But either way, kind of coming back here for a second, folks. Full circle. Lee Johnson, defensive coordinator from Patrick Henry High School in the state of Virginia, was just with us. Obviously, the defensive coordinator for Bod Kahun Star 2024 linebacker, now Notre Dame signee, over 200 tackles as a senior in high school. Make sure for you, because we're going to get into some other great interviews here very soon. Hit that like button for us. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast, notification bell at the bottom of the screen. If you're listening to us after the show on any of your favorite live pod or any of your favorite podcast platforms, please 5-star reviews are very much appreciated. And we'll get to a couple more great interviews here on the Irish Breakdown podcast. Sean, this next hour is going to be action-packed, sir. Action-packed. So as of right now, we have interviews scheduled. And guys, remember this. The timing of things is going to be, sometimes people are running a little bit late, right? It's National Signing Day. So I have a great schedule in front of me. But Sean, from the hour of 1 p.m. Eastern time to about 2, we should have a total of 2, 4, 5, 6 guests. So this is gonna be a jam-packed hour, man. So I'm excited to get into it. Sean, I wanted to talk about one player individually, though, on the defensive side of the ball for Notre Dame that's committed, because we talked about the great numbers that Bod Kahun was putting up this past year. Another player that is just putting up just stupid numbers over the last 2 years is Sean Sevillano Jr., defensive lineman out of Clearwater Academy International in the state of Florida. He was a Canadian kid originally. Okay. He was a Canadian kid originally, came up, is now 3 years on Clearwater's team, started as a junior, had a pretty good season, but the last 2 years, Sean, he has blown up as a junior. 78 total tackles, 50 tackles for loss, and 22 sacks. This year as a senior, they had a jump in competition, by the way. They played some better football teams as a senior. Despite that, Sean Sevillano Jr. just casually, 101 total tackles, 65 tackles for loss, and 14 sacks this year, Sean. Quite simply, man. And there's a reason that Auburn, Ohio State, and some other great programs had offered Sean Sevillano. He was kind of one of the big risers in this past offseason. But quite simply, if there was a play for Clearwater Academy International defensively, Sean Sevillano was probably involved in it. He was that type of dude.
Yo, you know I love this kid, right? Just because of the attitude he brings to the program. And, you know, for me, he was someone that I got in late on. I think that's the best way to say it. And I think it was because for a lot of people, he was on the back end of what might be one of the only disappointments of the 24 class and just happened to play the same position. So he got a raw deal from a lot of people initially. But then you start to evaluate the kid and you look at he's constantly working and what he's putting on IG. And then you start to get to know the kid. And it's like, yo, I really like this kid. And like you said, wow, you look at the stat line for a defensive lineman, it's like, yo, this is crazy. And you just fall in love with him. Who he is, his attitude, his work ethic, what he brings, not being afraid to fail, which, man, we got when we interviewed him. Like, dude, I got my butt kicked when I first got down here to Florida. But that was okay because I knew it was making me better. And I eventually knew I was going to become the player that I wanted to become. So, yeah, Big Bear is he's definitely someone that we need to watch. And when he told us all I've dreamed about, and this is rare because we don't hear this. We don't hear this from kids that end up committing to Notre Dame a lot. He said, all I think is football. That's all I think, right? And it's okay for kids to think that and still be great men, great young men, and great students. Like, it happens. Everybody doesn't have to put everything in the same order to end up being solid individuals. And he is a solid individual, a great kid. And I can't wait to see him don the gold helmet, man. I really can't. I really can't. Yeah.
And we're fortunately, Sean, going to have a coach that has coached Sean Sevillano over the last couple of years. I'm going to apologize. I don't know if it's Dan Meyer or Dan Meyer, but I'm going to get Coach on now and be able to resolve that issue there. And we're going to talk about, of course, Sean Sevillano. Coach, appreciate you hopping on, man. How's everything going?
Good. It's a great day. Wrapped up signing day this morning with the whole team. So just really amped up about our kids and what they have in front of them.
Wanted to make sure I pronounced the last name correctly. Meyer. Want to make sure.
Meyer.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So, Coach, I want to start us off here because we're going to have actually Sean on the show later today as well. He's been on this podcast before, though, so I'm really excited to just kind of get his perspective on today and what it means for him. But you as a coach, and especially a program down there in Florida that puts out a lot of great talents. I mean, there were a lot of players I know that signed a national letter of intent today. What is this day like for a coach specifically to be able to just kind of sit back and enjoy this moment with some of your players?
It's a really humbling and rewarding experience. We tell our kids that this is our favorite day of the year. You play the games and you want to win and you want to win championships. But for us, this is what it's about. And in our case, when we have the international players, there's a lot of sacrifice that goes into them being a part of our program. So for us, like, this is a culmination of all of their work, all of their sacrifice. So today is it, and it's a really enjoyable experience. It's a sad day for us as well because we'll have our football banquet tonight, and then tomorrow they all leave, and it's tough, but it's really rewarding, and I couldn't be more proud of our guys that signed today, and look forward to seeing what the future holds for them.
Is it especially special for you because I think of, and you already mentioned it, you get a lot of players that are, international kids. Like Sean's a Canada kid originally.
Mm-hmm.
Being a part of the whole process from helping to transition them from wherever they're from down to Clearwater, Florida, and then now to send them off to another school in some other part of the country. Just how unique of a perspective is that for how your program is run?
Yeah, it's really unique. Sean was fortunate that his parents moved down with him, but a lot of our kids don't have that. So for us, we really do preach in our culture that we're family, and it's coach speak for a lot of places, but for us, it truly is how it operates, because for a lot of these kids, they don't have their parents here. They don't have their siblings here. Like, we are their support system. It's not just football. It's not just academics. We're helping them with their recruiting, but we're also here to help them through girlfriend problems or, bad days, or when they're sick. Like, we're the person that they come to. So for us, it's a really unique situation, but it really develops our relationships with the kids to the nth level. And I wouldn't trade it for anything.
One of the things that stood out when we spoke with Sean, Coach, is his love for the game. And he admitted to us, like, yo, I got my butt kicked when I got down here, but it was okay. It was like, because I knew eventually I was going to get to the destination that I wanted to get to. Just talk about his work ethic and what Notre Dame is going to be getting when he shows up in January, and how that's going to impact the program overall.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the most tireless worker that I've ever been around. This is a player who, like he said, came in and got worked a little bit, but understood what the process looked like, and that instant gratification isn't always what you're going to achieve. And you're talking about a player who after practice is running the hoops, or working against the pop-up, or doing his own conditioning after practice, because he understands, like, you can always do more. And for him, everything is about achieving greatness, and he puts the work in, whether it's training, whether it's conditioning, whether it's field work on his own, on top of everything we do as a team, because he's so singularly focused on what's next and what it's going to take to be successful. We played a schedule that had national competitors on it, and you have a 315-pound D tackle making tackles outside the hashes on bubble screens. Like, you talk a lot about talent in this whole recruiting business, but with him, it's talent plus effort. And I think that's something that can't be, underspoken. It's a huge part of what he does is nonstop effort, nonstop hustle. He's a two-time captain and really the heartbeat of our team.
Well, in that fire that he plays with, the motor that he plays with, that's going to be something that I know Notre Dame fans are just going to absolutely love, because like you said, Coach, like, that is partly talents, right? Like, you have to be athletic enough to make those plays, but also making those plays in pursuit, that is all about effort and angles. That really is. And so I want to ask you, though, because that's going to appeal to Notre Dame fans. The other thing, though, that I think Sean brings to the table, outside of being a tremendous football player and a really good talent, is that he has a great personality. And we've seen it on this podcast already. I mean, the Big Bear thing that he's got going on right now, I think it's so cool. I think it's dope. I think it's really brandable, one. And two, I think Notre Dame fans are going to love it. What type of young man are we getting this here from a personality perspective? Because it seems like he has a great personality.
Yeah. I mean, he's a fiery competitor, but he's just a big, goofy personality. Myself, I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up a huge Notre Dame fan. So, him and I have had conversations about Notre Dame players of past, and I was like, Bud, like, you're Irish chocolate all over again. He's Lewis Nix. Like, he's the big, lovable, tenacious teddy bear, but he's somebody that is going to find happiness in every situation. But when it's time to get to work, he's going to get to work. And he's an ultimate competitor. We're fortunate to not only have Sean, but, we have the number one interior offensive lineman in the country playing center who just signed with USC. And they've been battling for 3 years, and the expression iron sharpens iron truly is what happened here. And, he knows, like, look, I've been working against Jason and I've been handling my business. If I can handle him, like, it shows that there's nobody that he can't beat. And I think, for him, confidence is such a huge part of what he does, because of the work and sacrifice. But the guys are going to love being around him. Like, he's one that, it's always funny with defensive linemen. His shorts are too short and they're way too tight. Like, buddy, you don't have the legs for those shorts. But, he's an unbelievable kid and truly going to be missed.
We all know the jump that he took when we look at his junior film and his senior film. He was just the ultimate disruptor for your defense. Technically speaking, what was the biggest improvement in his game this year?
I think it was just, it was more mental, of understanding what move am I going to use going into this? How do I attack guys? Him learning how to break down film and understand tendencies of the offensive lineman. Are they a leaner? Do they play high? Like, what's my best move against that? And then having a secondary move ready to go. But I think he put a lot of work in training to become even more explosive. And obviously he loves the weight room. He got stronger. And I think just the totality of all those things helped him make that jump.
You notice one important thing, because we actually had Armel Mukum on the show last year, he was from Canada originally as well. And he went down to Woodbury Forest, and he actually did not have his family down there with him. He was just kind of by himself, figuring out that process. How important and how supportive were his family throughout the entirety of not only just going down to Clearwater, but also tackling a recruiting process, which can be super hectic for a lot of kids, obviously?
Absolutely. I mean, Sean and Nicole are phenomenal. Two of the best people I've ever met. They fully supported him and his aspirations, but also supported us as a school and as a staff, with Sean. There was no helicopter parent mentality of like, well, we're the parents and we're right. No, they let us coach him. They let us be hard on him in school, and they let us hold him accountable because that's what they expect from him. They knew that he had to earn everything he got, and them being here didn't change that. So they were phenomenal. And as much as we're going to miss Sean, we're going to miss his family.
All right, Coach, I need to ask now, because I coached high school football, and I had some good players. I had a defensive tackle that played at like Boston College, for instance, who was a really good player. But I have never seen a defensive tackle have the type of production that Sean has had in back-to-back years. 50-plus tackles for loss in back-to-back years. I'm still trying to fathom that in my mind a little bit. Absolutely insane. As a coach who's heavily involved in, obviously, keeping stats and game planning and all that type of stuff, do you ever just kind of like take yourself back for a second and be like, dang, like, we got something special here, man. Like, there's something different about this cat.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had the conversation as a staff that, like, we have to go against them Monday through Thursday, but I'm glad we don't have to play against them on Fridays, because practice Sean is 100%, but game day Sean's just a whole different animal. So incredibly thankful that, I don't have to play real games against him. But, as an offensive line coach here, it made me better. It made my guys better. And I think that's what it's about. We always preach to kids when they're coming down, it's about development. It's about competition. It's about exposure. And with the schedules that we played, like, there's no gimmies. You're going to have to go in and you're going to have to play your best. And I think that really helps prepare them for the next level, because we always refer to as playing Timmies and Tommies or playing dudes. And, for Sean going to Notre Dame, like, there's no layups. So I think the preparation and the work ethic and the attitude and the mentality that he's developed here are going to carry him through, and we think are going to help him be able to make a more immediate impact than it would have otherwise.
And my last question for you, Coach, and we'll get you out of here. We really appreciate all the time today. Is
Of course.
just for your community now down there at Clearwater Academy, right? Like, what is this day like just in general as far as the support that you guys get? I mean, because it's not just the support of just the people that live in the town, that live in the proximity. You have players internationally, guys. It kind of stretches all across. Just how close-knit of a community is that, and just what does this day mean for the community in general?
Yeah, it means everything. We're a really small school. Our high school is 140 students, and we have 45 on the football team, so when we have 17 seniors and we're going to have 14 end up signing Division I scholarships, like this day is everything to them. We have players from Canada. We have a defensive end who signed with Ohio out of Germany. Jason's from Mozambique, Africa, the first Mozambican to ever play Division I football. I think it shows that what we're doing matters because it is an investment for the community and for the school to bring these kids in. But I think today is the reward for all of that sacrifice everybody makes. And because of that, these kids are now part of our family. And I think those relationships are going to last a lifetime, and couldn't be more grateful for the contributions they've made. They've all said coming in that, they want to leave the place better than they found it. And Sean was certainly a huge part of that. And couldn't be more thankful for the time we had him. Wish we had him more, but that's not how it works. So incredibly proud and can't wait to see what happens next for him.
All right, well, Coach, best of luck with the rest of the day. Just want to congratulate you on, putting so many players into a great position. And we'll have Sean on later, so I'll congratulate him one-on-one. But just thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. All right, well, Sean, there we go. Firsthand, a little bit of background on Sean Sevillano. We've had him on the podcast before, so we know obviously what he brings to the table. But getting a coach perspective, I think, is always tremendous here, right, Sean? Because he's got a great personality. He's incredibly productive. But outside of his parents, there's no one that's because his parents are down there. But outside of his parents, the coaches are the ones that see Sean so much, and they know obviously what makes him tick as a person and as a player.
Great young man, great personality. And like I said, this class, last year, we know why that class stayed at the top of the national story, right? First class for Coach Freeman, number one class for a long time. This year's class, man, might have the best personality of a Notre Dame class in the last 5 years. We might have to go back to Malik's class back in the early 2010s to find a class that had that much personality coming in at the same time. Because I'm sure our next guest will probably say he's the number one personality in the class without question.
Number one,
and I'm sure,
right?
And I'm sure Sean would probably say he's the number one personality in the class. But that's what you have, right? Even with Bodie, we talked to Coach Johnson. Bodie is just big time jokester, great personality, but you would never know it.
Yes.
Unless you spend time with them. And
same with Peter Jones and a couple other guys, right? We heard from Cam Williams. It's Peter's funny as heck. And I'm like, really? I just haven't seen that side of him personally, right? So you're right, Sean. This is a very personality-driven class in 2024. And we'll have a lot of the best personalities in the class on the show today, including who's coming on now, who is a resident part of the show. He comes on all the time, obviously a part of Carson's Corner, our weekly segment here. But this is the first time that Carson Hobbs is going to be on the show live with us, I believe, right? So Carson Hobbs now joining the show. Carson, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man?
Dad over there too. What's up?
There's Pops. There's Daniel Hobbs, Carson's father.
Doing?
Good, man. Good. How is, I guess first and foremost, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions to your dad to try to embarrass you on this podcast, Carson. But I want to ask you, sir, how excited are you to be a part of this family right now, Carson?
It's talking to you. It's just a huge, tremendous blessing being able to accomplish my dreams since I was a kid. And I feel like all the hard work and all the long nights that I put in to get to this moment, I just try to cherish it and be able to take advantage of it. And I know now that I'm signed and all ready to go, all the paper documents are out the way, I feel like my work ethic and everything I do just has to continue to grow stronger and stronger to be able to achieve the goals I want to achieve at Notre Dame.
Absolutely.
Today is like the culmination of hard work, but I want to go back to the genesis of your decommitment and then committing to Notre Dame. The conversations you had with Coach Mickens, Coach Freeman, and the rest of the staff that got you to that point to make that decision. Do you look back at that particular time and say, man, I'm glad I made the right decision because I know I did based upon how things went?
100%. I just feel like, every single day I was on the phone with them, and I knew every single conversation we had, it's a different type of love. When they call you, when you get out of school, they ask you about your personal life, and they're not just talking to you about football every day. They're really trying to build a true relationship and get a chance to know you. So I felt like, especially Coach Freeman and Coach Mickens, I mean, like you said, and Chad, every single day we had great conversations with my family, and I feel like the decision I made will end up impacting me on being one of the greatest decisions I've ever made.
Carson, turn it to your dad for a second. My question is for him now. As a lifelong Notre Dame fan, you posted on Twitter 50 years of fandom, and today your son is officially part of the Notre Dame family. What does that feel like from a father's perspective?
Just very emotional. I just never would have imagined this. Even though I used to tell Carson from Little League football, every game he played, I told him, one day you're going to go play for the Irish. One day you're going to go play for the Irish. And we would just rush home after the games on Saturday morning to watch the Irish. And to see everything that has come on has really, really brought tears to my eyes today. And, it's just a really emotional day for me, but I'm so proud of him. The things that commits have to go through, and the whole recruiting process has been super, super easy because we found the place and he found his dream school right away. So it really wasn't pressure. Now it's just a big relief that he did everything to get into Notre Dame. It's a hard school to get into. I mean, the standards are so much higher than any other university, other than the Ivy League schools to get into. So, for him to do that, I'm proud, I'm emotional, and I'm just glad that it's finally official.
How's your wife handling this day?
She actually came this morning. We were at the signing day, and I saw some tears come up in her eyes. She's a little stronger than me. She doesn't cry as much as I do. Notre Dame she's really proud of him, but I know the history. You're talking about since me being a fan since I was 7 years old. So, being a fan since I was 7 years old, I haven't missed a game probably I don't think I've ever missed a Notre Dame game. So I told my wife when we got married, I said, hey, I love you, but two things you got to do. Do not schedule anything for me during a Notre Dame football game unless it's a wedding or a funeral. I can't control those, but if it's not a wedding or a funeral, do not schedule it.
I have a question for both of them because this right now, like with the history, with the dad and Carson committing today. Okay, Dad, tell me you have a very confident young man right there in your son. Tell me the one DB or the two DBs in Notre Dame history that as he grew up, you kept talking to him about and saying, all right, if you're going to play there, this is the guy, Todd Light or Stan Smagala or Tom Carter. And then Carson, what is the one Notre Dame story you probably heard the most over the years growing up? Go ahead.
The most Notre Dame story, probably about his story just about Newt Rockne. And, all the little foul sayings he would just repeat, and it would just get aggravating after the 50th time. But, I mean, these are just things that every single game, you got to go, you got to go, you got to go. You got to get them on 4th and 1. I mean, I just, it's so much with him. So it's like, I don't know.
Go back to your dad for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, Todd Light and Tim Brown Tim Brown's my favorite Raider. My favorite Raider and my favorite Irish of all time because he played for both of my favorite teams. I'm a Notre Dame fan for college, and I'm a Raider fan in the NFL. So Heisman Trophy winner, and then he had the ability he got drafted by my favorite team and had such an illustrious career there.
Yeah.
So by far, he's definitely my favorite player that came out of both schools. But Bettis is a close second, but Tim Brown's my guy. But as far as playing the cornerback position, we had so many great players come out of there, but Todd Light sticks out in my mind. Carson reminds me a lot of him. He's long, he's got great speed. And I really think that Notre Dame is getting a heck of a ball player. I sat there for the last 3 years and watched Carson shut down some of the best players in the GCL, in my opinion, which is the number one football high school league in Ohio. And they played so many teams outside of that league that are highly ranked teams. And he really shuts down one half of the field. And I think Notre Dame and all the fans, I want you guys to know you're getting a hell of a player.
Hey, Ryan.
Yes.
After that answer, we have to ask Carson this. I think we both know how he's going to answer this. Hey, Carson, would you lock Tim Brown down, bro?
For sure. I always got to go for sure. You always got to bet on yourself, even if it's totally unrealistic. I mean, he's one of the greatest receivers ever. I could never just tell myself no. So it's got to be yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna answer that question for you. So I don't know if it would be 10 out of 10, but it'd be probably better than 50%.
Okay. All right.
This is fantastic.
I mean, we're talking about an NFL Hall of Famer, Carson. So it's not the worst thing.
Probably would be like maybe 9 to 1, 9 to 2.
Oh, come on,
8 to 2.
Carson, I got one
point now.
Carson, I got one for you, and then I got one for your dad, and then we'll let you get out of here pretty quick because I want you guys to enjoy your day. For you, I know that you also had a bunch of other teammates that got to make their college decisions as well, and not make their college decisions, to sign today to their respective universities. What was this day like for you to be able to enjoy it with your teammates and the guys that you've grown great relationships over the last 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my success was contributed a lot by them. So being able to go support them on their day and then being able to support me on my day was huge. These are guys that you work summers and summers with. In the worst moments of your life, when you're down, when you're losing games, and you're going into halftime thinking, what I'm going to do, like these are the guys you look to for guidance and help through every single one of those trials and tribulations you go through. So when you build relationships with people like that, it almost brings me to tears. Even talking about it with them people because I love them and then just, my guys for life. So, high school relationships truly can last you a lifetime.
All right. And take it over to your dad here for me. So I need to ask you, Carson has a big personality. Okay. He's got a really big personality. I'm sure you know this. I don't think I'm breaking news here. Okay. Where does that come from? Is that a you thing or is that a wife thing? Like, where does that personality come from?
Yeah, it's definitely me. So, being a salesperson, all I do is talk to people every day, all day long. And, I just like people in general. And Carson's the same way. I don't think he's ever met a stranger. He just gets out there and he really communicates well. He does great. And I just think enthusiasm for life and being around the people you love just turned him into that person. And I'm so proud of him.
Well, you should be, because you accomplished a great thing today. And I just want to thank you both again so much for just taking a few minutes here. I know it's hectic. I know you guys got a lot of things going on. Carson, you enjoy the rest of your day. Daniel, you enjoy the rest of your day as well. The best to the family and everybody out there. And we'll talk again very soon, okay?
Hey,
Yeah,
double
thanks so
R.
much. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Ryan.
Absolutely,
Double R.
guys. Go Irish. Talk to you guys later.
Go Irish.
This is what I love.
Yes.
Double R. Let me tell you something, man.
Tell me.
Being a lifelong Notre Dame fan, we both are.
Yes.
Right? We get an opportunity to talk to kids, to talk to coaches, talk about why they signed and what they bring to the program. But to have the opportunity to watch a dad watch his son put pen to paper, not literally, but, as things go in this age and era, and to talk eras and Notre Dame players, and to have a young man Carson Hobbs knows exactly what he's stepping into, Ryan. Like that, he knows exactly. So when he's talking from an area of confidence, it's not just his belief in who he is. He has full knowledge of the gravitas of Notre Dame. That position, knowing who Todd Light is, respecting what it means to be a Notre Dame player on and off the field. That's just like, yo, that was a moment, man. Watching him like debate whether or not he could defend Tim Brown, like that's a pretty special moment, even for us on National Signing Day. That was pretty cool to watch.
And Sean, I mean, full transparency. Obviously, I've gotten to know Carson very well. That's why I have him on the podcast each week. Great family, man. Like they just really are. I mean, and that's the best part of this job, right? Is it's awesome to be able to cover the game of football and to be able to, talk Notre Dame football on a day-to-day basis and talk about the recruiting. And it's awesome, right? Like the podcast and everything. But I'm also a people person. I don't know if people notice that, but like I like people as well. I do. I love stories. When I got into football
in recruiting, you should be a people person, right?
You should be. You should be. But Sean, my favorite thing ever is people always ask me, like, what are my favorite types of things to write, for instance? And it's always been the human interest part of it, right? Like I always love to hear the stories, like what drives people, what's made them the person that they are today, what are their expectations and their goals for their life, and like what just drives them as people. Like that's my favorite part of this. And because not every recruit is as open as what Carson Hobbs is, right? Not everyone is. We're going to have a couple recruits on today that are not open, like what we just saw with Carson Hobbs. And that's fine, right? Like that's his choice to be able to tell his story and to be open like that. There's no obligation to tell me your full story. No obligation at all. But the Carson Hobbses of the world is what makes this job great. It's what makes it great. And it's what makes fandom great as well. Because all the people listening out there, Sean, all the people out there, they're hearing Carson Hobbs talk. They're seeing Sean Sevillano come on the podcast. They're seeing some of these Cam Williams. They are getting to know these people on a more personal level, at least hearing their story. And what does that do for fans? That makes you gravitate towards them. That makes you fans because you can see the legitimacy and the real of a person. And that makes them more, it makes it easier to root for, right? Like people that you can see and then people that because I think that the worst part of the game sometimes, in my opinion, is that Saturdays and Sundays, we begin to see these people as just kind of like figures, right? Just kind of symbols. We don't see them as people anymore. And we forget that every single day they wake up, they get showered, they get dressed, and they go through their trials and tribulations just like every one of us and every successes that every one of us go through. And I just wanted to say that real quick because Carson Hobbs has been one of the people over the last 2 years of covering recruiting for Notre Dame that has been the most joy to be able to get to know. He's a great young man, first and foremost. Will he be a great football player for Notre Dame? I think he's going to be a good player. Yeah. Am I sure about it? No one's sure about it. No one knows the future. I don't have a crystal ball. Sean doesn't have a crystal ball. Brian doesn't have a crystal ball. Nobody out there knows exactly what's going to happen to Carson Hobbs when he gets to South Bend. No one knows. But the one thing I know, Sean, is that you're never going to have to worry about him as a person ever a day in your life because he comes from great people, like we just heard from with his dad, his mom as well. And he comes with a great understanding of what he needs to accomplish and the goals that he has set. So I just really love him as a person, one, and I love that he was able to share his story throughout this process with us.
Love the kid. Love the kid. I was early when he committed from Pittsburgh, right? I'm trying to make sure I get, he commits from Pittsburgh. And at the time, he was a 3-star. So I immediately watched his film. And what I tried to do is, I tried not to be Sean Davis. I tried to be Mike Mickens, which I can never be. But I tried to get into that mold because normally I'm looking for what? Speed, typical things in a defensive back. So I said, let me look at this kid in a different way. Let me look at him from the standpoint of what drew Mike Mickens to him. And just the way and the confidence he plays the game with. And this class, another thing we're going to hear throughout this day. These young men in this class love the game. That's going to be consistent, whether we talk to coaches, parents, or the players themselves. That's going to come across consistently for the next 3 to 4 hours. The young men in the 24 class, they love the game of football. And to have that at the base and at the core of the class, driving the class, along with the talent that we believe they have and the production, you have to love it. You absolutely have to love it.
Yep, it's very well said, Sean. It's just it's been great to get to know some of these recruits. It really has. So we'll have a lot more guys coming up here soon. We have a very fun one coming up at 2:00 at the least. Might have another one that's going to come on here in a little bit as well. Again, kind of working out the scheduling stuff. But Sean, I think a good way to take this one back a little bit for a second is because we are going to have Gerby Lambert on today, who is the top-rated offensive tackle for Notre Dame in the 2024 class that signed today out of West Roxbury, Massachusetts. It goes out to Catholic Memorial, which is one of the premier programs in the state of Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive line recruiting has been very interesting over the last 2 years, Sean. It's been very interesting. Talking about a little bit of analysis here for a minute, okay? A little bit of analysis. 2023, you got a 5-man class of Charles Jagasaw, who's starting the bowl game at left tackle. Christopher Tarrick, who caught a touchdown in the practice yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I know everyone saw that. You have obviously Sullivan Absher. You have Sam Pendleton. You have Joe Otting. That class was incredibly physical, right? Downhill, just wanted to maul you to death. The pancake factory. 2024 class, I think we got a little bit of insight, in my opinion, into what Joe Rudolph wants as an offensive line coach, right? We saw a little bit of a different type of class. Still big and physical in a lot of aspects. You have Gerby Lambert, obviously, that signed. You have Styles Prescott. You have Anthony Knapp. You have Peter Jones. There's a lot of physicality in there. So I'm not sitting here and saying it's a passive group or something like that. Like, they are still very physical. But I would argue that it might be a slightly more athletic group in 2024. Anthony Knapp can move. Gerby Lambert is similar to Charles Jagasaw in the fact that he can move for a bigger man. Like, he can really move. You have a guy like Styles Prescott, who at 6'6", 270 pounds, that kid is just a really big athlete right now that is still developing into his body. What do you make of offensive line recruiting in 2024 as far as maybe Notre Dame going after maybe a little bit more of foot quickness, athleticism than maybe what they went after in 2023?
Solid evaluation. Like, I think there was, when Joe Rudolph came in, there was one kid that we both liked that he decided to go in the opposite direction. If I'm not mistaken, was Styles Prescott? No, it wasn't Prescott. Who was the individual that he immediately switched to? Was it Knapp?
Knapp. Anthony Knapp
It
was
was
the
Knapp.
one. Yeah, because he was recruiting him at Virginia Tech. He worked him out at his camp, and he loved him.
Right.
Yep.
So he came off of Brewer, who we both love, and we thought was a pretty athletic kid at his size.
Yes.
Switches to Knapp, has Jones. It's Gerby Lambert, which, man, was absolutely amazing the way we thought things were trending in that recruitment once Harry Heathstand left. I think it's starting to go to, and we can say this in other areas, right?
Yep.
There's a vision of the team that Notre Dame was last year, is this year, and what they're eventually trying to be.
Sure.
And I think with that, you start to see certain moves in recruiting that lines up with what they're trying to be, right?
Yeah.
You get, you go from an Aldrich Estime to like in a Sun Bowl.
Yes.
The young men that are going to be starting now, right?
Yep.
Does their running style line up with a more athletic offensive line that can move their feet, get out on the perimeter, pull a little bit more, counter a little bit more? It's very interesting to see how they're aligning things, and how the team is going to progress and what the team is going to become offensively in the future, and with the offensive line scheme and the young men that they're recruiting. So I applaud Joe Rudolph, because it's the same thing we saw with Dylan McCullough. He came in with certain young men in the class that he loved, but he was like, I think this Jeremiah Love kid is probably who we should go after.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
So,
yes.
you and I, we like Brewer.
Yeah.
But he comes in and he switches to Knapp, and it's like,
Maybe he's
okay,
right.
coach.
Maybe he's right.
We'll
see.
Absolutely.
We'll see. Yep. Sean, Jeremiah Love was a good one because you remember when Jeremiah Love was first targeted by Dylan McCullough, he was like considered a 3-star by everyone at that point. He wasn't even considered a 4-star yet. But I remember watching his film and I'm like, guys, this is not a 3-star. What are we doing? That's why I always hate every single year we get he's just a 3-star. It's like by the end of the cycle, Jeremiah Love was considered like a top 50 player. It's just like, that's always what he was. Like when they offered DeMello Jones, who's signing with Georgia today, and it was like at the time, DeMello Jones hadn't been ranked by anyone. And they're like, why are they offering an unranked kid? It's like, because you watch the film and the kid's stupid good. That's all it comes down to, right?
Think? And then they flipped another safety today. I'm like, how many safety does it?
Oh, KJ Bolden flipped, right?
Yeah.
KJ Bolden, yeah.
It's
the wonderful world of recruiting, man. It's weird.
It is the wonderful world of recruiting, and I just saw what Darius Hayes flipped from Florida.
Did he? Where did he flip
to Miami?
Wow, I didn't see that one coming. That was interesting. I thought I just saw something a couple days ago where Darius Hayes said that he was shutting his recruitment down or something. I thought I saw that.
Man,
that's interesting. I did not see that one coming, man. Did not see that one coming. Man, that's very interesting. Yeah, man, it's been a wild day, Sean. It's just been kind of weird because this time last year, Notre Dame was a part of the wildness, right? The whole Peyton Bowen stuff and everything. Like we were a part of this like flip season and all that type of stuff. And today, Notre Dame, everyone just signed. Everyone was just there. Everyone was just ready to do the thing, right? So, yeah, man. And we'll talk about. We'll talk about, obviously, a bunch of the other players coming on. Soon, we will have Sean Sevillano joining the show. We're going to have Gerby Lambert in a little bit as well, folks. We're going to have a lot of guests. We're going to be up here until about 5 o'clock today because we have a stupid amount of guests today, guys. This is going to be a fun time for sure. Again, like button if you haven't already. We have about 1,000 people in the chat right now. And just make sure you hit that like button to support the channel, as always. And we're going to have a great time here. I've already talked to a couple coaches, talk obviously to Carson Hobbs and his family. We're going to have, again, a lot. Cam Williams will be on at some point, dropping some names here now. Leonard Moore and his family will be on at some point. Sony Young is expected back on the show. We got a long list of great interviews that are coming up here, folks. So make sure you hit that like button for us. Sean, I also would say this. Brian mentioned this a little bit earlier. There were ringleaders in this class for Notre Dame, right? There were guys that, and we always going to talk about CJ Carr because he's a 5-star review. I mean, 5-star review. He was a 5-star quarterback that was kind of a beacon for the class, right? And for sure, you're always going to talk about that. But I don't think we can forget about the other leaders in this class as well, right? That's the Cam Williams of the world, the Jack Larsons of the world. We just had one on. Carson Hobbs was a leader of this class. From the moment that he decided to flip his commitment from South Carolina to Notre Dame, he was all Irish, and he was a big recruiter for this staff as well. I don't think we could talk enough about just how leadership and how driven this class was as far as having like a similar vision as well.
How can I say this? Being like, because I'm trying to compose myself because you see the stuff that's going on in the chat right now.
Yeah, I'm about to block the stuff that.
So no, you don't have to block it because I'm fine because there's literally some ignorance being put out there right now. Don't worry, Lucky Lefty Podcast. I will get to it and lay things out. But we got a guest coming up. Let's get to it.
Man, we were gonna have a great conversation there, Sean, and then the chat always has to ruin things, man. Always got to ruin it. But luckily, we have another great guest that's coming on with you. He's not a stranger to the show. It's actually be his second time on the Irish Breakdown podcast. Bringing you now, defensive tackle signee, not recruit anymore, not committed to class, Sean Sevillano Jr. Sean, appreciate you for hopping back on, man. How's the day been? I know it's been super hectic, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind, but sure has been great to put the pen to paper and get the deal signed.
Yeah, man. Well, let me ask you, because I know we actually just had Coach Meyer on a little bit ago, just kind of talk about you and everything. I know that you're one of the lucky ones as an international student to come down and have your parents come with you as well. So you have a great support system down in Clearwater.
Yeah.
How has this day been for the coaches, the community, the parents, everybody to be able to enjoy this with you?
I mean, we got a great setup here. I'm actually sitting on our stage right now on the podium that we got our setup on. It was everybody's family was here. We had 12 signees, including myself. It was a great time just because of how close our class is here and having all the families out. It was a great time seeing everybody accomplish their dreams and just see it happen. See the joy on everybody's face. So
where'd you get the hat from, man? That's a nice hat. I might need to get one of those.
I got it in the bookstore and I saw it and I was like, I can't skip the chance on getting this hat.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yo, that's the old school 80s hat, man.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
It's vintage and they brought it back. I'm glad you grabbed that. That's a dope hat. I got to give him credit too, because he's icy today, bro. I see it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I see you, bro.
Hey!
I see you, bro.
You feel me? I had to put on. I'm repping the brand. I got to look good,
Absolutely. The gold for the Golden Domers. Absolutely. You represent it. So I want to talk to you. We talked to Coach Meyer, and he just raved about your work ethic, and he raved about how you really attack the mental side of the game leading into your senior season and being able to work on your counter moves. It's like, do you think talk about that and how you're going to take the next step? Because when you get to college, there's a whole nother level of film work going up against really good players. And he talked about the preparation of going up against your teammate as well that signed with USC today. Just talk about that iron sharpens iron and how it's going to help you transition into Notre Dame.
Yeah, no doubt. As I'd say all of us have heard before, a sport like football is 80% mental and 20% physical. I think my approach to the game is the more I could prepare myself, and that's a core value that my dad instilled in me as a kid. The more I prepare myself mentally to be advanced, maybe more mature than guys, and prepare more for a game or for whatever it is, just to be a better football player, the more ahead I'll be. And I feel that that's a thing that I've excelled at and give me the chance to be where I'm at. And going into college, I have some things to learn, and I can't wait to take pieces of how some of the older guys do that, and Coach Wash, all the coaches who have been around this game years longer than I have. I'm excited to learn the tips and tricks that they do to learn that, and then go against these great offensive linemen at Notre Dame, and then all the ones I'm gonna kick around while I'm there playing in Notre Dame Stadium.
Sean, we were talking about this because the 2024 class for Notre Dame, your class, it was such a breath of fresh air on National Signing Day, because this time last year there was a lot of drama, decommitments, like all that type of stuff, right? You guys, 23 commits, 23 signees. We were done by 10:22 in the morning today as far as guys signed with the University of Notre Dame. It was incredible. Talk to me about how close-knit that group is, man, because it just really seems like, to me, I've gotten to know a lot of you guys at this point, but it seems like to me that there's just kind of this unspoken bond and understanding of what the goals you guys have together is.
Yeah, like you said, and like I've said on here before, just a great group of guys, and I think that coming together to a place like Notre Dame attracts a certain type of guy, and I think that's attributed to, of course, us, but Coach Freeman, all the coaching staff, Chad, the recruiting staff that have found guys like us and guided us to come to the right place like Notre Dame. And on top of that, we all have a common goal in mind, and we want to win a national championship at Notre Dame. So I think that's the biggest thing that kept us like this year. And we're certainly excited about what's coming.
Sometimes, Sean, we have players that transition from that distance, right? Going from Florida up to South Bend, Indiana, where you worry a little bit because it's like, how are they going to do away from home? I don't have to worry about that with you. You literally went from
Right.
Canada down to Florida. Now you're going up to South Bend, Indiana. You'll be good, right?
Yeah.
You guys have 15 early enrollees. Literally, CJ Carr is already practicing with the
Yeah.
team as an early enrollee. How excited are you just in a few weeks now as an early enrollee to get up to South Bend and start this journey so quickly?
Yeah. This has been my dream since I was 8 years old. And now that we're here and I can say I'm a few weeks away, that fire is burning in my chest. Like, I can't wait.
So, Sean, one of the greatest things about you, in my opinion, is your personality. And I think this 24 class, you guys might be the best set of personalities that have come through Notre Dame as a class.
Yeah.
And I said this earlier, since like the Malik Zaire class, like early in the 2010s, like, because that class, I'm talking about probably 1 through 20, has jokesters, nuts, fools. You get around them, it's like, yo, these dudes are some clowns, but very enjoyable. And it's like, no matter, we just talked to Bod Kahun's coach, and we talked to you guys, and you talk about the personality Bod has, even though most people think he's super quiet. Carson, of course, we see him and Logan go back and forth. Cam, very personable. Just talk about that, like the actual interaction between the class on visits, over the phone, how it's played out, and now with all of you guys being able to sign, like what it means to look forward to playing the next 3 to 4 years with these guys. Like, how excited are you guys about linking up and doing great things in Notre Dame?
Right. I want to say thank you for complimenting my personality. But other than that, like, a great group of guys, but something it feels like I noticed that attributes to each person's personality on this team now, and the guys that have signed I think we're all somewhat of natural leaders and have been able to bond very quickly. Like, it feels like we've been on a team together already all year, being on visits, rooting for Andy to win games, and whatever it might be. It feels like we've all been together for a while. So being that way, and then as well as that feeling and us being in different parts of the country, it just excites you for what that could bring when we are actually all on the same field together.
Sort of an up and down season. Was there ever a time with the interaction with you guys where you felt like anyone in the class was like, man, I don't know? Because it seems like you guys were just locked in. No matter what was going on, you guys were like, look, we're on the same page. We're sticking together. This is what we're doing. And you let that other stuff just happen, and it really had nothing to do, or no effect, shall I say, on the class in totality.
Yeah. Like you said, not the season that we might have hoped for. Obviously, we're going to go try and win every game every year. But, I think rather than feeling the adversity of, oh, damn, like, this is what I'm walking into, this is not what I want to be a part of, I think we took it as, all right, well, it's our time to come and make that change, and that we're going to come make a statement, and we want to be the class to bring the national championship to Notre Dame. So I think rather than feeling the adversity as a bad thing, we took it as a challenge. And honestly, if there were to be guys that felt that way, I think maybe you're in the wrong place,
Right.
But I have no doubt that everybody felt the same way, that we're coming to help this team bring a national championship back. So there was no wavering along the way, at least not that I felt. And the boys are ready to roll.
Sean, what does the rest of the day now look like for you? You guys had your ceremony, do you have a dinner plan? Like, what's the rest of the day look like now?
Yeah, so we had our grad and signing this morning. Just went to go get some lunch with the fam, and we have our team banquet this evening. So looking forward to that. And I mean, since we're all international guys, everybody's going back home either tomorrow or the following day or what it might be. So I think we're going to kick it with the boys tonight and just, have that little farewell get together.
That's wild, man. I can't believe that. We're talking about in December right now, having a farewell get together for high school kids. It's just insane to think about. I mean, it's a lot different nowadays And even when I know I sound like an old man there, but like I'm only 32, but like it was not that long ago. It feels like just such a crazy part. Well,
hey, Double
yes.
R.
Yes.
We forgot to ask Carson this, but are you guys kind of jealous of CJ right now?
Yes, absolutely. For sure. I wanted to be there 3 months ago.
That's hilarious.
So you guys like in the chat,
talking about
like
the food he's eating.
Oh
the
wow,
gear he's got. Oh, come on, bro.
But yeah, that's hilarious.
Definitely something we'd all love to be a part of. But CJ's the lucky one that gets to be there.
Well, you guys will be there with him very soon. And although he gets to go through practice and everything, he doesn't get to play in the bowl game, right? So like, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. So you'll get there soon. Sean, really appreciate it again, man. Please, for us personally, give your best to your family. I know it's a great day for you all. Best of love to everybody out there, coaches and everybody. Congratulations. Welcome to the Notre Dame family, man. And I look forward to talking again soon, okay?
Appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely. Sean Sevillano Jr., one of the best in the class, Sean, not only just from a just production perspective and just what he does on the field, but great young man as always. We've now had Carson Hobbs on. We've had Sean Sevillano on. Obviously, we've had a couple coaches and a couple parents on as well. But we had two of the best personalities to start off this podcast here, Sean. We're 2 hours in, and we got some good dudes on here so far, man, which is going to be fun. So, yeah. Good times, man. Good times.
Absolutely.
I like that kid a lot. I really do like him a lot. And Sean, he's going to be really needed for Notre Dame moving forward, right? Like he is. Because, I mean, you even look at 2024, it's going to be a deep defensive line as far as interior. Because you're going to have Riley Mills coming back. You're going to have Howard Cross coming back. You're going to have Gabriel Rubio. You're going to have Jason Onye. But the next year, Riley Mills is gone. Howard Cross is gone. You're going to need some young defensive tackles to really step up into key roles, not only this season, but obviously for starters the year after. So they're going to need that size, that ability to impact the football game. Sean Sevillano is going to be a player that Notre Dame needs, obviously, moving forward.
And in your opinion, is he a transitional recruit? Like recruits, Julio Jones was a transitional recruit for Alabama. He was the one guy that transitioned them into the big time open offense, quarterback, wide receiver recruiting that we saw after he committed to Alabama. Do you think Sean is that type of transitional recruit? Are we talking about once again returning to have the big guys on the interior? Now you're shutting down the run more consistently as a defense and freeing those linebackers up to run sideline to sideline. Do you view him as that?
Well, I view him as a part of a movement for sure for Notre Dame because, Sean, I mean, we're only like a year or two removed from like Notre Dame being super undersized on the interior. We're only a couple years away. Like that was very recently. I mean, literally 2 years ago, Jason Adamalola, who was sub 280 at times, and Howard Cross at 270 pounds was your two starting interior defensive linemen. And you didn't have a lot of depth behind them. But you look forward to 2024 with Sean Sevillano coming on as well. You're going to have 300 plus pound Riley Mills. You're going to have 288 pounds Howard Cross coming back. You're going to have Gabriel Rubio over 300 pounds. Jason Onye, I'm sure, will be over 300 pounds. I'm sure he will be at that point. Sean Sevillano is going to be over 300 pounds, obviously. Armel Mukam, I'm sure, is going to take another body jump as far as weight in the offseason. Devin Houston, Donovan Heinisch. It's a part of a movement, I would say, of Notre Dame knew they needed to get bigger on the interior. They knew they needed to add impact size. And I think that he's just a part of that formula, right? Like, I really liked Owen Wafel as a football player. We've talked about that a ton. But basically, the whole thing was Notre Dame trended from Owen Wafel to Sean Sevillano because they wanted more size. They just wanted more size. And that guy that could be that true space eater, a guy that can take up multiple blocks, a guy that can keep linebackers untouched. And I think that that's what we're seeing with guys like Sean Sevillano, in my opinion.
Yeah, I lock in with you on that.
Yep. Oh, man. And now we are going to be getting a nice interview coming up here soon because we have a player that has never been on the Irish Breakdown podcast. Fortunately, we've had a couple that have already repeat offenders to coming on the show. But we have, I think, looking at the list right now, we're going to have 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 players on today that have never been on the show before. So that's going to be fun as well, Sean. And I know that we started talking about the sheer size that Notre Dame has brought in, talking about Sean Sevillano. They're getting a lot bigger up front in general, Sean, just on both sides of the football. I mean, can we talk about that for a second? Offensive line wise, you're going to have Gerby Lambert's going to come in at like 6'7", 300 pounds and immediately bolster that offensive tackle group as far as from just looking the part, right? You're going to have Peter Jones, who's going to look the part very early on in his career. Sean Sevillano. Bryce Young is going to be one of the most physically put together defensive ends they have from the minute they step foot on campus. This defensive line group specifically, and this offensive line group compared to what combined with what they got in 2023, I mentioned the 5-man offensive line class. I'll also mention the 4-man defensive line class. Brennan Vernon, Armel Mukam, Devin Houston, and Boubacar Traore, Sean. This offensive and defensive line for Notre Dame is really starting to look like an SEC team. It really is. You have guys that look the part, which I think is very important, obviously. They're adding a lot of impact size to both lines.
It's funny because you mentioned that. Look, Georgia, you know this. Georgia struggled against the run defensively this year because they did not have the depth on the interior this year. And you saw it hurt them in the SEC championship game when they got pushed around by the offensive line from Alabama. So that just goes to show, even for the top teams, man, things can go up and down when it comes to depth and size along in the trenches on both sides of the ball, because Alabama struggled early with their offensive line because they were young. And so it's not just about size, it's also about coaching, development, and making sure that everything comes together. And Notre Dame is definitely, look, we had Joe Alt, but you go look at how big the starting left tackle is for the Sun Bowl, and you start to see that SEC size. You look at Ashton Craig, that's the SEC center on the inside. Billy Shrout, another guy that's a little bit bigger. Heck, you start talking about Pendleton and some of the other guys that are coming behind them on the interior, and the size of Peter Jones and what he can be, Anthony Knapp and what he can be. You're absolutely right. They're fitting that bill on the offensive side of the ball. Davion Dixon coming in next year to pair, with Sean Sevillano. You're darn right. And, they're trying to get another kid out of Florida on the interior that's good friends with Davion Dixon. So there is a clear plan to say the team we need to be moving forward to win a national championship is this. And they're going after it as a staff and they're recruiting. So, huge tip of the cap to the way they've responded from the disappointment of 23, putting this solid class together in 24, and then moving on to a class in 25 that at this point, we're already in double digits. So, and I predicted it could be the best class in the Freeman era. That's the way I'm looking at it. Like, that 25 class could be it. So
Could be.
It should be the excitement about what we signed today and what's to come at this point for Notre Dame fans should be at an all-time high, especially when it comes to the trenches and how things are changing.
Sean, I'm going to ask you a very difficult question here, okay? It's a very difficult one. I'm going to combine offensive line and defensive line recruits in the 2024 class, or signees, I should say at this point. I got to stop saying recruits or commits. So offensive line, I already mentioned it. Gerby Lambert, Styles Prescott, Peter Jones, and who am I missing? I'm missing Anthony Knapp. My apologies. Defensive line-wise, you have Cole Mullins, you have Bryce Young, you have Logan Thomas, you have Sean Sevillano Jr. Who is your favorite player to watch out of that group?
It's probably become Sean Sevillano Jr.
Think so?
Yeah, it probably has, right? Because there's an appreciation there that's tied to, like I said, the situation and how things were with other situations at that point in time, right? And it was almost like a new discovery.
Yep.
Right? Because, you have the wrong mindset the first time you look at his film, but then you continue to watch and it's like, oh, wow.
He just kind of grows on you, right?
I have this picture of my daughter when she was 1, and we're at SeaWorld. And like my wife took it, and like both of us are looking, and it's like the first moment she's ever seen a whale jump out the water.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? And she's just
Yeah.
looking like in amazement. Like this is like she's won. Like this is like one of life's greatest discoveries. And that's how it was when the light went off for me with Sean Sevillano Jr. It was kind of like, yo, this kid is good.
Yes.
This kid is pretty good. Like forget like the stars and all the other stuff and the body type, because he's not exactly the most chiseled kid.
Sure. He's a big boy. Yeah.
Right. And he's not like super athletic, running plays at running back and fullback, doing all of that. But when you watch him, you start to see like, he can really move. He is literally a big bear, a dancing bear.
Big bear. Yeah.
And I fell in love with the film, started watching games throughout the season when I could catch them. And it's like, I'm super excited about that young man.
So let's take the same group, Sean. If you had to kind of point at maybe 2 players, let's say, of that group, who are a couple players that you think are going to be most important to Notre Dame, the 2024 team? Guys that maybe might need to play, guys that could earn the right to play, upside to play as freshmen, however you kind of want to phrase this. Who are a couple guys that you have high expectations for first year that they're on campus?
I have high expectations for Sean Sevillano because he opened his mouth.
Yes. Yes, he put it out there. He's like, I'm coming, man. I'm coming. Yeah.
He put it out there.
Yes.
So that's number one. It's the same thing for Carson Hobbs, but for a different reason. Because you trust the process at defensive back at Notre Dame. So number one, you expect that he's going to play early.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to find a way to play him early. 2 or 3 series a game. He'll be in there. He'll learn on the fly. He'll get a chance to make an impact. That's number 2. Same thing with Jack Larson, right? Mm-hmm. Tight ends in Notre Dame play. Every tight end in Notre Dame played this year. All of them played. Right?
They literally all had touchdowns too, right? They all had touchdowns, I think, on the roster. Even Derby Sherwood had a touchdown.
Because they weren't really, other than Mitchell Evans, they really weren't targeted. Mitchell Evans and Holden Stays against North Carolina State. Other than that, they weren't targeted a lot, but they all were fabulous blockers.
Cooper Flanagan had 1 target, right? And it was a touchdown, I'm pretty sure, right?
So, Notre Dame tight ends are going to play early. So, with all of that being said, I don't think there's a need for any of the linebackers to play early. I don't think there's a need for any of the safeties to play early, even though we like a lot of the kids that are underrated and, in my opinion, undervalued from a recruiting ranking standpoint with this safety class. So running back, I expect immediate impact, right? Sure. I expect Kedron Young to be that guy we look at in limited snaps, like Jeremiah Love, and we say, oh, he's different. The same way we talked about Jeremiah Love in limited snaps, I think we're going to be saying the same thing about Kedron Young, which is going to be disrespectful because I think Aeneas Williams is uber talented. Uber talented, can do so many things, right? So he might even get overshadowed in a sense, but he has a chance.
He's on the Aeneas Williams is on the all production team, by the way, Sean. I was filling in his card the other day, and he had over 7,500 all purpose yards in his career and 152 touchdowns. 152 touchdowns in a 4-year career. He's one of the guys that we don't talk about enough because he's been in the class so long. I mean, Brian was talking about it a little bit in the beginning of the show, right, Sean? But like, he was one of the guys that was that Irish invasion, and he's been committed for a long time to Notre Dame. But man, he has a crazy amount of production in his career. He's second all time in Missouri football history in total touchdowns, 152 all-purpose touchdowns, and he's scored touchdowns as a running back, as a receiver, on defense, interception returns for touchdowns, on special teams. Like, he's done it every single way, too. We need to talk more about Aeneas Williams, man. He's a pretty good player.
We really do. Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Because the expectation is that one of the main guys that will play is Cam Williams.
Yes. Yep.
Now that we have the additions in the portal,
Yep.
with the freshmen becoming sophomores, is there a need for Cam Williams to play?
Not as much as there was before the portal additions, for sure. I
Mm.
mean, there was once a much bigger need for Cam Williams to be the guy for Notre Dame in 2024. But I think for me personally, Sean, it's like, does Cam have to be the guy in 2024? No. But can he still be the guy in 2024? Yeah, I think he could. I think he still could be. Yeah, he still could be, man. He's going to be on the show later on as well. And he's a special athlete, man. Like, he's special. I do think, though, that ultimately Notre Dame needs 1 to 2 of the freshman receivers to be able to contribute. And contribute can be a lot of different ways, right? Like, contribute could just mean being a starter, being one of the main volume getters. Contributor could just mean second key backup, or can mean just your quality depth for practice purposes more than anything. But I do think that Cam Williams will be on the field in 2024 because I think he's a special player.
Who do you think will be? Man, we couldn't keep him off the field.
Cam's one of them. Cam's one of the guys that can't keep off the field. You know who's another one on defense that's probably going to surprise you a little bit? Well, 2 on defense. One isn't going to surprise anybody. Kingston Viliamu is a guy that is just like, I imagine he's going to be probably the backup Mike.
Him and Cam are like the easy. Those are
Yes, they're the easy ones. Sean, I think it's going to be really hard to keep Bryce Young off the field next year. I think it's going to be really hard because I know you got RJ Oben in the transfer portal for Duke.
Right.
I know that you have some really nice young strong side defensive ends. Apparently Joshua Burnham's getting a little burn at strong side defensive end this bowl season right now. You have Brendan Vernon. You still have Tyson Ford. But I don't know, man. Like, I watch Bryce Young and I'm just like guys, I mean, like, you guys say it all the time, you know, they look different, right? Bryce Young's one of those guys that I look at, I'm just like, that guy is just a little bit of a different type of athlete than what you have at strong side end. And not the different type of athlete as in he's a really good one and the other ones aren't good. The other ones are good just in a different way, but you just don't have many guys that look like Bryce Young. I mean, 6'5.5", he's going to be 250 plus pounds in like the very near future. He's got long arms. He's explosive. I think Bryce Young's going to play a lot in 2024. That's an early prediction for me, I guess. I think he's going to play a lot.
I can see that. I don't know. Do you think this class has more guys that fit that bill than the 23 class? Like, man, we couldn't keep them off the field.
Well, I think there's different ways of looking at that question. Is when you say couldn't keep it off the field, the positive is that guy's too talented not to play, right? A guy that just, you need to get him on the field. The other way of looking at it, though, Sean, is like, you can say a guy is too good not to keep off the field because he's just better than maybe a soft spot in the roster that you have, right? Like, I would think of it as like, actually, I don't want to use an example of a player because I think it's slightly disrespectful. But like, let's say you have actually, I'll use an example here, Sean. Ready? So Kurt Heinisch, Myron Tungavaloa Amosa came in, right? Where they both developed into good football players for Notre Dame. Very good, underrated football players at times. But should they have played as freshmen? Should they play a true freshman at Notre Dame? Like, was their talent at such a level where you're like, that guy's a no-brainer day one, you have to play as a true freshman? I would say no. I would personally say they probably were not in the best position where you didn't have the defensive tackle position in a spot where you could just ease those guys in and not have to depend on them early, right?
Yeah.
So I think that there's some players in 2024 that are going to be in a couple of those spots, right? Like I talk about wide receiver depth, for instance. I expect Cam Williams and Mike Gilbert to play just because there's still a depth issue at wide receiver, and there's still going to be a depth issue at wide receiver. But for me, it's like, I think Bryce Young is just so talented that he could just play because I think he's potentially going to be too good to keep off the field. You don't need Kingston Viliamu to play as a true freshman. You don't, because I think that he can rock with Drake Bowen, Jaden Osbury, Nolan Ziegler, Jalen Sneed, like that group. And you could just be like, man, we're good. We don't need any other linebackers coming in. But Kingston is just so good that I look at him and I say, he's probably going to play as a freshman. He's most likely going to play. So I think Kingston's too good not to play. I think Cam Williams is too good not to play. Probably a wide receiver or two are too good not to play this year. You know, the one player I'm curious about, Sean, is if the right tackle position, because I'm assuming right now, I'll be very honest with y'all, that since Charles Jackson was starting the bowl game, I'm just kind of penciling him in at left tackle next year. I am in my mind. I'm just kind of penciling him in. Yeah. So, but my question is the right tackle position. You're going to have Tosh Baker. You're going to have Emil Wagner, and then maybe a couple other guys are going to be kind of working at that spot to try to find that spot. Do you think, Sean, that Gerby Lambert might be too good to keep off the field in 2024?
Well, of course, with him coming only in the fall instead of being an early enrollee like the majority of guys in the class, that gives me a little pause. But once again, man, look, we felt like injury was the only thing. Injury, setback, and that not allowing Charles the correct pronunciation. Job you saw. We learned that yesterday.
See, I saw people say that, and I heard that that's how Charles pronounced it. Sean, I went back and I listened to a video though of Charles talking to Tom Leming when they visited him, and he pronounced his name, and it did not sound like that, man. It did not sound like that.
No. He got real pritzy with the media yesterday. But he would have been one of those players. Dude, we got to get him on the field, because that was the mindset at some point during the year. Like, yo, we might have to get him in the mix at guard, especially with some of the injuries. So that's just, man, look, I absolutely think Gerby Lambert can end up being that type of guy, man. Why? That's the pedigree of Notre Dame offensive linemen. Like, you get him in, you get him into the system, and the system has a way of churning them out and getting them ready to play.
Yep, you're not wrong, man. You are not wrong at all. So, I mean, it's very, I really believe that that's going to be an interesting spot to watch from, because I'm actually pretty high on Emil Wagner. I think that if Emil Wagner has the requisite weight on his frame, I think Emil Wagner could be a really good right tackle for Notre Dame. I truly do. I actually, here's the take, Sean. I want you to just react to this, okay? You don't need to. I think that Emil Wagner, if he can add the weights and he's locked in, right? And I'm not saying he's not locked in. Like, I've never heard any reports about like he has that type of issue. I think it could be an upgrade over Blake Fisher next year. I do.
Hey, I mean, I understand. You'll get no fight back from me, right? I'm not here to defend Blake Fisher. Like, the film is the film. The inconsistency is what it was. I mean, what are we talking about? So,
yeah. Any
other production?
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Any other early impact players, Sean? Like, do you think one of the running backs could make noise in that room? Do you think CJ Carr could rise to being the second string behind Riley Leonard, like the foregone conclusion to be the future?
You know what? It was funny because I tried to give CJ Carr, for an instance.
Yep.
I mean, if CJ Carr is playing next year, that means for 2 years in a row, the transfer quarterback thing did not work out, or there was a bad injury. So,
agreed.
Take that with a grain of salt. But I will say this: CJ Carr, what he signals is that talent is being stacked in that room.
Sure.
That's what it signals, right? Because, you saw the practice report, the buzz that's coming from, it's the same buzz that was coming when we watched Kenny Minchie throw the ball against everybody else in the quarterback room.
Sure.
It was like, oh, snap, he has the best arm of the group as a freshman. So now you have another guy coming in where guys are like, oh, the ball comes out of his hands different. That's a good thing. Like, I don't care who wins or what the depth chart is. You have two guys now in the room that have arm talent that could be considered NFL level arm talent. And you're stacking that with Deuce in 25. So we should be standing up feeling happy as a fan base because the talent in the quarterback room is taking a step up and we're stacking it year after year. That's the greatest thing about anything we heard about CJ Carr. Yes, you want to hear about it individually, but it has greater meaning, as far as the talent in the quarterback room overall. And then you add Riley Leonard to the fold officially today. Yeah. I can definitely see CJ. Yeah. If he's that dude, then he's that dude. Yeah. Riley Leonard twisting ankle. If
Right.
Steve Angeli's no longer here, like there are a lot of things that can happen. I can foresee it. Yeah, the running backs, of course. We talked about that. But yeah, I CJ Carr specifically, I do think there's a slim path to him seeing playing time next year. Because I think he's that bright of a kid.
Yep.
That's really like a tip of the cap to him. I think
Yeah.
he's that bright of a kid that he's going to pick things up quickly.
I think both the young quarterbacks on the roster, both Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr, are very bright kids. So I think that they both could potentially duke it out for that backup job, along with Steve Angeli potentially, right? So I think it's going to be a great quarterback battle to be QB2, and then in consequence, QB3 is going to be a great battle in spring and fall camp. I think it's going to be a really nice conversation. So, Sean, we have a nice, a new addition to the Irish Breakdown podcast family. We got a interview coming up in just a second from Mr. Gerby Lambert, who is a star offensive tackle, Catholic Memorial in the state of Massachusetts, West Roxbury. Second straight year that Notre Dame has secured a commitment from a star out of Catholic Memorial. Obviously, they got Boubacar Traore in the 2023 recruiting class, and now Gerby Lambert in 2024. Let's get Gerby on the show here. And we'll get his camera on hopefully here in a second. We're going to welcome Gerby Lambert into the show now. Gerby, I think you're on mute, man, but thank you so much for joining the podcast, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Hey, first and foremost, Gerby, I know that this is a very busy day for you, signing and getting all that stuff together. So thank you so much, man. Just first and foremost for giving us a little bit of time, man. I know it's hectic, but how's the day going for you and just officially signing with the Irish finally?
My day is going good. It feels good to finally sign. We've been looking forward to this day for a long time and finally came. So I'm excited.
How's the family reacting to everything, man? I know they've probably been a great support system to you, your coaches as well. Just, I guess their perspective of like how the support system around you has been able to enjoy this day as well.
Yeah, they're just taking everything in, same as me. Like they're just extremely blessed to be put in this position. They're just extremely happy for me and excited.
So I know you had a very interesting recruitment because obviously Coach Heastand was the offensive line coach at Notre Dame. And I know he was a big fan of your game and he was pushing for you heavily for months. And then obviously there was a coaching change and Coach Rudolph comes on the staff and immediately you were a guy that he also wanted to push for because he's a big fan of you as well. Talk to me about just a little bit of, I guess, just transitioning to developing a relationship with a new offensive line coach and how ultimately Notre Dame was able to seal the deal with you.
Yeah, that transition was honestly extremely smooth just because of the guy and the coach that Coach Rudolph is. Just having a couple conversations with him on the phone, I could just tell he's someone that I would want to be coached by easily. He's a great guy. I'm very happy that they chose him after Coach Heastand. It would have been a pleasure to play under Coach Heastand because, he's a legend. But, Coach Rudolph, I know he's an amazing coach. I know he's going to allow me to see my true potential. So
you have a very interesting, a little bit of, just, I guess, extra support in this conversation because Notre Dame literally just got a great player from your school the previous year in Boubacar Traore.
Mm-hmm.
How big was Boubacar in this for you, Gerby? Was he a guy that you leaned on? Were you talking to him a ton during the recruitment? Like, how big was he, I guess, in his influence in your recruitment as well?
Yeah, I talked to him a couple of times, just so he could give me some background on how it actually is. Because, I know from recruiting and then to being a player is a little bit different. And I know it's hard for him because, he's going a little far from home. So I just talked to him a couple of times, see how the transition was, see how classes was. And, he helped me a lot getting to know what it was like being at Notre Dame.
What's South Bend like for maybe people that haven't been there before? I know you've had the opportunity, obviously, to get on campus a couple times at this point. What was maybe, I guess, your first impression of the campus when you got on it? Like, how would you just kind of describe it, I guess, if that makes sense?
It was a really beautiful campus. You really get that tight-knit community feel, which is kind of like what we have at Catholic Memorial. We're a pretty small Catholic school, and Notre Dame kind of mirrors that tight-knit community feel. It's a beautiful campus. Anyone that would go would be astonished by the campus. So.
How excited are you to get your Notre Dame career kicked off here? Because I know you're not an early enrollee. I know you're not going to be there till the summer, but just being able to wear that blue and gold very soon here, man, and get that college career going. How excited are you just kind of for the next step of your process?
I'm extremely excited. I've been waiting for this for a long time. I'm ready to compete. I'm ready to, just play for Notre Dame and develop for the years to come.
Gerby, coming from the area,
Yeah.
I would venture to say that the big time programs for most of the kids growing up are Boston College, Penn State. You talk about the history of Notre Dame and how that becomes global and national.
Mhm.
And then you put into the perspective of something we just talked about before you came on. Notre Dame is almost like a machine when it comes to offensive line. It just seems like no matter who comes,
Yeah.
they're able to play early,
Mhm.
be good, and
Yeah.
then matriculate to the NFL and become very good players in the NFL.
Mhm.
Like, have you allowed yourself to kind of dive into that, look forward, and what could be for you in your future? And I'm sure that played a pivotal role in
Mhm.
your ultimate decision.
Yeah, I know. That's part of the reason why I chose Notre Dame, because I know what they can do for me in my future, whether it be through football. In football, like Coach Freeman was saying earlier, he was in a press conference. He was saying that football ends really quickly, whether that be you get injured or anything could happen to you. So that's part of the reason I chose Notre Dame. I was looking out for my future, and anyone that cares about their future will go to Notre Dame. So that's what I did.
Gary, you seem like a very soft-spoken young man, but then I watched your film, and you have a little bit of a meat streak, man. I'm watching you. The one highlight was my favorite highlight of all time. You
Yeah.
drove a dude to the sideline, and you just dumped him out of bounds,
Yes.
and you were just like, "You're out of here, man."
Yeah.
Where does that killer instinct come on the field, man? Because you seem like a very nice, polite young man, but then I watch you on the field, and you're kind of mean, man. You're a little bit mean on the field.
Yeah, no, I don't really know. It's like when I start playing, I just like kind of flip a switch. Once the national anthem's playing, once the ref calls kickoff, I know I just change like completely.
And I saw your film because, I mean, when you were originally offered by Notre Dame, you were only a sophomore in high school. So, like, you've been on the radar for a long time. I remember watching your sophomore film, and I really loved it because I saw the tools, right? I saw length, athleticism, a great frame to develop. Junior year, you took a huge jump, obviously. You filled out the frame a little bit more. But then senior year, I mean, you went from like 270 something probably when I first watched you to like 300 pounds this year. And you just looked like so much more filled out and physical. Talk to me, I guess, a little bit about your senior year jump as far as like what were the biggest improvements in your game, whether it be physically, technically, like what did you get better at this year?
I'd say pass pro. It was something that I kind of struggled with because it's so new to me, like football's so new. I definitely just worked on that a lot in the off season. I got some one-on-ones. I got just a lot of pass pro drills to help me kind of develop more. We practice run blocking every day, so I think I developed and got better at that. But I'd say pass pro is probably what I got better at the most.
Gerby, Charles Jagasaw. I couldn't let that come across.
You're fine, man. I know you have background stuff. You're good.
Charles Jagasaw was meeting with the media, and he was talking about, or he was asked about what he pulled from Joe Alt.
Man, these people just want to cut off the podcast. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
But no, he talked about Joe Alt and his influence and what he picked up from him. One of the things he said is like, Joe Alt has like this special like way of hop in his kick step that's only he can do. It's effective. And he talked about like finding his own niche.
Yeah.
From the technical aspect, is it like that playing left tackle? Like you can watch guys, but you almost have to find your own niche in your kick step to make yourself the best player. Is that the same way you feel about the position when Charles Jagasaw mentioned that?
Yeah, because when I'm watching, I watch a lot of film, like especially on the pro guys, and I try to like copy them, but sometimes I realize that it's not going to be the same. Like your movements are not going to be the same, so you're going to have to develop your own way of doing things that works for you. So that's what I started to do, especially my senior year. Sophomore and junior year, I try to just copy what I saw, and I figured out that's not going to work for me. So yeah.
Is yours still a work in progress, or do you think you found it?
No, it's definitely still a work in progress. Like I definitely have places to improve. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're going to be working obviously with a great offensive line coach. You're going to be working with a lot of great offensive linemen. Gerby, I had a question for you because you mentioned something in one previous answer that you're still kind of new to football. Talk. Give the people a little bit background, basically, as far as like when you started playing football and just kind of your ascension as a player over the last couple of years.
So my freshman year, I was playing soccer in the fall, and because of COVID, football is like a contact sport, so they wanted to delay it a little bit. So they had like a fall 2 season almost, which was in the spring. And the football coach saw me and he talked to me and my mom. My mom's like, she wasn't really big on football because, you know, the injuries and stuff. And then my athletic trainer, he's also Haitian, and his mom was like the same way. So he kind of talked to my mom and helped us throughout the entire process. His name is Jeff Saluk, but he's been, you know, helping us through the entire process. He allowed my mom to see the bright other side. You know, once my mom heard like it could allow me to get free college, that's when I think she decided to allow me to play. I gave it a try my freshman year. I didn't really play because there's only 4 games due to COVID. And then sophomore year, well, the summer going into my sophomore year, I really started to work out with the team, work out with some of the guys, and I started at right tackle. And then, you know, I've just been developing and continue to develop throughout the years. Every off season, I've just been working with the team, working alone, and yeah.
So Notre Dame has showed that although offensive line is like a weird position at times because development is so important, right? Like the physical development, the technical development, but they've also shown that if you're really good, we'll get you on the field. I mean, Sean already talked about Joe Alt started as a true freshman. Blake Fisher was a starter as a true freshman. Literally, Charles Jagasaw is starting at left tackle as a true freshman in the bowl game. What are your goals that you have, Gerby, as far as just that first season? Like, what would make, I guess, that a successful year for you, if that makes sense?
I don't really have a goal as to like playing time. I just want to like be the best I can, develop the most I can, as much as I can. Wherever they need me, I'm obviously gonna be there and try to fill out the roles that they need me at. But I'm obviously gonna be ready to compete with. You know, I'm just gonna come every day, try to get better. That's my goal.
And my last question for you is, I know it's a great day for you and the family, like I said before. What do you have planned the rest of the day, man? I'm sure you already did the ceremony at home, at school and everything. What's the rest of the day look like? You got dinner planned. What are the plans for the rest?
I actually have a track meet today. Later
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's where I'm gonna go. It's at 4:30. So yeah.
How's track going so far? I'm assuming what shot put discus, that type of thing.
Yeah, shot put for the winter. Yeah, I had a meet last week. I got first. Yeah, I have another one today. So.
Oh, nice. I'm a little bit of a track and field nerd, man. I was actually a thrower coach on the high school level for a little while. How far are you putting it out there in the shot put?
47, but
okay.
Yeah, I'm looking to improve that this year. Though, so.
Nice,
yeah.
Man. Nice. Well, you'll have obviously the winter and then obviously the spring with, you know, getting in there in the summer and everything. Gerby, really appreciate you taking the time today, man. This was a pleasure to get you on the podcast for a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much for just giving us your story, a little bit of your background, and the day in general, man. We really appreciate you for hopping in with us for a few minutes, okay?
No, thank you for having me.
Absolutely, man. Best of luck. Go Irish, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Sean, there it is, man. Gerby Lambert, new member to the show, man. I was joking with Brian, and, you know, I think I joked about this with Gerby. I can't remember, but I was working so hard for months leading up to Gerby picking Notre Dame, and I was just trying to, you know, just get a phone call. Like, what's up, man? How's recruitment going? Didn't hear from him because I don't think he likes recruiting. Like, I should have asked that, but I don't think he likes recruiting, you know?
But see, that's how he played us, right?
Yes.
Because I was to connect early.
Yes.
And I remember initially he responded. And then
he responded to me initially too. And
then
I think
all of a sudden,
kind of like, yeah.
You know, he's like, "Oh man, what's up? Did I say something wrong? Did I ask the wrong question?" So our experiences were very similar with him, but you know, just always has been pleasant. A pleasant young man to speak with, a pleasant young man to get to know, and he doesn't have me fooled, Ryan.
Yeah,
he doesn't have me fooled, right?
Okay.
Because you look at him like, oh, he's super nice, man.
He's super nice.
Looks like a nice kid. No. I don't want to be across from that dude.
No.
That's a setup. I don't want to be across from that dude. Like,
Oh, you think he's one of those dudes that's like pancaking dudes and let him up like, good job, guy. Maybe next play,
Right.
like do
Exactly.
better. Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
I can see that, man. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, man, like I was expecting him to be a really nice, like, reserve kid because I mean, that's just generally like the people that don't really like to, do the social media thing and the recruiting thing. Like that's usually their personality. And I expected that to be Gerby, but you're right, Sean. The demeanor on the field is completely different than the demeanor off of it, man. He's a physical dude. I know Brian had him as one of his 3 5-star recruits in the 2024 class of Notre Dame commits. So, yeah, man, high expectations for him as well, because although he's not getting there until the summer, that right tackle position, man, you got an opportunity there, I think. Like, if you really do think you have an opportunity, especially by the end of the season, if not the beginning of the season. So I'm interested to see just how quickly he assimilates to the college game, man.
See, I'm just now becoming a film nerd like you.
Yes.
Like you've been doing it for longer than me. Now I'm like growing into my, infancy of film nerdness. And it was funny because I started going back watching this film after I watched Charles with the media yesterday, talking about the nuance of the kick step with everybody and how it's customized. Because I thought it was like all uniform. I'm thinking like, oh, the kick step is uniform.
It's supposed to be, but
It's
yeah, people
supposed
make
to
their
be.
modifications. Yeah, yeah.
So he talks about this little thing that he picked up in Joe Alt's kick step. And I'm like, man, let me go look at Joe Alt's kick step right quick.
He does a little bit of a shuffle instead of a true like kick slide. Yeah.
But it works for him, right?
Mhm,
And that's something that as a coach, when you see, okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not touching that, right?
Yeah.
And that is the greatness of being athletic and having great feet at the position of tackle. Like when you have great feet, there are a lot of ways you can do a dance, right?
Yep.
And most great dancers are not conventional dancers. They just are talented, but they can still do what they do within the structure of that particular dance. But
Sure.
it looks a little bit different because they're just great at it. And this is, Gerby Lambert, this is Charles Jagasaw, and this is Joe Alt. They're all probably going to look different in the way they do it.
Yep.
But they're so good with their feet that the production is still going to be there. And for me, that was like, yo, that's super dope for me to learn, like I said, in the infancy of my film nerdness.
I'm still calling him Charles Jagasaw. I'm not changing now. Okay. I'm not doing it. I'm not
So now
doing it
you're just
anymore.
gonna be petty. You're just gonna be
I'm just
petty. The
gonna be
man
petty,
told you
man.
what his name was.
Sean, I saw a video of him pronouncing his last name before, and it was not whatever the heck he said it was yesterday. I'm not doing it. But back to Gerby Lambert for a second, Sean. I think there's a very interesting conversation because although he talked about it, you need to continue to harness his technique from a pass protection perspective and all that great stuff, right? He may have a great, here's a great conversation. Who's more talented just from a pure athleticism length perspective, Gerby Lambert or Charles Jagasaw? It's a great conversation because one, both are stupid talented. Like if you told me both of them were first round picks eventually, I'd be like, yep, I get that. Like they are both 6'7" with long arms and athleticism, makes total sense. And that might be why he might be too good not to play as a true freshman. That might be why that Gerby comes in and has the opportunity to play because he is a crazy talented kid, man. 6'7", 300 pounds, athletic, physical. He's got all the tools to be really good, man. He really does.
He's one of those people that you're like, you're not supposed to be able to do that at that age.
You're not. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yeah.
Like who does that at 16, 17? Like
Sean, he's going to get bigger too, man.
I know.
He's
Can you
6'7",
imagine the
300 pounds.
bookends? The bookends it could be with him and CJ.
Yeah. Well, him and Charles, I think have similar body types in the sense that I can see them both being 325. Well, Charles is already 330, but I can see them both being between 325 and 335, but just not still look strong and athletic, not just be put bad weight on your frame. You're just a massive kid with a great frame. That's just, and I also love, I must say this, I love that Gerby is doing track and he's throwing because that is all about core strength, flexibility, and footwork. That's all that's about, especially shot put. I don't know if he's a rotational shot putter or if he's a glider, but either way, that is working on core strength, which I absolutely love because that was the biggest jump in his game, in my opinion, Sean. I don't know if you agree with this, but like, yeah, he got a little bit more like coordinated and just comfortable in his body as a senior for sure.
Mhm.
But the biggest difference in his game from junior year to senior year is senior year. That dude was strong, man. Like he really got a bump developed physically, in my opinion.
And on top of that, it goes to what we said, right? Having players that are, I think Reggie Brooks told me this recently. He said the greatness of our teams is that we have football players.
Yep.
And I think Notre Dame is getting to that point in their recruitment where they're getting a lot of guys that are just football players.
Yes.
So whereas they can get them on campus and find out where the need is and where their greatest fit is and what's going to make them a better player. And even though we're not talking about that in a sense with these two big tackles, specifically Gerby Lambert, but you talked about what it means to be a multi-sport athlete as an offensive lineman, the footwork and the core, being able to sit on that butt, as they say, as an offensive lineman,
That bend,
to take
man,
away that power
bend.
move.
Yes.
Absolutely. It's the same thing with Charles Jagasaw for being a state champion in wrestling.
41-0 as a junior. 41-0 as a junior. Yeah, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so that is something with both of those young men, the athletic. And Charles Jagasaw said it yesterday. He was asked, what's your greatest strength? And he's like, my feet. My feet,
Which for a 6'7", 330-pound guy is like that. You kind of step back. You're like, wow. If your feet is the best part of your game at 6'7", 330, you're a freak show, man. Like you're a freak show. You're not made on this planet basically at that point. So yeah, I would say this too, Sean. I love, because I'm cool with offensive linemen playing basketball, right? Like Joe Otting was a really good basketball player. Like there's some really good basketball playing offensive linemen. I have no problem with that. But my two favorite sports for offensive linemen to play, you mentioned both of them already. One is wrestling. That's number one. Leverage, bend, hand play. Yes, please. Number two is track and field as a thrower. Because shot put is all about good base, core explosiveness. That's what shot put's about. Discus, the other side of it, discus, because you're always going to be a spinner as a discus thrower, always going to be a spinner. And that is about coordination and foot quickness and understanding how to use your hips. Those two sports together, I think is just the most tremendous. If an offensive lineman, a young offensive lineman came up and asked me, what sport should I play? My first two that I would tell them, and again, I'd be okay with basketball. Basketball's fine. But I would say wrestling, track and fields. Wrestling, track and field. Those are the two ones. And I love multi-sport athletes, man. I love it. Because, Sean, they're about to get to college, and it's just going to be football, man. It's all just going to be football always. That's it. And sometimes people lose the love of the game when that happens, because they're like, I wasn't well-rounded enough as an athlete when I was in high school.
Yeah.
And then they missed out on that well-roundedness. But the guys that play multiple sports usually begin to love the sport that they're playing only when the other ones are taken away, if that makes sense.
And like you said, you can't beat the process of technique. Every different sport is a different technique, a different discipline. And if you can commit to different disciplines, that bodes well for you when you specialize and you find that one thing that you're going to lock in on.
Yep.
So I agree with you, man. I love to see, especially offensive linemen that are multi-sport athletes, being able to transition. It definitely helps the transition. And Notre Dame has two guys in the last two classes that can be early, impactful players at their position because of that.
Yeah, and me and Brian had the conversation yesterday about, like who ranks higher for you, Gerby Lambert or Charles Jagasaw? And ultimately, I don't think there's a wrong answer. I don't. Like one may rank slightly higher for me, but I think both are just legitimate top 30 players in their classes, like top 35-ish players in their classes. Like they are both tremendous talents. And I wanted to bring up we had a comment from Big Jim, which I think is a very good one. He said, wait, what? How big is Gerby for real? How big is Styles? Styles Prescott, of course, the Indiana in-state product that just signed from Hamilton Southeastern in Fishers, Indiana. So Jim, yes, we said it. Like Gerby is 6'7", 300 pounds listed right now, and I'm pretty sure that's been verified. He also reports a 7'1" reach, a 7'1" wingspan, which is obviously incredible. Styles Prescott's the small guy, Sean. He's 6'6", 280. He had a big jump. He was only 260 as a junior. He's up to 280 pounds. I mean, he's going to be a pretty big kid when all is said and done. Anthony Knapp had a nice growth. He's 6'4.5", about 280 pounds now. Peter Jones has always been 6'5", 305. Like, he's always been kind of that dude. Notre Dame's bringing in a lot of athletic size, not just size, athletic size. Guys that can really move, but guys that can also, they have that core strength. The guys that can sit down on power, the guys that can create that core strength into their punch and have those strong mitts. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of big time size there, man. So Jim, thank you so much for that question, man, because I think it's very important that we keep talking about Notre Dame's had an impact size in the 2024 class on both the offensive and defensive line. Sean, it's a little bit of a surprise one here. So we had Mr. Tom Leming on the show last year. I don't know if people grew up with the Leming Report, but I used to watch it all the time on TV. He was the person that really got me into football recruiting. I remember just watching his show and tell me about these guys and who are these stars of tomorrow. And it really made me fall in love with just kind of the recruiting side of the business a little bit. Tom Leming came on the show last year. He's at Leming Report on Twitter. He does a lot of great work. He travels the country looking at thousands of recruits each and every year. And he was nice enough, Sean, to come on the show here for a few minutes for us. So I'm going to get Tom Leming on here. He's traveling right now. I think he's literally in the state of Texas driving because he's always on the road.
That expense report must be pretty crazy.
Yes, man.
Mr. Leming is all he does. Look, he is the GOAT. For us, I'm from Chicago. So I've been locked in with this gentleman for years. He is the GOAT when it comes to recruiting. I do nothing but tip my cap. It's always a joy to have a chance to talk to him. But yeah, that expense report has to be crazy when he puts it in.
And I got to meet Tom down in Notre Dame this past offseason as well for the Blue and Gold game. He was down there as well, interviewing some players and whatnot, doing his work. And he basically invented the star rating too, Sean, which we'll talk about right now. We're going to get Tom Leming on the show. Welcoming Tom. Tom, what's up, man? Oh, can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Oh,
wait,
can you?
There you are.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, great.
Yeah, man.
I'm
How
in
are
Jasper.
you, Tom?
Okay, I'm in Jasper, Texas. I was in Galveston at Ball High School this morning, then Port Arthur Memorial. Now I'm heading towards Carthage, where they got a couple of really good ball players, and I'll wind up in Texarkana tonight.
Nice. How are the travels been over the last couple weeks, man? I've been keeping up with you on Twitter, posting all the videos and everything. You've been around recently, man. You've been around.
Yeah, we did the broadcast for the U.S. Army game Monday night at the Star, the big Dallas Cowboys facility, and it was great. I'll tell you one thing, two Notre Dame guys really stood out. Bod Kahun was one of the better linebackers, probably the best linebacker there. And Micah Gilbert caught, 12, 13 passes. He was fantastic, getting passes from Colin Hurley, who's going to LSU. So it was quite a day for those two Notre Dame recruits.
Yeah, and Tom, we actually just had the defensive coordinator for Bod Kahun out there, who was talking about just kind of the season he had. He had over 200 tackles this past year, man. I guess it sounds like though just him in person. I mean, I know he's right around 6'2.5", 6'3", about 220 pounds. It sounds like he looked the part though athletically.
Yeah, he sure does. Matter of fact, in our meetings Sunday night, the day before the game, Houston Nutt, who's one of my co-hosts on TV and a great coach, and he understood. And Houston and Noah Mazzoni both said that he scares them with his intensity. So
wow,
he's going to be I think kind of a surprise at Notre Dame. Not as well known as Asa from California, who's a great linebacker. As a matter of fact, I do the Butkus Award. I nominated both of them. And Bodie made the final 15 out of the 51, and Asa made the final five. We gave it to Sammy Brown this year, who's going to Clemson. Sammy's been all-state running back and linebacker 4 straight years, 4.0 student, benches 360, and runs a 4.4. So he's a great player. A lot of good linebackers out there this year. And Bodie's definitely one of the best. And what you look at him for upside with Bodie is because he's only played a couple years of football, having come from a lacrosse background. I think he's going to improve more than most of the other guys.
Yeah. Well, and Tom, you mentioned Micah Gilbert down there. I just want to ask him about him a little bit because he is a guy that I liked as a junior. Like, I liked him, right? But I was missing a little bit of explosiveness and a little bit of dynamic ability. I thought he took a huge step as a senior and it looked a lot more explosive to me.
He certainly did. He only averaged, I think, 12 or 13 yards a catch as a junior. That's not very good for a high school player. But he did take a big step. And when we saw him down there, he's a big physical guy. Now, he's never going to be a blazer. I would say between 4.5, 4.6 probably would be his best. But he did take a big step. He's got good size. He catches everything within his frame. And he showed good strength, running ability after the catch, which surprised me, too. He's never going to be a guy that's going to, threaten the defense vertically. But he does have that, all the other intangibles. It's going to make him like a Michael Floyd and all the other big, strong receivers. Notre Dame's, what they do lack, though, is a Will Fuller or Rocket Ishmael or Tim Brown type, 4-3 type guy. And hopefully the new wide receiver coach will be able to bring that in next year. Although Cam Williams is a sub-11 flat, and he's got great size. I think Cam's a legit 5-star wide receiver, and you'll see a lot of them. Even though they're bringing in a couple of really good transfers, I think Cam will see a lot of playing time as a freshman.
Mr. Leming, you go back to some of the greatest eras or greatest teams in Notre Dame history when it comes to the young men. So now you get a kid like Bryce Young, and you actually evaluated his dad.
Yeah.
Like, what is that like, seeing a kid like that? You evaluate his dad, and now he's come to Notre Dame. Do you see him having a similar path? I mean, that's a tough path, being an impossible Hall of Famer in the NFL. But
he's a little.
He has the potential.
Yeah, he's a little different than his dad. His dad was one of those big, naturally muscular guys. Bryant invited Kathy and I out to his Hall of Fame induction, so we sat there with the family. So I've known them for a while. He's part of that great class that Notre Dame had. I think 18 guys go in the NFL, 5 first-round picks, and from Chicago, too. And I said this before, and I don't know if I told you, Ryan, but Chicago's got 51 guys in the NFL now. 13 got drafted from the Chicago area last year, 2 first-rounders, 4 second-rounders. Notre Dame only had 1 of the 13 they offered. They did a horrible job in Chicago the last 6, 7, 8, 9 years. And I think when they win a national title, the last time they won it, I know that Kent Graham was the backup quarterback. On the offensive line was Lindsey Knapp and Tim Grunhard and Joe Allen. Defensive line, Jeff Alm and Chris Zorich, Stan Smagala, George Streeter in the backfield, all Chicago guys. And because, now with the transfer portal, some of these guys that'll leave, I couldn't believe Rico Flores left, but he's 2,000 miles away. And I think Chicago kids, all things being equal, they're more willing to stay closer to home and battle for a starting job instead of just taking off right away. And I think Gino's now, Tommy Reese had Chicago, and I think it left a little bit to be desired as a recruiter. And I think Gino will do a lot better job. They already got 2 guys committed for next year and bringing in Cam this year. So it's looking good. Next year's load I'm going to be using for the first time ever the Chicago area for the front cover of the magazine.
Oh, looks like we may have lost Tom a little bit there, Sean.
Probably drove through a little zone.
Yeah, a little zone, man. We'll see if we can get him back in a minute because a lot of great information, obviously. That's why I love having him on, though, Sean, is that, you mentioned it. He's been doing this so long. He has seen so many great football players over the years.
He evaluated Bryant Young.
Yes.
And now he evaluated his son, and his son Bryce goes to Notre Dame. I mean, it's just amazing. I think we got him back.
Out in the
middle of the sticks here. When you're going between Jasper and Carthage, there isn't a whole lot, so probably it's the reception.
You're good, Tom. No, it was a lot of great information. So I wanted to ask you just like a couple more, and then we'll let you get out of there. Again, we really appreciate your time so much. A couple of the top players that Notre Dame was able to sign today. I think just kind of asking your opinion because you've been around to see just about probably every one of these players at this point. You mentioned one, though, that I just wanted to ask you about. Kingston Viliamoasa out of St. John Bosco, 6'3", 230 pounds. Some have him ranked as a top 30 player now in the in the recruiting rankings, 5-star recruit. Seeing him up close, what do you feel like makes him special as a player?
You know what he is? He's intense. I talked to his coach. He was one of our 5 finalists for the Butkus Award, and He had great. I think he had 18 tackles in the state in the last game. Fantastic inside backer. He's physical. He's tough. I've known him since his freshman year because I go to Bosco and Mater Dei every year when I'm out there. And great kid, and coming to Notre Dame when you got USC and Ohio State and everybody chasing you. Yeah, he's a dedicated ball player academically and on the field, and that's a great sign. Getting him and Bod Kahun coming in the same class is fantastic. So, linebacker-wise, Al Golden has been doing a great job bringing him in, and I look for great things out of him. I think he's mature and physical enough to play as a true freshman, particularly coming from Bosco, where they play all the great teams, and he excelled with the great teams. And it came down to Sammy Brown and Justin Williams and him for the linebacker of the year for the whole nation. So he's in very good company.
We just had.
Can I get this? I'm very interested in, as the landscape of college football changes with the transfer portal almost becoming bigger than National Signing Day in December, and then with the NIL impacting high school players at the core, because a lot of fans wonder about this. Are the young men that you cover today still in love with the game of football the way that the young men you covered previously years ago, with all of the things and the way things have changed? Do you still feel like young men in high school still love the game the same way?
Yeah, that's a good question because they do. However, with the transfer portal.
Oh, Tom, we don't have you anymore.
And I see that's the big change from 45 years ago when I started in the business. And I don't like that. You see quarterbacks particularly, they seem to jump ship as soon as they don't win the starting job. They don't want to keep battling for it. So they want to be handed everything. As I said, I'm not a big fan of that, but that's about the difference. Back in those days, everybody, ball players would tell you where they were leaning. I remember Dan Marino was my first year, and Dan told me he was going to go to Pitt. Well, before he went to Pitt, he lived a mile away from the stadium. Nowadays, they'll tell you, I have no idea where I'm going. The next day, they'll commit to a school. So they try to keep everything to themselves, and they all announce. When we started the U.S. Army game announcing kids, I remember one year we had 22 guys announced during the game. Nowadays, the ball players are doing it on Twitter. So there really aren't any big announcements mentioned anymore. And like signing day, it's anticlimactic because everybody kind of knows where everybody's going. Like Notre Dame, I don't think there were any surprises today. They didn't bring anybody yet. But back in the old days, and I mean just 10, 15 years ago, the majority of the ball players announced around signing day, and it was like a party atmosphere. We would do. I mean, I started with CBS 2005. We did 8 hours live that day, and then we worked it down to 6. And now it's just a matter of a half-hour show because there are no surprises. So that's the big difference.
All right, well, Tom, we'll let you get out of here on that one, man. We really appreciate you again so much for taking some time with us. We'll definitely have to have you back on again, maybe to break it down a little bit more, man. But safe travels, and thank you so much as always for joining the show. We really appreciate it.
I may have lost you guys again. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us? Maybe. No. All right. Well, I'll text Tom, Sean. I guess we kind of lost a little bit of audio there, but if you can hear us behind the sets, we really appreciate it, Tom, and we will be sure to have you back on again, sir. Enjoy your travels, and
absolutely,
thank you as always for the content that you give out there. So he is the godfather of recruiting, man. Sean. He's the
godfather,
guy.
Yes. Whatever you want to say.
Yes.
He is him.
He is him. That's a good way to put it, man. He is him, as the kids would say. Kids would also say that I'm looking icy today, but that'd be another conversation for another day. I know we
you are icy, bro. White on white, and it goes perfectly into the background and the color of the room. Absolutely. Yes. You and Sean Civiliano Jr.
Oh man,
icy today.
Yeah, I need to get the bling like Sean. Even though my wife would probably make fun of me if I did that, so I'm probably actually not going to do that. Yes. You know when I first met my wife, I had earrings. I had like diamond studs, right? I had them.
Yeah.
And I got made fun of a couple times, so I stopped wearing earrings at that point. So I don't wear earrings anymore, man. Yeah.
You had the stud or the hoop? Were you a stud?
I had the stud, man. I had the stud. Hey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had actually done both in my ear, but majority of the time I had the stud in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I wasn't a hoop guy. I was not a hoop guy, but another conversation for another day. We got some more great interviews coming, folks. Hey, Before we get to them, though, if you could just hit that like button for us, make sure you subscribe to the podcast, hit that notification bell at the bottom of the screen. If you're listening after the live, make sure to hit that subscribe button to know when every show is coming your way, and 5-star reviews on any and all of your favorite podcast platforms. We continue here, though, covering National Signing Day here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Sean, we got a couple really cool ones coming up soon, man. We've got a couple really cool ones. We have Leonard Moore coming up soon. We got Sona Young coming up. I know Cam Williams is going to be on the show. Jack Larson and Bryce Young are going to be on the show. Kenny Urlacher is going to be on the show. Teddy Rezac is going to be on the show. We got a lot of great interviews today, man. I'm having a great time. We're literally 3 hours in, and I kind of feel like we just started because we're just having such a good time here. So, folks, thank you all for being a part of this, man. Because again,
vindicated.
Seriously, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. I would say it like this, Sean. We are here to celebrate these young athletes, right? And I feel like so far we are accomplishing that feat. Because while other podcasts of other teams that they're covering are talking about decommitments and flips and what this player is doing and what this player isn't doing, we're sitting here just talking about, hey, really good class and they're great kids. That's what we're talking about, man. That's what we're talking about. I love it. I love that part of it.
Actually, the frustration, because that's what it was, the frustration of last year's show.
Yes.
Mixed in with some of the great stories from last year, right? Never forget when we had Christian and Sean DeGray on. Absolute all-time great interview.
Fantastic people, man.
Bodie probably this is a good one.
Yes.
Do you think you got more yes sirs, no sirs from Bodie or Drake Bowen? I knew that was a tough one.
I actually feel like I've had more conversations with Bodie, so probably Bodie just for the volume of it. But like, yes sir, no sir to a percentage of how many conversations I've had, probably the same. Probably the same. Yeah. I remember I met Drake down in San Antonio, obviously, for the All-American Bowl last year. And it was that way, Sean. It was like first time meeting him. Like, I think he might have called me Mr. Roberts too. And I'm just like, you don't have to call me that, man. Like, you're good. You know what I mean? Like, you call me Ryan. You're good to go.
That's respect. That's the way.
I like it, man.
Would you say Carson Hobbs is Christian Gray?
There's a very interesting parallel there. So they're a little bit different, obviously, their personalities. Both are goofy, but goofy in very different ways. You know what I mean? Like, Christian was goofy because he was a mama's boy. And that was like why he was funny.
Good point.
Carson was more goofy as in like, I feel like, because I have ADHD, right? I have ADHD. Everybody knows that, though, in the chat. Like, that's not a surprise. I feel like Carson might have a little bit of ADHD, too. And I say that lovingly as a person that has ADHD. Like, I just feel like his mind probably goes in a bunch of different directions sometimes. You know what I mean? So,
like the movie, was that A Beautiful Mind?
What was it?
With Russell Crowe? A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe?
Never seen A Beautiful Mind. Never seen it.
He was a genius. And it just, his mind would he had these figments of his imagination, like actual people that he would talk to. And it's like the borderline of genius and what it is. Like, you don't understand how close, you could be to being outside the realm of not being crazy or being crazy to others when you're a genius. So it was A Beautiful Mind is a fantastic movie.
Okay.
You got to check it out.
I might have to watch. I might watch it tonight, honestly.
Yeah.
I was actually talking to the wife about doing a little bit of a movie night tonight. So that might be the move.
Fantastic movie. I think him and A Beautiful Mind and Cinderella Man were probably his two best. Most people would say Gladiator.
Gladiator's great, man.
Yeah.
Gladiator's great. Yeah. Gladiator's great. What was his name? Marcus Aurelius something, right? In the Gladiator. Gladiator was great, man. It was great. Yeah. Hey, man. And hey, I would just like to say this, Sean, because I think someone took something out of context in the chat, and I just want to put it out there. And I probably half joking, right? There's nothing wrong with having ADHD, man. I think it's awesome. Like my mind just goes a million different directions. I think it's fun. Like, I just have a good time, man. Like I have a great time. I can also, so here's a weird thing. Did you know that people with ADHD that aren't medicated, I'm not medicated, that have ADHD, that apparently some caffeine can have the reverse effect on them. As in, caffeine can actually kind of chill you out a little bit. Doesn't get you uppity. And I have coffee every single night, Sean, 9:45 every single night. And I'm asleep at 10. Every single night. It chills me out, man.
Yeah. See, that is, and I see someone in the chat that gave, I'm not talking about the specifics of it. I'm talking about in history, whether it be Einstein, whether it be Shakespeare, who was viewed. If you go read the stories in their genius, they were viewed as weird and they had little issues, because to be a genius is literally on the borderline of, it's almost like you hear a song or you hear like Mozart play. And you're like, okay, in order to put that together, unlike anybody else, how did you get there? Right? It's almost like most recording artists would tell you they have to be on something to create. Like that level of creativity is not from the normal brain function.
Sure.
It's not.
Sure.
And their genius comes from a little bit of help from something. Like, and most people will tell you that. So anytime you venture into the land of genius, most people consider it, whether you're giving a medical term to it or something else, you're venturing into a space that is viewed by a lot of people as not really being normal.
Yep. For sure. Sean, I want to talk about, because I want to try to hit on every part of this class, because if you guys didn't join us earlier today, or when we first started this podcast 3 hours ago, we're going to have a deeper dive podcast tomorrow where we talk more about the specifics of the class, right? As far as positions, strengths at each position, where there might be potential, still some holes to fill that maybe weren't filled adequately enough, some players that we still want to see more of, how it compares nationally, how it compares to Notre Dame standard, 2-year grades. Like, we'll talk about all that stuff tomorrow. Today, obviously, was very much more player-centric. But a part of that player-centric is we still want to talk about some of these classes, Sean. And I want to hear your opinion on the cornerback group that we have this year, because we already had Carson Hobbs on, 2024 cornerback out of Archbishop Moeller in the state or Cincinnati, Ohio. And we will probably have at some point on this podcast Leonard Moore come on, who's out of Round Rock, Texas. Sean, there might not be a spot that I look at in this class and say, I really like the cornerback class in 2024, but I think it's very underrated by a lot of folks, and underrated from two aspects. Underrated from the recruiting rankings, because everyone has Carson Hobbs as a 3-star. And I'm sorry, guys, based on the senior film, if you had some, if you looked at the junior film and said, I think he might be a 3-star, I wouldn't fight you necessarily. I hear you. I got it. But senior film is not a 3-star player. It's just not. Straight up, not a 3-star player. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. It's not a 3-star. Leonard Moore was ranked as a 4-star by one, a top 150 player by a platform. And for some reason, Sean, he just keeps getting knocked down and down and down, right? In the 200s now. And then every other platform has him as a 3-star. I look at that group, and I would love to hear your opinion on it. I look at that cornerback group and I say, that might be the most underrated and underappreciated haul for Notre Dame in 2024, because I think both of those players are going to be really good. I think they're both top 150 caliber recruits, and I think that they are going to surprise a lot of people when they get to South Bend.
You remember when we first got the offer list back in January, and one of the first groups we looked at were the defensive backs, and we were like, yo, these offers are absolutely amazing for defensive back in this class, right?
Yeah.
And then some of the guys, they start to commit elsewhere, and but they all talked about Mike Mickens and the great relationship they had. And then Leonard Moore comes a little bit later down the line with his offer. The relationship with Carson Hobbs is a little bit later down the line, because the early evaluation is almost, how would you categorize it, Ryan? The surefires, right?
Sure.
They're like if you're Notre Dame, you have to offer these kids. Like these are the kids you have to offer. But while that's happening, and I remember having Mike Mickens on our show last January, and he was talking about how he was still in the process of evaluating. And we had the offers. And I'm like, And I think out of that evaluation came the next wave of offers that included Leonard Moore, included a Carson Hobbs. And now these kids are in the class. And that just shows you the tireless work and ethic that makes Mike Mickens the coach that he is, right?
Yes.
Because the evaluation never stops, right? You can have great relationships with the first wave. That's no guarantee. Keep grinding, keep evaluating, keep digging in on these young men. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor. And like you said, when you watch Carson Hobbs as a junior, but now you see his work against credible competition, very credible competition that's going to test whether or not you are a dude. And he came out. I see why he says, yeah, I'll get Tim Brown 9 out of 10 times, because he really believes that, because he's lived it. Right.
He believes
he's
it,
going
man.
up against the best of the best this year, and he lived it. And he came out on top. So that confidence is well warranted. And then Leonard Moore, like you said, you watch his film and it's like, man, Mike Mickens is like literally piecing together the room. Like, okay, this is a field guy. This is a guy I can put into the boundary. And you can see it coming together like, wow. It's like almost watching somebody like how you watch somebody do a Rubik's Cube, and all of a sudden you see, oh man, they got 3 sides. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, I think they're gonna get this. And that's Mike Mickens when it comes to the defensive back room, man. You watch him and he's just putting it together, and you can see it all coming together with the decisions he's making in the evaluations, and you fully trust in his coaching and his development. So I agree with you, man. One of the most underrated parts of this class is definitely that defensive back room. And I think that's because mainly there were some offers that went out, big time offers, that Notre Dame didn't end up getting those guys in the class. And once again, when you fall back to others that come out of the same evaluation, this is the same guy evaluating the same way, you have to trust his evaluation, because it's shown itself to be surefire. It's like, and that is what you fall back on. Like I said, I just got into my nerdness when it comes to film. And you've been doing it for a while. And Leonard Moore and Carson Hobbs, in my opinion, are jewels of a class, right? You can have the standards and the guys that have all the rankings and all of that. But you're talking about finding hidden jewels in classes. That's this defensive back class for Notre Dame.
The reason I love the pairing of Leonard Moore and Carson Hobbs so much too, Sean, is it's a unique conversation because they're very different players, but they both share one commonality, which is their versatility as players as well. And what I mean by that is, if I look at Carson Hobbs, I say 6'1", probably 6 foot plus, 180 pounds. He's a true press man corner. He wants to get in your face. He wants to be physical with you. He has the ability to turn and run because he has really good straight line speed. He is that type of player. So he's more of a boundary type player, right? Like that's kind of where he fits best. Then you have Leonard Moore, who at 6'2", 175, 180 pounds, he's much more of that off-man zone corner who has great change of direction, great length. But he's really interesting because I do think he's interchangeable, though, in the sense of I think he can play to the field because you can just run a lot of zone stuff, you can run a lot of off-man stuff. But I think that he can be a boundary corner. It's just going to look different than what Carson Hobbs is going to be in the boundary. Like I'm not going to put Leonard Moore on the line of scrimmage as much as Carson and just tell him to beat dudes up. Like he is a little bit different. He's a little bit more of an off-man corner. But that being said, I also think Carson Hobbs could play to the field a little bit. I think he's best in the boundary, but I think he could play to the field. I do think that there's some years, because there's no doubt that Mike Mickens is a great cornerback evaluator. But I would say this, though, Sean, I don't know if you agree with this, but I do think that there's some cornerbacks that Mike Mickens has gotten that I would still say you are very specific to either a boundary or a field position. You are a specific corner to that spot. I look at Leonard Moore and I'm like, I might like him a little bit more to the field, but he can play to the boundary. I look at Carson Hobbs and say he could play. He's mostly a boundary corner, but like he could also play to the field. I think that they are getting in this class a very interchangeable cornerback duo that can play a little bit of everything, which is kind of very interesting to me personally.
And when we talk about seeing where the team is going to be versus where they are now, I think that's something that moving forward in college football, that even Mike Mickens is saying, I'm not about to rest in my laurels. Like, I'm going to continue to improve and take this defensive back room to where it needs to be to get us to a national championship level. Most would feel like the combination he had this year was a championship level combination, right? Heck, in Morrison and Cam Hart, yeah, you can win a national championship with those two with defensive back, but he keeps, I just love, I don't know if I would love the fullness of being a college football coach, but I do know one area that I would love, and that's evaluation. Because I feel like if you are an evaluator and you really dig in, it's a pretty good chance that you're a pretty good coach. Because if you love evaluating and watching film, then you're doing that with individuals, you're doing that with teams, coming up with schemes, and that's part of your DNA. And more than likely, you're going to be pretty good as a coach, which lends itself to your players being developed as well. So, look, I am super excited about this class, of course, because, you know, Mike Mickens is the one that's going to be putting his hands on them. But, yo, the jump we saw from all of these guys. Yeah, go right ahead.
Can I say something about that too?
Yeah.
You know, you've proven yourself as a big time coach when you recruit 3-star players and nobody complains about it. Because if you look at it, outside of rivals ranking Leonard Moore as a top 250 player, and obviously my grades are going to come out the next tonight. Actually, I'm going to have my offensive defensive grades. Carson Hobbs jumped up to a 4-star for me, but I have Leonard Hobbs as one of the 4 best players in the defensive class. I have him as a top 150 guy. But their national rankings, they're 3 stars by everybody except one. And nobody complains about it because there's this level of, well, if Mickens likes him, then I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And it's because of what he has done, not just at Notre Dame, but also, Cincinnati and Bowling Green and type of places where it's like, yeah, I doubted Benjamin Morrison and I doubted this guy and I doubted that guy. And I didn't think this guy was going to be good. Cam Hart's a receiver. Like, what you going to do with that guy? You know what I mean? And just every year he just produces big time cornerback play with no highly ranked recruits. So it's like in past years, we'd get all these complaints. We'd have to be telling the chat, stop looking at rankings when it comes to cornerback play. And now they're just like, yeah, these guys are really good. What makes you say that? Because Mike Mickens likes them. And that's you've proven yourself as a big time coach and to your point, Sean, and as an evaluator. Because like I said, like, guys, I'll be honest, I did not like the Carson Hobbs pickup at all. I love the kid. I mean, just great kid. And I love the personality. And, when he's coming in that January thing you're talking about, he's kind of walking up, he gets out of his, like, he's driving like a Mercedes, and it's like he gets out of it and he's got this really nice, like, if he was like, looked like my complexion, you'd think he was like mobbed up, with the jumpsuit on, you know what I mean? And then he's like got this. And then as soon as he sees us, it just smile brightens up. And he just, and you're like, man, I like this kid's personality. I hope I'm wrong about him. And then you watch the senior film and you're like, oh yeah, I see what Mike Mickens saw now. Cause he saw, and that's what great evaluators do. They can see greatness before greatness is actually clear to see. And I pride myself on being a pretty darn good evaluator of talent, Sean, and my track record of finding sleepers kind of speaks for itself. But I mean, there's a couple times now where I've like, I'm not sure how I feel about that one with Mike Mickens. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to stop doing that because yeah, if he, and it's not, I mean, everybody takes guys, everybody's going to have misses. But you're just kind of like when he was that emphatic on Carson Hobbs that early when the board was as big as it was, you're like, okay, he sees something. This isn't a kid you flipped from South Carolina late because you missed out on A, B, C, and D prospects.
Right.
They went after this kid like Ryan, he committed over a year ago, right? They flipped him over a year ago, right? Last summer, like last April or something like that.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, okay. They see something on him. And same with Leonard Moore. I mean, he went hard after Leonard. Now, that's one that I agreed with him on at the time, but nobody else does outside of rivals. And you're like, okay, yeah, you see it. You see it. But that's when evaluating is top notch, when people just stop really. It's like with Harry Heastand, an offensive lineman. You'll get yourself, why don't we ever sign top offensive linemen? But when Harry Heastand was here, it was like, whatever. If Harry likes him, I like him.
Right.
You've
Right.
done something. And Mike Mickens as a corners coach is kind of getting close to being in that territory of Harry Heastand, where you just kind of assume, shoot, we lost Ronnie Stanley. We'll be fine. Harry will move McGlinchey over there. He'll be fine. Oh, we lost Mike McGlinchey. That's fine. Harry recruited Liam Eichenberg. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of that's to the point. That's where we are. Like, I wrote an article the other day where, Notre Dame loses Cam Hart, and I'm like, they'll be fine. And I love Cam Hart.
Yeah.
And, and you get excited about this group for the same reasons, man. Like, if Mickens likes them, I like him. And then the senior film comes out and you're like, yep, old Mick did it to me again.
Yeah.
He got me again.
His speed took a massive step forward, man. That was like the biggest thing on film. That was probably the biggest separator.
I was told that when I talked to people about Hobbs. They're like, look, he's going to get a lot faster. I'm like, okay, I hope you're right. And then you see it and you're like, okay, but that's what great evaluators do. They can look at a kid who's not necessarily that fast, not necessarily that great a player, and say, dude, I'm telling you, there's something there. And that's something you kind of find when you find these coaches that did come up through the smaller levels. That's what they got to make their living on. They're not making a living on the obvious big-time players, because those guys aren't going to Bowling Green or Cincinnati. They got to find the Sauce Gardners. They're not going to get a Travis Hunter. They're not going to get Benjamin Morrisons, who are looking at Bama, Notre Dame, and Washington. They've got to find the Sauce Gardners, the Nick Johnsons, the Kobe Bryants. He's done a great job of that. And like you said, Ryan, Leonard Moore and Carson Hobbs could not have more different personalities.
What do you mean by that?
They're about as different as a field and boundary corner, where Leonard just doesn't. And Carson's not someone who I think seeks attention, but he's not afraid of it. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, he's not on Twitter just.
He's just charismatic.
Exactly. He's just got that really outgoing and when you get him on the show, it's like like this kid, like the Carson's Corner thing. It didn't necessarily. I don't know that it was meant to be that, but it was just such good
content.
Yes. It's like, dude, let's keep doing this. And then you guys obviously built a great rapport in how you go back and forth. And then you've got Leonard, who's like, yeah, I don't want to talk to media. I mean, this is a position where it's like, it's a look at me position. And he's like, yeah, good. I just want to go play ball. It's like what you said earlier, Sean. I just want to go play ball.
Yeah.
I go cover people and play ball and win and get my degree.
I say I never thought I would ever see Brian Urlacher wearing Notre Dame garb.
Wasn't that beautiful?
But man, let me tell you something. Only Notre Dame can make a Bears fan feel better.
Yeah,
Sean, and we'll
him wearing Bears.
We will have Kenny Urlacher on this show, and I might have to try to get him to get his dad to come in for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there. But yeah.
Yo, let me tell you something, guys. When you talk about this evaluation thing, I think it's something we talked to Coach Johnson today.
Yep, Lee Johnson. Yeah.
And I think he kind of pointed that out in a certain way about Al Golden. Like, you can hear a lot of things about Al Golden from a recruiting standpoint that he, whatever, right? But he seems like a guy that can identify specifically, especially at that linebacker position, like him and Marcus Freeman, identifying guys at linebackers, and I'm sure he has some staffers helping him out as well.
Sure.
Watching film, but the collective has done a pretty good job. And Tom Leming said it like, yo, you're talking about a top 5 and top 15, guy.
And the Buckets Award voting.
And on the Buckets Award list. Like, both are in the top 15. KBA made it to the top 5. Like, that's what you're getting at the linebacker position in this class. And that is absolute, because the linebacker classes for the last 2 cycles have been impressive.
Stellar.
To us.
Yep.
And for them to get those guys in this class, like I said, this class has been very underground, which is fantastic, right? Like, you know how you have like the main source of a particular area of music that you hear on the radio, but then you have underground hip hop or underground rock, and you fall in love with it, with the people that are not big time, but some really good artists that are just bubbling under the surface. And for me, that is very much like this Notre Dame class. Like, they're bubbling under the surface, man. And I think once the steam starts coming up, I think you're going to get some really productive players and some big time possible stars that are going to be donning a gold helmet from this class.
Yeah, I would say this, Sean. I have a feeling when they do regrades of this class, it's going to look a lot different.
Yes.
You know, because I'm looking at some of the grades on players and or some of the grades on certain players, but then also some of the class grades, and you're just like, y'all are missing it big time right here. You know what I mean? Like, 247 has their class graded 8th. You know, with all due respect to Oklahoma, I'm not trading Oklahoma's class for Notre Dame's. I'm not trading Auburn's class for Notre Dame's. I'm not trading Miami's class for Notre Dame's. I mean, there's a lot that I'm not trading for Notre Dame's, you know, especially with some of the flips that have happened today. But, you know, there's some guys that, you know, people aren't seeing certain guys. I mean, there's still an outlet that doesn't have Gerby Lambert in the top 100. Some other clown show has CJ Carr outside the top 200. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know, you're always going to have that, right? But the thing that I like is that when you look at this class and some of the guys we have, I mean, it's just Coach Freeman talked about in the press conference today, guys. He said he was basically regurgitating what we had said in the first 30 minutes. This class is a different group of kids.
Yep.
It's a different group of kids. Like there's a togetherness there with this group, which is why there was no drama, you know, and it was just, he talked about just how the guys that have been around and how often CJ was around and some of those different guys, like there's a togetherness in this group that last year's class had in little patches, right? There was groups of guys, like cliques of guys that were close. Yep. Whereas this year's class, it just seemed, I mean, Ryan, you see the photos that Angela takes of these games. It's like literally the whole group of them walking around together. And just like you remember you ever watch like little kids playing soccer, right? That's how the Notre Dame commits are at, and you're going to see a lot more of that in the next few years, right? But that's
already
how the
I'm seeing it a little bit.
Our games, there'll be like 10, 11, 12 of them. And they're just like kind of, you know, just a mob. They don't leave each other's side. They just kind of got that. Yeah. And you didn't see that in the past. You'd see some guys, you know, this group over here, that group over there. And this group is a little something different, man. It's a little something different.
Oh, man, now I'm thinking about the wonderful soccer kids and, you know, scoring, you know, the score doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Yeah. What are you talking about? Well, you're lying to yourself.
I'm going to pray for your girls, man.
Stop lying to your children.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you know what, though? They're going to be successful.
Oh,
yes.
Absolutely.
Just like yours is, Sean, because you can say whatever you want, but you know dang well that your daughter knew the score of every game she was playing or any competition she was a part of.
Every game. I had Bryant dying, man. She sold her season tickets after the second game, Bryant, this year.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. She was so
like,
and they were 2-0.
They were 2-0. She was like,
blown their first two opponents out.
First two games, she's like, they're not going to be good.
That's a true, folks. That's a true story. Sean literally called me after they beat, what was it, Stanford? Like 56-10. And he's like, yeah, my daughter sold her season tickets this week because she said she watched them play and they're like 2-0 with 2 blowout wins. And she's like, they're not going to be any good this year. I'm like, she nailed it. I mean, they went 5-5 the rest of the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the benefit of having your daughter next to you watching Notre Dame football in her formative years. Like, your children would know the game if you let them watch Notre Dame football. But no, it is, to get back to what we're talking about, man, this class, and Brian touched on it, and we heard it from Sean Sevillano. We asked him, Brian, I don't know if you heard it.
I did.
We flat out asked him, like, yo, how did you guys stay together with the up and down, you know, season? And it was like, yo, we were just, as a class, just locked in.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter what happens. Like, we're moving forward and we can't wait to get there. And he talked about the majority of them in the text thread. You know, CJ's been teasing the rest of the class because he's in practice. And Sean's
and they're all fired up. They all want to be
3 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah. But then I reminded Sean Sevillano that, he doesn't get to play in the game though. So he's just
Right.
practicing. He's like, yeah,
Right.
good point.
Practicing for nothing.
Right.
I'll say this too, guys, about this group when you talk about things like that. I mean, when you look at this group too, they don't, and this is true of recruits in general. I've said this for a long time, Sean. You've heard me say this. Kids don't look at things the same way fans do. The Notre Dame commits don't have the overreaction to Ohio State lost the way we did. If anything, it emboldened them more because of how they view Ohio State. They don't view things the same way we do as an emotional standpoint. They don't view the Louisville loss and the Clemson loss the way that we do. They're going to look at 9-3 and be like, yeah, it's progressing, but wait till we get there. And that's the mindset this group has, is like, wait till we get there. I promise you. And that's what I was told, that a lot of the commits and a lot of the kids that in the 25 class that are looking at Notre Dame, they looked at that Ohio State game or they're like, dude, Notre Dame was better that day.
Mm-hmm.
And when we get there, like, it's a wrap. And that's the kind of mindset you want to have. And I hope that Coach Freeman allows that to grow and develop more so than what the previous staff did, where it was like just beat out of them day one. And I think that's why you're seeing so many kids get processed, because, guys, part of the reason they process so many kids out is because they wanted to load up on the 24 class.
Sure.
I mean, that's part of the deal, because they're like, we're trying to, it's like a blood transfusion. You know what I mean? Like it's a culture transfusion. And next year's roster is going to be over half of next year's roster. About half maybe is going to be kids that have only been at Notre Dame for a year or two. Either as transfers, actually over half transfers, and the 23 and 24 classes. So that's going to be fun to watch. Hey, guys, I just wanted to stop in for a minute. I appreciate you letting me talk. You guys talking about cornerbacks, and I just needed to jump in and give my opinion. I hadn't talked for like an hour and a half. My wife's not here, Ryan, and you know how I get when I haven't talked for a while. I just start getting a little twitchy. So I appreciate y'all letting me jump in.
Hey, before you go, because we tapped into this right before you came on. Who are the guys in the class that you feel like the coaches would say we couldn't keep them off the field?
You know what? This is one of the classes that I think has the most I've ever seen at Notre Dame on offense. I mean, look, there's no way you're going to keep both of those running backs off the field next year. It's just going to be impossible. You're going to have to be in a 5-man running back rotation again next year, and on special teams. Cam Williams is going to have to play next season. I think by the end of the year, you guys had Gerby on, and wow, what a really sharp young man. I have a feeling he's going to be on the field at some point in time, even if it's like Jagasol this year. And when I'm looking at the size of it, Micah Gilbert, if there's an injury or two, is going to step into the lineup and be like, yeah, we can't take him off the field. That's another one. And when you consider how deep the team is coming back, that's a lot of guys for such a loaded roster. And defensively, Bryce Young is going to play. I mean, he's going to play. I have no doubt he's going to play. And the defensive class a little bit more interesting, because there's a lot of lower floor, higher ceiling guys. You know what I mean? There's a lot of guys that I look at, like, Bronte Johnson. Ryan, you've said this before. Athletically, he can play right now. Is his body going to be ready as a freshman? It's Leonard Moore's a guy that I could see making a charge if he's healthy. He's one. And, because his game reminds me a lot of Cam's. And so I could see him, because they're not going to have that really long guy next year like they have right now. And Leonard Moore is that. I mean, he's 6'1.5", 6'2", and he's legit. I mean, I've walked by the kid. He's definitely over 6'1", and he's a pretty good player. I could see him being. So I mean but you guys got to think, as much as we love the 23 class, that's way more guys that played at freshman in the 23 class.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because they don't love Boubacar, and let's be honest, Boubacar only played in that game because Josh Burnham got hurt. That's the only reason Boubacar was in on that sack plays, because Burnham got hurt like late in the second quarter, and he came back in the second half. We didn't see Boubacar again. So to have that many guys that I'm like, there's no way that guy doesn't play. With what they have coming back speaks volumes about what this class can be on offense. Defensive class is a little bit more lower floor, high ceiling, where the offensive class, to me, Ryan, and I don't know if you agree with this, is both. Like Kedron Young, Aeneas Williams, CJ Carr, Cam Williams, and Micah Gilbert all have a lot of room to get better, but they're all like, that guy can play right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I could convince myself that Aeneas Williams can't play, but then you pop in the film. I mean, can't play as a freshman, then you pop in your film. Like, how do you not have that on your football field in some capacity next season? How do you justify that guy sitting on the bench, barring injury, all season when he can do so much? Like, I've seen Kyron Williams with more speed.
Yep.
You know what I mean? As far as like as a prospect, and that's why I like the Javonte Williams one. But then I'm like, thinking about it, he's a way more natural downfield pass catcher than Javonte Williams was. You know, oh, no, actually, that's Kedron Young that I compare to Javonte Williams. No, I compare Aeneas to my comp for Aeneas is Kyron, but with way more speed.
Yes.
You know, and
Kyron, who's like top 3 in the NFL in rushing yards right
but
now,
ran a
which is
4.58, right? I mean, you know, he ran a slow 40 time, which is why he dropped to the 5th round, right, Ryan? I mean, he was small and slow and didn't have your typical run. Whereas I remember watching Aeneas at the Irish Invasion guys, and he shows up, and it's like, that's a rising junior in high school. You kidding me? The kid's like just jacked, and I'm like, he looks way better than Aeneas did, or than Kyron did going into the draft. Because you guys saw Kyron with his shirt off, you're like,
some guys though, man, you're just like, hey,
they're
man,
just football players, man, and that's how
really
Kyron
good
is.
players.
He's not. He doesn't have that physique. He's short. He's undersized. He's kind of slow. And like you said, Ryan, what did he drop, like $150 this past week? Did I see rushing or something like that?
He's done it a couple times
in the NFL, in a league that doesn't run the football. You know what I mean? So some guys are just football players.
Yes.
And I love that this staff seems to be pretty good at finding those. Now Kyron's not one they found, but he did. But thanks for having me on, guys. I'm gonna go back and have my lunch now. See you, fellas.
You enjoy.
Double R, he's right, man. Like Kyron is like literally Aeneas Williams, right? That
Very
do
similar.
everything guy that
Aeneas is faster though, man. He can run a little bit.
Yeah, he's a little bit faster, but you look at the production and you like Bryant said, like, how do you not get this dude on the field? Like,
some guys are just much better football players than they are like just natural athletes, right? Like they just are. And I think the reason that Aeneas went a little bit under the radar, because I mean he's a 4-star player by everyone, right, Sean? But he's rated a little bit lower by a couple because he plays against not the best competition out there in Missouri, like a lower level, and he just beats those dudes up, man. Like, I mean, it's incredible to have 7,500 plus yards and 152 touchdowns. Like, that's incredible, right? But also, he's not playing against great competition, right? Like,
I mean, isn't that the same thing you can say for Carter Nelson?
Yes, 100%, which is why I was still very high on Carter Nelson, because it's like, I don't care who he's playing against. I look at that kid, I'm like, yes, please. I mean, Kyron Williams is a little bit the same though, too, right? Like, I don't think Kyron played the best teams in Missouri either, where it was just like, but you see him and you're just like, the dude just produces. Like, I mean, what are you going to do at the end of the day? And so, yeah, I mean, there's just some of those players, man, because Kyron, I think, was such a hard eval for some, because like I didn't evaluate Kyron as a high school player, but it is like he's a smaller back beating up on not the best competition in the world. Like, it's a little tough to project sometimes making that jump to the next level, right? And being able to make it a successful jump to the next level. And the best thing about Kyron Williams, though, and I think we've seen it in the NFL, is that the kid's just tough, man. Like, you just can't do nothing.
Yeah.
Sean, you remember how good of a pass blocker he was at Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Well, you would think that it would take a slight step back because he's playing against bigger, faster, stronger dudes now, right?
No.
It hasn't. He's still one of the better pass blockers and running backs in the NFL now, because he's just a great player, man. Just a really good football player.
And he went to a team and an offensive coordinator or play caller that understands how to put him in the best positions to use his talents, right? Because and that's what you have to love about McVay, right? Team success is one thing. I mean, heck, he's been to the Super Bowl twice, won one already in his young career as a head coach.
And he would have won a second if he had Matt Stafford for the first one and not.
Or the first one, heck yeah, they would have beaten New England without a doubt.
Yes.
So you think about Kyron Williams, you think about Skoranek, you think about the wide receivers that what's the kid, the rookie man, I can't pronounce his last name correct.
Wait, from
Saved
where?
my life.
Sorry, say it again.
For the Rams, the rookie wide receiver before he got hurt, that was, man, killing the
Puka
NFL.
Nacua? Puka
Puka
Nacua.
Nacua.
Yeah.
Right. And then Ben Skoranek, he takes him. Like, I wasn't sure if Ben Skoranek was going to make a roster in the NFL. Like, and he's being productive,
Yeah.
for the Rams.
Special teams, gritty kid, man. Yeah, right. Yep.
And then, of course, Cooper Kupp goes there and it's like all pro.
Yes.
So that just goes to show you, once again, even on the NFL level, evaluation, coaching, development. Like, yo, I can get that kid right there that everybody else might never look at. If I can get him into my system, I know how to unlock his. Dude, that right there, to me, what we've been talking about with Mike Mickens, that is coaching at its essence.
Yes.
That's coaching at its essence, because it's easy to just say, oh, I got the best players. I mean, Nick Saban still has to coach. Kirby Smart still has to coach. It's not like they just roll the balls out and like,
oh, they don't?
Like, yo. No.
Sure about that?
Now, did I tell you this story?
I want to hear it. I don't think
this
so.
just shows the genius, man. After the SEC championship game, they interview Nick Saban. This is the greatness of Nick Saban. They applauded him for the defense. And Nick Saban said, yeah, we played pretty good after the first drive.
Yeah.
And he said the first drive just irritated. And they said, what irritated you, coach? He said, because we prepared all week in odd, because we felt like that gave us the best chance to shut down their run game and make them one-dimensional.
Yes.
And they prepared for us being in odd and ran the ball down the field on us. He said, so when they came to the sideline, I scrapped the entire game plan that we had all week.
Yep.
And just said, we're going to go to 40, keep our safeties back over the
It was
top.
it was great content, wasn't it? It was great content. Yeah.
It was like, wait a minute, dude, you're just going to scrap the entire week of preparation after the first drive? Because most coaches would say, good, they just got us there. We'll talk to our guys and make sure that we clean things up. He's like, nope, scrap everything. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take away the big plays, make them work the ball down the field, and eventually our pass rushers will get to them. And what happened? That's great coaching, man. That's the essence of coaching, man. Being able to evaluate not only the other team, but evaluate your team.
Yes.
Like in real time. Like, you know what? Scrap that. Nope, we're done. I know we said we're going to do this. That's the game plan, but no, this is what we're going to, because if we don't change, they're going to kick our butts.
Yes.
And yo, I thought that, to hear him say that, I was like, yo, that's insane. That's his greatness, though.
This is greatness. This is greatness.
Putting Tua in the middle of a national championship game and pulling Jalen Hurts. That's his greatness, But in real time, he evaluated his team in real time. Like, we're not going to get this done if Jalen stays in this game. And it takes guts, man. That's why I say evaluation is at the core. It's always at the core of coaching, man, at any level. And it drives recruiting, man. It drives what we talked about with Leonard Moore and Carson Hobbs. It drives Bodie. Like, yo, this is if you ever want to see an evaluation class, there is no greater example than the 2024 Notre Dame recruiting class. This is just grit, grind, evaluation to get all the glitz and glamour. And like Brian said, when it's all said and done and people go back and have to regrade this in a few years, the grades are going to look totally different. They're going to look totally different.
Yep. Sean, I'm laughing a little bit, but because we keep talking about how it's been a calm day for Notre Dame recruiting, we haven't heard, it hasn't been leading up to it, a lot of negative and a lot of flip talk and all that type of stuff. I just want to bring up a piece of news that is not Notre Dame related. So apparently, do you know Jordan Seaton? Do you know him, Sean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
IMG 2024 offensive lineman, considered a 5-star by some, that committed to Colorado. despite Colorado not being one of his finalists. You know what I just saw is coming out about Jordan Seaton?
Yeah.
There's a crystal ball that has been put in for him to flip to Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Maryland, Sean.
I saw that.
What? What? I can't do this, man. I can't do this recruiting.
The world of college football recruiting, man.
Oh gosh. I can't do this recruiting stuff sometime, man. I saw that and I'm like, I expect him to flip somewhere, Sean. I did. I thought it'd be like a Florida school that was going to give him the bag, right? Or something, which is, again, fine. You get the bag, you get the bag. I don't care. Whatever. But you were flipping to Maryland? For what? For what reason? For what are they offering you? That's a big. Well, I guess they might be offering him something, but I don't know what they're offering him for as far as long-term future, because Maryland has not exactly been the precipice of great football for one, or developing offensive tackles into NFL players.
It's not out west. The campus is better. Maybe he's a seafood lover. Hey, I'm trying to give you reasons here, man.
And someone said he's from Washington, D.C. Okay. Okay. Cool. Then why wasn't Maryland in his final list before? Like man. I just can't with this recruiting stuff sometimes, man. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Okay, he's from the DC area. Fine. Why weren't they a part of his final schools to begin with?
Shout out to the Terps collectives. You did a great job in the last 24 hours.
Yes, most likely. More than not. So, my God. Loxley's been on for 4 years. I'm sure he has been. And until 40 minutes ago, we didn't even know Maryland was a contender for him. Sure. Why not? Let's go with that. Whatever.
Yeah, let's go with it.
Sean, we have a couple great interviews coming up, though, near 4 o'clock. And I get it, guys. I saw he's a D.C. area kid. He still wasn't going to Maryland. He wasn't going to go. I don't care if he's a D.C. area kid. He had a final whatever list that didn't have Maryland on it. And then he commits to Colorado. And then on National Signing Day, 2 weeks later, he's flipping to Maryland? Sean, am I losing my mind here? I don't care that he's from D.C. I could care less that he's from D.C.
No.
I don't even care that he's going to Maryland. It doesn't matter to Notre Dame in any way. Notre Dame wouldn't even recruit the kid. But like, why is this a story now when a few weeks ago he committed to Colorado
and put on a show? Put on a show committing to Colorado.
Yes.
Man.
Yes. And oh, is he from DC? Oh man, keep saying it in the chat. He's from DC, Sean. He's from DC. Sure. He's from DC. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. My favorite one, there was a picture of him. There was a picture of him that his quote during that Colorado thing was, "You claim you're a dog. Why aren't you coming to Colorado? Why aren't you coming to Colorado, Jordan? Are you not a dog anymore, dog?" I can't do this, man. This is too funny. Oh gosh, I am on tilt. I'm sorry. This is 4 hours in Ryan right now, who needs a little bit of coffee, but it's hilarious, man. It just made me laugh. I'm sorry. Sean, I know I'm losing my mind. You might have to take over and host in a minute.
Oh, those are the top two, right? He just trumped the Darius Hayes, who said, "I'm done. My recruitment is done," days ago.
Yes. Yeah, he just did that like 2 days ago, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew I saw that, man. I knew I saw that, and apparently that didn't matter at the end. But yeah.
And then today, I'm flipping to Miami.
Yeah, and ultimately, I don't care because he wasn't going to come to Notre Dame, so it doesn't matter to me personally, right? Like, but I just
like you said, I'm glad none of that is touching the Notre Dame class at all this year.
None of it, man.
Nothing.
Oh my God.
Peyton Bowen gave us enough for at least 2 to 3 years. Like,
it's just what, like, Sean, I full transparency about Seton, and then we'll move on. I expected Jordan Seton to flip at some point. I did. I expected him to flip before signing day because that Colorado decision was just weird, right? Like, I knew that was going to happen. I expected it, though, to be one of his finalists. That's what I expected. And then it was Maryland, the Terps, that have developed a lot of great offensive tackles and have won a lot of football games and a lot of ACC championships. That's all I got. That's all I got, man. Yeah, that's all I got.
hey, man, you have to love it. You have to love it, man.
We're getting close to 4 o'clock, folks, and we are going to have a couple North Carolina products on pretty soon, which will be a lot of fun. We're going to be able to, we're going to chop it up with Mr. Bryce Young soon. Jack Larson's supposed to be popping on as well. So we're going to be talking to some of the North Carolina players. Sean, that's a good way to transition away from Jordan Seton before I lose my mind, okay? North Carolina was very good to Notre Dame in the 2024 class. Very good. Yeah. Jack Larson has been committed to Notre Dame, tight end out of Charlotte Catholic for some time now, over a year. They also got 2 players from Charlotte Christian right down the road. One is Micah Gilbert, who Tom Leming talked about a lot, wide receiver, 6'2", 205. The other, Bryce Young, son of Bryant Young, 6'5 and a half, 240 plus pounds. Sean, North Carolina is a very interesting spot, though, because North Carolina is a solid program right under Mac Brown. Like, they're not great, but they're a good solid program. NC State's going through a little bit of a transition right now. They lost a lot on their roster. I do think Notre Dame has a chance to go down into the state of North Carolina and have some success, like they have done, obviously, in 2024.
They've already historically had success in Virginia. And, like, now North Carolina and that area is really a hotbed for high school that has been underrated for a while, right? And you've seen, especially when Mac Jones went back there the first time he was there, he was able to kind of put a fence around the state of North Carolina. He got some really good players to revitalize that program. So Notre Dame going to that state, and they kind of had a head start with one of the guys, considering his dad played for Notre Dame. But the other guys in the state and what they've been able to do recently, and even going into South Carolina, 2 years ago. This just proves, like, what the previous staff, and as Brian always touches on this, like the previous staff would just say, man, we can't get those kids. We have to shop down a different aisle than everybody else. And Marcus Freeman is like, no, we don't. Like, we might not get certain guys, but we're going to shop in the same store. And we're going to prove that we can get some of those guys. And I think the guys from North Carolina in this class, getting Jack Larson real early, getting a Michael Gilbert, getting a Bryce Young. Notre Dame showing that they're willing to go fight for the best kids, no matter where their geographical location resides. So this interview, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yes.
I really only have one question for Bryce. So I'm going to just let you ride out because, the one question I have is on some legacy type stuff, bro.
Sure.
It's on some legacy type stuff. And I think, this is one of those special moments. Special moments. Yes. He has a lot of, I'll say, like, he has a lot of proud uncles today in the Notre Dame family. It's a lot bigger than just, his dad played in Notre Dame. No, he has a lot of proud uncles.
Yep.
That have been a part of his life. Tom Leming pointed out, like, how long they've been, Brian invited him to the Hall of Fame.
It's wild, man. It's so cool, isn't it? So cool.
Yeah, and the relationship they have, and he's known Bryce since he was a little kid. Like, this is a very special class for a lot of reasons, man. For a lot of reasons. And having this young man on, it's gonna be a special moment, man. It's gonna be a special. I'm gonna be tweaking because I'm gonna be like, yo, I'm looking at this cat, Bryant Young's son.
Right.
Like, on National Signing Day. Like,
That's pretty dope, man. As a
yeah,
lifelong Notre Dame
pretty
fan,
dope.
pretty dope. It's really dope. You know what's really cool too, Sean, is that Micah Gilbert's not going to be on the show, obviously, but they're both from the same high school, and they both have great football lineage because you talked about Bryant Young and obviously Bryce Young, but also Micah Gilbert, his brother played at Duke, Mark Gilbert, who was an all-ACC caliber cornerback. His cousin is also Darrell Revis. So, like, they come from football families, man. So, and that matters. That's one part of evaluation that isn't film based, but it matters a lot. I mean, that's one thing that we talked about, like with Joe Alt. One of the boxes that you're going to check with Joe Alt as an NFL evaluator is that his dad was a Pro Bowl offensive lineman. That matters. You know what I mean? And I just think that's pretty cool. So,
you want to know a funny story, man?
Yeah.
You know who is the guy that didn't look like a big time player,
Bryce
but he
Young?
would just make plays?
Oh,
Or Bryce Young's good call, but I'm talking Notre Dame history.
yeah.
Listen to the guys from the Kelly era talk about David Robinson's son, student body president,
Corey Robinson. Yeah.
Corey
Yeah.
Robinson.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, we would watch this dude and we'd be like, and he would just walk on the field and make plays, man. Like, just throw it up. Like, dude, he's not super fast. He's open. Oh, he doesn't do this well. It is so funny. And they were like, yo, I mean, he literally walked away from the game, right? He just walked away from the game. Because I don't know if he really loved it like that.
Sure.
He just, man, you know what? Yeah, let's go out here and play. I can play.
Sure.
Yeah, let's just go make plays, right? I have bigger aspirations. Like, not really thinking about it. And for me, that's the great thing about that lineage and that bloodline you're talking about, right? Whether we talk about Bryce, Micah Gilbert, Kennedy Urlacher, Ivan Taylor, and others coming in 25. It's like, bro, that's invaluable, right? Because that's just part of your DNA. The love for the game, wanting to play, and just being able to Joe Alt, like you pointed out, just like, yo, I've been around it. I know how it's supposed to go. Just do it. And Corey is like, yo, I know how this goes, man. And who cares if I can't run a 4.4? Like, hey, just line me up. Where do you want me to line up? Slot, boundary, field? Doesn't matter. Just throw the ball. I'll go get it.
Yep.
And that's crazy, man. So I'm super excited to watch some of these Notre Dame legacies, NFL legacies, and just lineage guys, coming to Notre Dame. Jordan Clark is a great call.
Brian Clark,
Brian Clark, doing the transfer portal. Just guys that bring that type of presence to, like, if he can get to 85% of what his dad was.
He's a Pro Bowl player. right.
You know what I'm saying? We don't even need 100%. If Bryce Young can just get to 85% of what his dad was, good grief, what are we talking about here? It's like, yo, that's just absolutely bananas, man. So yeah, who would you? Because I know we're about to have guests in a few minutes.
Yeah, you could.
I would love to get Troy Polamalu. I know his son would probably end up at USC.
Sure.
But that's like, I would love to get his kid. I'm trying to think, who else's kid? I would love to get like a Dan Morgan's kid.
Oh, you like Dan Morgan? Did you like Dan Morgan? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right. Well, Sean, we're about to have this legacy conversation here because
let's get to it.
One of the greatest players in Notre Dame history, his name was Bryant Young, who is not only in the College Football Hall of Fame, but he's also in the NFL Hall of Fame. And his son, Bryce Young, signed with Notre Dame today, and he is nice enough to join us right now. One of the newest members of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, officially signed. Bryce, how are you, man? Thank you so
Good.
much
How
for
y'all
coming on.
doing? How y'all
Good, man.
doing?
Good, man.
Congratulations.
Thank
Yeah,
you
man.
so much.
How's the day treating you so far, man? Finally getting the pen to the paper and enjoying everything.
Oh yeah, it's been pretty good. Pretty good celebration with the family and friends and everything.
Nice, man. Nice. How was so what did you do? Did you get to do the ceremony at school and now you're just spending the rest of the day with the family? Is that kind of what you got going?
Yeah, we had a signing day at the Charlotte Christian School at like around 10, and then we went to a restaurant and ate dinner with Micah and Jack Larson and their
Nice.
families. So or lunch, sorry, not dinner.
That's
Oh
awesome.
wow!
Man.
So all the Carolina guys were together.
sir.
That's dope.
Yes,
That's
sir.
dope. So I just want to say this, man. Congratulations. And I'm from the Chicago area.
Okay.
I literally live 5 minutes from where your dad grew up.
Oh yeah.
So today for me is like, as a lifetime Notre Dame fan, I was telling Ryan, I was like, yo, don't trip on me once Bryce comes on, because I'm a bug out for a second. Because this is like
Yes,
life
sir.
full circle as a Notre Dame fan. And
Yes, sir.
I actually had a recent conversation with two of your uncles, and Reggie Brooks and Oscar McBride.
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And the level of emotion they had just in anticipation of this day, and talking about knowing you from a child and the process they went through, and even when you started to grow and mature as a young man, that their conversation changed to, hey man, what's taking you so long? It was actually comical.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Like, what's taking you so long to commit? But just talk about that being Notre Dame legacy, but also how that gives you an advantage of having a full understanding of what you're walking into
Yes,
as
sir.
an athlete and student at Notre Dame.
Yes, sir. Well, just it's a great advantage. One, two, just being there. I've been growing up there. I used to live there with my dad when he was coaching there in 2010. We lived there for about 2 years when he was a graduate assistant. So I know the place pretty well, kind of like a second home. But just knowing I can go in there and work, like I've never been scared to work my whole life. Just the opportunity to go in there and work, and just know I have a family there that'll be there the whole time. The coaching staff, just the people, the community, everybody there, the fans, my teammates. It's a great community to be in, to surround yourself in.
Bryce, let me ask you, because you had a really interesting signing day, because not only are you experiencing with your teammates, you're also, I'm sure Micah and you are very close, and you were both going to go to the next level
Yes,
to
sir.
play at the same university. What was that moment like to be able to not only share it with your teammates, but to be able to share it to a teammate that you guys are both going to be going on similar paths on the next level?
It's awesome, just knowing I have my brother there with me the whole time. Even beyond football, it's greater than that. Just the friendship we built over the past couple of years. Him coming in as a freshman, both of us meeting there, and then even going back to the spring game, it was just like a moment where like, okay, we both knew, well, this is school we want to go to. It's like, let's do it. Let's pull the trigger. So we committed that day. It was on the spring game. I don't remember what day that was, but ever since then, it's been great. And then today we come to today, just solidifying that we're going to go on this journey together these next 4 years and just be great together,
Can I ask you about the 2024 class? Because we have had a great day, because last year there was a lot of turmoil and circumstance and potential decommits and everything. Today, Bryce, we were literally done at 10:22. Everyone was signed, sealed, and delivered. How close of a group and how special of a group do you feel like you guys have in 2024?
Man, I love those guys. It's just knowing when I first committed, even before then, I knew those guys pretty well. That past fall season, just going to the game days with them, and then seeing everybody commit, everybody I've known. But it's like a family. And that just goes to show how quickly we got the guys signed in, how ready they are to get this thing rolling. To get that, just get in there, coming because most of the guys are coming early, so we get that head start, build that chemistry together, being together, and it's just up from there.
We had Sean Sevillano on earlier, and he's obviously one of the early enrollees of the commits, and we were joking with him. of how jealous he is that CJ Carr is already up there. Are you a little jealous too, Bryce?
A little bit, yeah. I saw him in the pictures. Matt Freeman, he be posting his practice pictures, but he's having fun. I chat a little bit just what is up there, just how it is, how the team chemistry is, and he loves it. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Thanks. Well, let
How
me
do
ask you, man.
compare? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sean.
Go ahead, Ryan.
You
No,
got it, Sean.
have you had a chance to kind of like play out the future? Sometimes you're in the moment, National Signing Day, but in quiet time, you think about the first sack, or you think about the first tackle, or you think about the first time you put on that gold helmet and tap, be a champion, play like a champion today, and walk down that tunnel. Have you allowed yourself to kind of just go into the future and say, man, this moment, I'm looking forward to this moment? And what moment would that be? I know I mentioned a couple, but is there one moment that stood out where you're like, yo, I can't wait until I actually do this?
It might actually be just simple as going into the weight room, that first lift. And, it's just even before the moments where I put the helmet on or put the pads on, it's about what you do before that. And I think the most important thing is taking one day at a time, getting better each day. And that's really what is going to help, because I have so many goals, so many things I want to accomplish, but that's only going to happen if I take one day at a time and get better each day. So, yeah.
Bryce, I know over the previous 2 years, we had saw a lot of flashes of you, right? Because you have, that length, you have that frame to develop into obviously a great player. Senior year, though, you took your game to a whole other level, man. I really saw your body develop, great weight on the frame. What were a couple reasons, aside from maybe just the physical development, that you felt like you were able to have such a breakout, incredible senior season?
I think it was really the mental side of knowing the game better. I have my dad as my coach, was a huge blessing. He knows the game inside and out. Just knowing what to do before the ball is snapped and having everything mapped out, it can be such a benefit, because that'll take you farther than any talent. Have the mental side of it, any talents that you have. So that, and I would say just not that I haven't been intentional in the past, but taking that next step and being more intentional, whether it's getting my work done in school so I can focus on football, or getting my meals in, to get that to that weight, or not skipping a lift, just that intention is really what took me there, I guess.
How is your parents handling it and your family in general? Because I know you're itching to get up to South Bend and start this next journey. But the father and the mother side of things, it's like, I don't want my baby to go so far away from home, right? How are they handling it as far as you're about to make that transition, obviously, very soon here?
Oh yeah, it's definitely. My mom makes me give her a hug every day. So she's definitely feeling every day. I'm gonna miss them a lot. I got two little siblings, one brother, one sister here I'll leave behind, but they'll be out there for game names. I'm gonna miss them a lot. But it's the next step in the journey, Yeah, I love my family.
Nice.
Ryan, I'm going to take a guess here because, normally I like to let the guys know what they're stepping into, right?
Sure.
And people might not know this, but there is a huge basketball trash talking culture that exists amongst Notre Dame football players, present and past. So my first question, Bryce, is can you hoop?
Well, I did play hoops in my early years, middle school. I could get some rebounds. I was athletic enough to get on the boards. I wouldn't say I really had the skill set. I mean, I'll play every now and then a couple of 3-on-3s with my boys, but it's nothing crazy.
But the trash talk is real, especially when
yeah.
the former players come
Yep.
back and
Yep.
they get up against you guys. I already know Cam Williams is going to talk crazy because Cam thinks he's a little Jordan.
Well, if Cam tried to dunk on me, I'm not going to let anybody dunk on me. I'll probably foul him in the air. Yeah.
Bryce, that's a great way to end it, man. Again, really appreciate your time so much today. Congratulations. Best of luck. Hope to talk to you before you get off, though, man. But thank you so much for joining the show today. Really do appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
All right.
There he is. Future of Notre Dame football, and a little blast from the past. And Bryce Young, son of Bryant Young. Sean, I can tell, man, you were getting a little bit emotional talking to him. I can see
Yo,
it. I can see it.
let me
It's
tell
not
you something,
bad.
man. I went back in my mind as I'm talking. I went back to that little kid in the basement, like watching like bowl games, like and reading articles from Loose Emoji. Like it was a lot like going through my mind at the moment while I'm talking, bro. It like literally I teleported back to that little kid, that little teenager, man. That was a surreal moment. That was I told you what was about to happen. I'm very honest with
You
myself.
did.
I'm very honest about who I am,
You
what's
did.
about to happen.
Yeah.
I wanted to prepare you and everybody in the chat. Like hey, the fanboy might come out for a second. Okay, I'm a professional, so I'm still gonna try to be professional, but hey,
Sure.
it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, Sean, not only is Notre Dame bringing in a great overall class offensively and defensively, they're already also bringing in one of the best specialists in the 2024 class. We're going to bring him in now, Joseph Vincy, who is one of, depending on who you talk to, because there's a couple services that really do dive deep into the specialist side of things, could be considered, if not the best long snapper in high school football in the 2024 class, probably top 2 or 3. So we're going to welcome Joe in here. Joseph, how are you, man? Appreciate you for joining the show today.
Yeah, no problem. I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Oh man, we're not as good as you because you get that National Signing Day and everyone I know is super excited down there, man. How is just generally how has the day been so far, being able to celebrate this great accomplishment, obviously?
It's been good, man. Started off the morning getting up with the family and signing right away. So that was definitely nice. And going to school, seeing all my buddies, they were all excited for me. So it was a good day. Started off on a good foot. So
Well, and you were a very interesting player because I really want to kind of get into the backstory a little bit. So you ended up selecting Notre Dame despite, you did have, obviously scholarship opportunities out there. I know Boston College was one that you were pretty high on at the time. Talk to me about ultimately what won Notre Dame over? Why were they ultimately the best decision for you?
Well, growing up in New England, obviously like Boston College is going to be right down the street. My mom works there. And it's 20 minutes away from me. It would seem like, the perfect fit. But for me, growing up in New England, like it was never really, Boston College is the team. It's always been the Patriots.
Right.
Personally, I'm not a big NFL guy. I watch college every weekend. And growing up, Notre Dame, my dad's always been a fan. So I kind of grew up that way with the play like a champion sign in the basement and all that stuff. And honestly, what I think, you don't have a better specialist room in the country with the coaches we have here, Coach Biaggi and Coach Schmidt. That really appealed to me. The school itself, and I think the deciding factor was just being at the game for the Ohio State game, just being there in person and being able to visualize that. Like that was nothing compared to what I saw elsewhere.
Love it. Well, let me ask you about Coach Biaggi. Obviously, Marty Biaggi is one of the best specialist coaches in college football. I mean, Notre Dame really took some great steps this year. From a punting was very good. The kick return game improved. The punt return game, you had 3 guys average over 10 yards per return in the punt return game. Specialists, Spencer Schrader obviously had some big moments. But Joe, also, Michael Vincent may arguably be one of the best long snappers in all of college football. Now, I know he's gone after this season, but how big is just Coach Biaggi and being able to sell the vision for what he's growing special teams wise at Notre Dame?
Yeah, I think first off, like Coach Biaggi, he's an awesome guy, awesome person. And he's really built the fact on being a family. So I really felt that with him. My parents did too. They don't want to ship me off as early as they can, but that's what's going to happen. And they feel safe, handing me off to him. And, so I think that seeing those guys like Milk just dominate, I think it's obviously a great thing to see. So, and he's obviously not the first Notre Dame long snapper to be really up there too. So they just produce.
Yeah,
So,
they've had Scott Daly in the NFL for like how many years, Sean? Like 20 years or something like that.
Man, ever. So, Joe, I want to ask you, being a specialist, because we talked to Gerby Lambert, and
Mhm.
you know, we were asking him like Charles Jagasaw was talking about Joe Alt, what he pulled from him, and how the kick step is different, and like recognize I can't do that. When you watch specialists, like was there anybody in the NFL that you watched as a long snapper, and then like what's the tinkering of the long snap? Like, does it change? Are you steadily trying to improve? Are you trying to improve your spin and this? Like, just take us inside the mind of a long snapper and how you increase and get better at that particular job.
Yeah, so for sure. So mainly like a lot of the differences you'll see between like high school, college, and NFL and pro. First of all, pro blocking, the long snapper is actually like involved in the blocking scheme. So that's a big difference that you know, some schools do it, but it's fairly rare. But all the pro guys do that, and that's kind of one of the big things that kind of separates somebody. But I would say also, for those that don't know, laces out isn't always on the holder.
Okay.
So the best guys will be able to get it, catch the ball, and it's already pointing out. So the holder just has to drop it. So that's one of those things where you see and you're like, okay, he's like a quarter turn off. Or like, all right, that's not where you want it. But I think those two things are very slight. The normal viewer wouldn't see that, but just being a long snapper, you pick up on those types of things. And in all honesty, it's just about consistency, put the ball where you want it, and making sure the operation goes off well.
Yo, I can confirm, Ryan.
Yes.
Right. I have in Connecticut. I can confirm that Boston is one of the best retail shopping places you can go.
Is that
Like,
true?
I can confirm. Hey, Joe, I'm about to give big ups to your area now. Because it's one of the best retail shopping areas. It was one of the best retail shopping trips I've ever had. And I love New York. All right.
Really?
But Boston, yeah, I love New York. But Boston was like, oh, there's some hidden gems here, dude. Now, maybe, you know, I went, like I said, my family's from Connecticut, so they make the trip often. Maybe they just took me to the right spots, right?
Mhm.
But see, I want to know. Ryan Roberts and Sean Davis. We're like, Joe, we just landed at Logan. We want to hit up the 3 best food spots.
Oh.
Where are you taking us, Joe? Where are you taking us?
All right. If we're going in Boston, I think you got to stick in the North End if you've been around there. So I'd say you go to the Regina for pizza first off. Regina's or Santarpio's are both known. And then
I like the names of both of those already.
Yeah, then you got to get into the pastries and the sweets. You know what I mean? So you got to immediately go to Bova's. Bova's, Modern Mike's, they all got the best cannolis, lobster tails. That's one of my favorites.
So what's your favorite filling for the cannoli?
I'm a fan of just the regular one. Get some chocolate chips on there too. Like that's all you really need.
Little ricotta filling. Filling. Yeah.
Yep. Keep it simple. But and then get a cappuccino at Cafe Vittoria down there, and that's all you need from Boston. I mean,
right? Hey, Ryan, we can rock with those.
We can. I've been to Boston one time, and I just remember there was a barbecue spot that had like the biggest biscuits I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what that place was, but it was really good. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, man. I'll ask my wife. My wife told me where to go, and I went. So that's how husbandhood works. Joseph, I want to ask you, man, because I think you mentioned, so you are going to be enrolling in January, and you're going to be out there then. Okay. Yep. So with Michael Vinson exhausting his eligibility, what are some goals that you have just kind of year one, as far as like what's going to make it, I guess, a successful transition in first year for you?
Yeah. So this is kind of fair news to me, but I've had a thumb injury that I thought was a sprain this whole season that I was battling with since August. I snapped pretty much the whole year, but got x-rays during the season, and then I found out on MRI I recently got that it was dislocated and fractured in a spot. So I'm getting surgery on Friday. They've been really quick with that. So that's going to be a big change for me, because I'm used to, always being around, working out, snapping, playing video games here and there. So it's going to be a big adjustment for me, regardless of the thumb or not.
Sure.
but I think I gotta go in there and just focus on getting healthy before I can really do anything. So,
Makes total sense.
yeah, I mean, getting adjusted to school as well. So, I mean, it will be a little bit different for me. I've never really been like seriously injured, a couple sprains here and there, but this is definitely a first for me, but definitely something I need to get taken care of.
Hey man, Ryan. Hey,
Yep.
that thumb is huge for gamers, bro.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
that, I know we're
Do your
talking football,
thumbs.
but that
Use your
thumb
thumbs.
injury for gamers, yeah, he might have to take a seat back, competing against some of his classmates when he gets to campus, right? Try to get
Yeah.
it for the gaming part.
He's not going to be in the Madden games anytime soon, I don't think. So,
I
hey,
gotta
Joe.
say, I am a legit Madden player, though.
Are you? Oh, okay.
I
So
think,
you're
like, that
going
Ultimate
to give him
Team,
the
like-
work when you're healthy. You're going to give him the work when
Okay.
you're healthy then. All right. Last question I have for you, and we'll let you get out of here, man. Again, really appreciate your time. The rest of the day now, I'm sure you probably did the whole bit at school, signed, sealed, delivered, all that great stuff. What's the rest of the day look like? What do you guys have planned?
Nothing much. My mom's still at work, so she'll probably get back soon and then have some dinner. That's nothing really that crazy. Maybe see my grandmother, but that's about it.
Mom didn't take the day off?
No.
Man, you know what?
She did that for Coach Biaggi, though. She made
Love
it.
it.
She made sure this house was sparkling. So,
Yeah. Oh man, Sean, I don't know if you saw my recap piece when I was texting with Joe a little bit, but
Yeah.
they treated them like kings as far as the food that they get.
Oh, I'm
what was
sure
it?
the spread. I'm sure the spread was immaculate.
Lasagna and meatballs, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
Joe?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Treating
yeah.
them well. You 2024 guys are treating them really well, man. It was you, and then I was
Carson
talking to
Hobbs
Sean.
had a nice spread.
Carson Hobbs had a nice spread. Sean Sevillano got them though steaks and brisket and like all this stuff. I was like, all right, there we are. All right. Hey, Joe, we really appreciate it again, though, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining the show today. Best of luck on the recovery and the transition, and hope to talk again very soon. Okay.
all right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Absolutely, man.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Joe.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, Sean. We're winding
Another
down
great
here,
kid, man.
Yes.
Another great kid.
They're all great kids, but yes, I
Yeah.
had the chance to text with him a little bit in the past, just after he obviously made the decision and just checking in on the at-home visit and everything. Yes, absolutely a great kid. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that the Notre Dame players that are going to Notre Dame are great kids, right? But yes, one of the top
I saw
long snappers. Yes.
See, this is the NFL scout and Ryan.
Yes.
Did
Yes.
you see when Joe started talking about the intricacies of snapping? Did you see Ryan light up?
Hey,
He
man,
was like,
Sean, I will say this, man. I will say this. I think that I have a very good eye for talent. I've been in the scouting side of the business for a long time, right?
yeah.
I don't know anything about special teams evaluation. So I know zero, man. That's one thing. People ask me about kickers sometimes. I'm just like, dude.
But no. See, you lit up because it was football talk.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the fact that it was just straight football talk, especially when you talked about the laces not being on the snapper all the time. Like, don't put that on us, man.
Yes.
Like, because if you're a good holder, it's your job to be able to get that and get the laces properly turned.
You are
So,
correct.
man, yeah,
You are correct.
absolutely. That was a great answer that he gave to that. I wasn't even expecting that, but he really got into it. It was a great answer. Even the people in the chat were like, "Yo, yeah, that's a great answer." But
That was very
Boston,
in depth. It was
Yeah,
like he had it prepared. He's like he had that whole little smorgasbord prepared for us, man.
You
It
know
was
what I
nice.
wanted to ask him though?
Yeah.
That I remember now. What is snapper etiquette on the sideline? It's like when you're a snapper, there's a lot of downtime. So, like, do coaches like you to be into the game? Or are you guys joking, with the kickers and cracking jokes and stuff? I wonder what is like proper snapper special teams etiquette.
Just from specialists I've known and specialists I've interviewed, they are a very close-knit group. They do everything together, man. Like it's almost like a clique a little bit. Like it really is. Like they have their little specialist clique, which that's cool, man. I ain't got no problem with it. But I remember when I coached, like we always used to tell like the snappers, the kickers and stuff, like we used to give them like so many reps that they would have to do every like half an hour or so just to kind of keep them warm, keep them involved, like that type of thing, right? So I don't actually 100% know, but that's my guess. I suppose. I don't know.
It's funny, man, because I don't, Robbie Gold, right? Long time
Yes.
kicker for the Bears, 49ers, right? I used to,
Yep.
my friends would say, man, why do you hate on specialists, so much? And I said, man, blame Robbie Gold. He messed it up for everybody, right? Because Robbie Gold was a captain. I don't know how in the world they let a kicker be a captain for the Bears. But not only
he was a great kicker, though, man. Robbie Gold was a great kicker.
He was. And by the way, he was a kicker towards the end of the Lovie Smith era, like when things were starting to go downhill a little bit.
Sure.
But my whole thing was, dude, if your kicker is a captain, that lets me know that your talent on your team is not that good.
Yeah.
Like if the kicker can actually be in consideration for captaincy, like
you're a hater, man. You're a hater.
I am.
You are.
I am. And the fact that Robbie Gold was actually a locker room snitch too. He just, like I said, he messed it up.
He was a locker room snitch?
Oh,
what was this? I didn't know this.
He was the leak. Oh, absolutely. Towards the end of the
to media?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. So like he turned me against most specialists. I was like, see, they got too much downtime. They shouldn't have anything to say. Just come in and do your job, man. Just do your job. That's it. It's a tough job. I respect it. I respect the job. But just do your job. That's it. That's all we ask. Right?
Oh, that's funny.
You should be seen and not heard. Seen, not heard. But Marty Biaggi's actually done a really good job getting the young man he got, the kicker he got from South Carolina, and Joe Vinci. Man, solid job. And don't you think that unit came along as the year went on?
I thought it developed. I mean, there were still little bumps in the road for sure, but I think it 100% developed during the season. I mean, the kick return game, Sean, to start the year was awful. It was really bad, man. Like, it was a really bad unit. And by the end of the year, you're like, it felt like almost every Jadarian Price kickoff could have went to the house. Like, that's what it started feeling like, right? And then you had 3 different players that averaged over 10 yards per punt return this year. I know it was inconsistent with Chris Tyree, but like still, that's a good number. Your kicker, although inconsistent, still had a lot of great moments. And I thought punting under Bryce McPherson was pretty good for the most part. So yeah, there was a lot of good for the special teams down the stretch. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely room to grow, but you saw improvement.
Joseph Vincy is also for people that don't know, he's a preferred walk-on to begin, which is it was a tremendous get by Notre Dame from the long snapper perspective, because Sean, he literally had scholarship offers to go long snap, had a scholarship offer from Boston College, literally. And he's a top 3 to 4 long snapper nationally by pretty much every service.
Yeah.
But he chose to come to Notre Dame because of obviously there's a little bit of a fandom there with his family and everything. And he likes Coach Biaggi, and that ended up, but he's a part of a 2-year stretch where I would say Notre Dame has done a really good job of attracting a great level of walk-ons to their team. We've now seen that for 2 straight years. You talked about last year with Jordan Faison, Luke Talich, Henry Garrity was the tight end that is now on the roster as well. Yeah. This year, they got the wide receiver out of IMG, who's a legacy, whose name's escaping me at the moment. My apologies. You have Joseph Vincy, who's probably going to be your long snapper in the pretty near future, like your starting long snapper. And you got Anthony Rezac, who I think is a very talented dual threat quarterback who should have more scholarship offers, but I think he's getting a little bit of Southall, Xavier Southall.
Xavier, his dad, Corny Southall, his father played in Notre Dame. Yeah.
Xavier Southall, who's a talented receiver. He really is. He's got tools to work with. So Xavier Southall, Joseph Vincy, and then Anthony Rezac as walk-ons. It's a back-to-back nice walk-on groups. I don't think it's quite as impactful as last year, because like last year you got a starting receiver out of it and probably maybe a starting safety down the road in Luke Talich, at least a very good special teamer. I don't quite see it that way, but Joseph Vincy, I think, could be a long snapper for Notre Dame in the pretty near future. I think Anthony Rezac could play a different position potentially at Notre Dame other than quarterback, and I think he can play athletically at Notre Dame in a certain spot. And then we'll see, obviously, what happens with Xavier Southall, because We just saw a walk-on receiver last year, Sean, that had to be pressing the duty, and he did pretty well. So it happens, man.
What have we been talking about? Evaluation, man. Evaluation. If you want to be an elite program, evaluation never stops. That's why the top programs have 10 staffs up to 10 to 15 people that just evaluate all year. That's all they do, just evaluate, because it is part of the bloodline.
And people always ask, why are at these visits in the off season and during the season is this long list of players that don't have offers from Notre Dame? Like, why are they all there?
Right.
That's why, because you're evaluating them, potentially getting them onto the roster. So yeah, man, that's Xavier Southall, for people that are wondering, I don't know where he's from originally, but he's an IMG Academy kid. So he's down there in Bradenton, Florida. Yep. But Sean, I think that's big. And honestly, like, if Joseph Vincy's able to get back relatively soon, I think that he could potentially impact the long snapping competition in 2024. Notre Dame is very fortunate to have Joseph Vincy. Very fortunate. This is not like we took a walk-on long snapper who's never going to play. Like, he could legitimately come in and play for Notre Dame, I believe. So, yeah. We have another very talented athlete that's about to join the show, Sean. One of the more versatile players in the class. If you pop on Omaha Westside, who, by the way, was undefeated state champions, I believe the third state championship in the last 4 years, if I remember correctly. They outscored their opponents. It was like 596 to 46 this year. Some crazy number like that, man. Like, they just dominated. And their closest game all year, Sean, was 31 to 14. Otherwise, and that game's not close, right? That's a 17-point game. Otherwise, they're just dominating folks. And perhaps the most versatile player in the class is Teddy Rezac, who, if you pop on the Omaha Westside film, you'll see him on offense, sometimes a receiver, but you'll also see him playing free safety, working from depth, single high at times, rangy dude that can also play on the second level. And obviously that's where Notre Dame sees him long-term, is rover that can potentially work inside on the next level. 6'4", about 200 pounds at this point. I think he ran 4.5 something verified this past offseason as well. Let's welcome Teddy Rezac, who has been on the podcast before, so he's not a stranger to the show, but first time that he'll be officially member of the Notre Dame football family. Teddy, congratulations, man. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. How about you?
Oh, doing fantastic, man. How has the day been so far, as far as getting to celebrate with your friends at school and everybody else signing, and then now obviously doing the family thing?
I mean, it was a busy day. We had finals today, so I signed and went straight to and took 5 straight finals. So I haven't gotten to celebrate a whole lot yet, but I'm hoping I will tonight.
All right. Well, what's what's on the agenda for tonight? You guys gonna have a special dinner or anything? Like, what's the plans?
I'm going to hoop with my friends in a little bit, and then I don't know, my mom will cook up some sort of dinner. We'll see.
Nice, man. Nice. Well, Teddy, I know this has been a long time coming, obviously, man. It's been a nice journey. I was really happy, and we've been asking a couple guys this today, because last year this time, there was a lot of Notre Dame decommitment talk, flip talk, like a lot of different things. You guys had 23 commits coming into the day. Everyone was signed by 10:22 Eastern time today. Everybody was off. How close of a group is this for you, Teddy, the 2024 group in general?
I think we're a close group. We all just, like to talk to each other, like to hang out. I think we got a lot of goofy dudes who kind of bring us together and make us all laugh. And then when you pair that with, like really funny and cool recruiting dudes, it just makes for a really good mix.
Love it, man. Love it. And you are a part of, I would love to hear the dynamic in the linebacker room in 2024 of the guys you've been able to talk to. Obviously, I think that you guys are, you were rated, I think, by like 247 as like one of the top 5 linebacker rooms or something like that in 2024 class. So Kingston, Bod Kahun, obviously. We had Bodie's coach on earlier today. Have you gotten to know that group, and just how good do you think that unit could be just in general?
Yeah, I've gotten to know Bodie really well. I've gotten to know Kingston a little bit, but I think just like we all bring kind of different aspects to the table. So I think we could really just become something special.
Sean, this is one of those versatile athletes that can just do a little bit of everything. And Westside obviously asked you to do a little bit of everything, Teddy. Well, let me ask you this, because you guys have had a lot of success over the last few years. I mean, state championships. That I remember reading, it was like you guys scored 596 points this year, and I think you let up 46 or something like that. Like, it was just this ridiculous stat line. Just kind of being where you're at, man, as far as the success that you had with West Side, just kind of looking back on your career, man, just how grateful are you for the time that you were able to spend and part of such a great program?
Yeah, I think that's the perfect word to use, is just grateful. I mean, to be surrounded by, coaches who know exactly what they're doing, but want to help develop us as a person more than a player. And then, be surrounded by really good athletes on every single level. It's just really fun. I remember telling Caleb Benning during the games, like, man, this is fun, just because, we'd all be having a blast out there.
Well, and you mentioned Caleb, who's a big-time player as well. Your brother, Anthony, is a big-time player. I know you guys also have, obviously, Mr. Christian Jones in the 2025 class is a big-time player. You got to share the field with a lot of big-time talent, man. What was it like today, just being able to, I guess, to share that moment with guys like Caleb and just to be able to really, I guess, end this process, together, if that makes sense?
Yeah, for sure. It's exciting. I've played with those dudes for some of them for my whole life, a couple of them for a couple of years now. So to just see how the success that we've had on the field translates to off the field and accomplishments, it's exciting to see them get the recognition they deserve and see where they're going for their future.
Last thing I want to ask you about is just your early expectations for your first season at Notre Dame. I know you're a young man that, again, starting at Rover, maybe could develop into an inside linebacker as long as the body develops properly. What are your expectations for when you get on campus as far as what do you want to accomplish year one to make it a successful one for you?
I mean, for sure, just pack on a lot of weight and learn as much as I can. I think I for sure want to be traveling, and I want to try and make it on the field any way possible. Just kind of help the team however I can, and that'll be a successful year for me if I can do those things.
I love it. All right. Joined by Teddy Rezac again, star linebacker, plays a lot of safety, but star linebacker in the Notre Dame class, Omaha West Side. Teddy, I really appreciate it again, man. Go enjoy the day with your family, and I hope to talk again very soon, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Ryan.
Absolutely, man. Sean, we had back-to-back. We got, so this is what happens on live shows sometime. Scheduling stuff happens. Some interviews run over a little bit. Some interviews get pushed up. And you know what we do it here at Irish Breakdown, Sean? We roll with it, baby, because we got a lot of great content that's coming forward with us, okay? So we're bringing on first-time member of the Irish Breakdown podcast, Leonard Moore, who we talked a lot about earlier, star cornerback out of Round Rock, Texas, official member of the Notre Dame family. Leonard, congratulations, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I appreciate y'all. I'm excited. Thank you. How y'all doing?
Good, man. Good.
Man, we're great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Man. How's the day going so far? Did you get to do the thing at school and now you're with the family? How's everything just been going?
I'm with the family right now, but we didn't have an event at school that goes on in February. So I don't have an event going on right now, but I will in February. So yeah, but I'm doing good. At least the early morning wake up. So I was a little tired, but I had to get it done. Definitely.
Leonard, I wanted to ask you because you are a part of, I think, one of the most underrated cornerback duos in the 2024 class of anyone nationally. I think that you and Carson Hobbs are going to shock some people. Definitely. I'm a big fan of both of your games. Can you talk to me? Because it's interesting. I feel like Carson and you kind of have a little bit of a different personalities, right?
Yeah.
How is your relationship just been developing with him and the duo that you guys could potentially be on the next level?
Yeah, me and Carson definitely got a great relationship. We talk, and he's obviously more in the outgoing, extrovert, and I'm more an introverted guy. So it definitely meshes well together. He's loud. I'm a little more on the quiet end, but definitely, I'm looking forward to our time in Notre Dame, and I think we can both be great. Obviously, we're two different style of players, but I think we can both fit in there somewhere.
So what is your style of play? How would you describe Leonard Moore's style of play?
I would say I definitely have a style of play where I'm 6'3" or 6'2", 185. So I'm gonna get up on the line. I'm gonna press you pretty much. That's how I like to play. And then obviously when the ball go up in the air, I'm gonna go get it. So Yeah.
Leonard, one thing that I loved about your game, though, based upon junior film, I haven't seen as much senior film as I have wanted to at this point. But you, I think, also just have great zone instincts. I feel like you're a very like scheme diverse corner, as in like you could play off man, you could play press, you could play zone. How much does that versatility, I guess, mean to your game?
That versatility definitely means a lot, and I guess it comes from having understanding the game and having the IQ, being able to read the quarterback as well as the receivers, knowing the down and distance, stuff like that will all help you. It helps me get in a position to make plays for my team. And this year, I didn't have that opportunity as much because I was injured, but I only had 6 targets when I did play, and I had 0 receptions allowed. So,
you and Carson are crazy. I think Carson only gave up like 3 catches all year, and then you only give up 0. So it's just like together, you're pretty dynamic too, man. Definitely. Well, did you just got a chance to be down? I mean, obviously you're in Texas already, but you were at the U.S. Army game, right? Recently?
I didn't actually end up getting to go to that because I'm playing basketball too for my school right now. So we had a tournament like the same weekend. So it's either I missed that or I missed that. I chose to go to the basketball tournament because I committed to the team. So
gotcha. How's basketball season going so far?
Yeah,
we're doing good. 11-4 right now. Yesterday we actually played the number 1 team in the state of Texas. We lost by 2 points. So that was a rough one.
So I know that you like that he's a hooper, man. I know you like that, Sean. Yep.
He opened the door, so I just have to I have to give him the PSA. Just so you know, the trash talk basketball culture amongst the football team is pretty serious. So I just want you to know going into it, Cam Williams is already talking trash.
Cam Williams talking?
Oh yeah, because Cam can hoop. Cam can hoop. I'll give him a little credit because he is from the Chicago area. So I'll give him a little credit. I haven't seen him play personally. I haven't seen him play a basketball game, but I think he can hoop.
I think so. He's probably a slasher.
Yeah. So hey man, you play the pack. Look, I watched your film on the gridiron and on the hardwood. You play the passing lanes pretty well on the hardwood, dude. Yeah. So I can see you picking off a lot of balls in South Bend. I
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Me go.
Well, Leonard, let me ask you, because Mike Mickens is developing that cornerback room as well as anyone in college football. I mean, we talked about what he was been able to do with Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison. Christian Gray is a young guy that's shown a lot of flashes, bringing you and Carson. How big was just kind of being able to work with someone like Coach Mickens to develop you into the best possible corner you can be?
That's huge. Like he's one of the best quarterback coaches in the country, if not the best. So that was a huge part of my decision to go to Notre Dame. As I've seen what he's done with those guys that he has there, and that cornerback room is deep. It really is. And like that's what you want to see as a cornerback recruit, is a coach who can develop you into the best player you can be. And also the relationship he has with the players off the field as well, too.
Do you see yourself in either one of those corners from this past year? I'm thinking about Cam Hart. I'm thinking about Benjamin Morrison. Do you see like any similarities between your game and either one of those guys?
I definitely could see some similarities just between Cam Hart, just because we're obviously both big, tall, longer guys.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely that. And I feel like I come down and make some tackles as well.
Yeah, see, Ryan, we got to pull him because it's too much. He grew up around too much burnt orange down there, right? You got to get him away from that burnt orange, get him up here to this goal,
right?
Let him rock out. What are you looking forward to? I've been asking the guys, like, what's that one moment? Have you played your future out? Like, thought about, man, stay in the present today, National Signing Day, but in your quiet time, have you thought about, man, the first time I put on that helmet and walked down the stairs?
Exactly, yeah.
And hit that board, or my first practice, or, we were talking to Bryce Young, and he said for him, it's going to be that first lift.
That's what it's going to be for me, too.
Okay, so you guys are pretty much locked in.
It's definitely about that first lift. I just got to see what it's like, because everybody says it's just 10 times is like different. It's just different. But like even past the lift, I obviously imagine myself in the blue and gold a lot, just being on the field too. So that first time I get in the field is definitely going to be a huge moment for me.
Notre Dame has made a big impact in Texas the last 2 years, obviously. A lot of great Texas football players now coming up. I'm curious, Leonard, one, it's kind of a two-part question. So the first part is, before Notre Dame had kind of reached out to you, what was your impression of them? And then two, when you kind of started doing your research and got up to campus and saw everything that they offered, what kind of, what was your overall opinion of them, and how much did it, change from what your initial thoughts were, if that makes sense?
That makes sense. It definitely changed a lot because originally, like you look at Notre Dame, it's kind of like gives off that New England Patriots type vibe. Like I don't know, like either you hate them or you love them. That's what I always saw it as. I never thought about Notre Dame as much. I never saw myself even coming here as a football player. I was never in my thought process. But when I got down there, it's just your whole world changes, obviously. And then Coach Freeman and that whole entire coaching staff pretty much changed my view of Notre Dame. Obviously, it's a good school, so I'm looking at it as a place I can get good academics and ball out on the football field. So
I've asked this question to a lot of the recruits that we've had on today, and we've had a bunch of great ones. Last year, this time, we as covering Notre Dame recruiting, we were kind of like, world was spinning a little bit because there was a lot of decommitment talk, flip talk. Mm-hmm. Today, Leonard, there were 23 commits in the class that went into the day. Everyone was signed and done at 10:22 a.m. Eastern time. Everybody was done. Everybody was locked in. So it's kind of a boring day per se to where the recruiting world is nowadays. Mm-hmm. How close of a group is that? Because I know you've been able to the group chat and be able to see those guys a little bit. How special of a group is 2024?
It's a very special group. It's tight knit too. And Chad, and a lot of that credit goes to Chad and obviously all the coaches. Because I don't know, we just from the OVs to all the visits we had to the game visits, we just been connecting as a group. And I think none of us even had a second thought about coming to Notre Dame. It's a no-brainer.
I'm super excited, man. We've been talking about you guys, you and Carson.
Yeah.
And we are like, yo, you were guys that we originally looked at, just full transparency. We looked at and we were like, But we had so much faith in Mike Mickens that we were like, whatever Mike Mickens sees, we see it.
Right.
And then we saw the senior film and we were like, oh, that's what Mike Mickens saw.
Yeah.
What type of confidence do you think he's going to be able to infuse into what we think is one of the most underrated duos of any class in the nation when it comes to you and Carson Hobbs? Because I think both you guys in different ways are extremely confident kids.
Yeah, definitely.
At what you do.
Thank you.
Mike Mickens, what else is going to add to your game do you think is going to take both you guys, and you in particular, to the next level?
I think he could both of us, he's going to just infuse that corner's mindset of just denying. Obviously, he says DMM, but definitely getting the technique down and understanding the layers of the game that go into it will definitely help us succeed in the film. In the field. And part of that is us reaching out to him and going to his office, watching film with him. So that would definitely help us on the field and in practice, growing to
Did you guys have conversations like that with him, like going through the process, like, the game, how I can improve? Like, man, I saw your game this weekend. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Was that something you guys participated in with Coach Mickens?
Yeah, definitely. We didn't watch specifically our game film, but we went in there, like me and Carson during the OV, I believe it was, and we sat down there and watched film of their technique that they run in Notre Dame. So we already got a head start by the time we got up there.
Let me ask you, because I've obviously been chatting with your dad a little bit, right? So Leonard Moore, father version. And I know your mom, Thais, who I want to ask about your support system a little bit, right? How much have they been supportive and just vital to this process, Leonard? Because before you made the decision, recruiting can be chaotic and crazy. It can. You're hearing from a lot of different people. They all want you to visit. They're all telling you the right thing. How beneficial has been the support system around you to helping you to where you are?
The support system has been amazing. My growing up, even both my parents have been at all my games. It's a blessing for me. And even throughout the recruiting process, which can get chaotic, and a lot of coaches make promises that they can't keep and stuff like that. And having two parents both my parents work at the University of Texas, so they know the system behind it and everything. So that's definitely helped a lot with my decisions and stuff like that. And definitely I've had a great supporting cast throughout this whole process.
Oh man, he's been surrounded by burnt orange his whole life.
Man. Take it away from
his whole life, man. Well, I'm glad you're coming north. North.
Me too.
Is it safe to say that mom and dad have traded the burnt orange for the blue and gold, though?
For sure. My dad was the first one. We came out the OV. We're in the airport. He said, "You got to commit right now." He was ready.
Love it. Well, Leonard, I'm last question for me, and I'll see if Sean wants to kick it with anything last minute here, but because I want you to be able to enjoy this day, obviously, because
Thank you.
you know it's yeah. Well, let me ask you as far as expectations first year, because I believe, unless I'm incorrect, you are not enrolling early. You'll be a summer kid, I believe,
sir.
right? So you're going to be there in the summer. What are your expectations first year? I get on campus. What would make it a successful first season for you?
I think a successful first season will be obviously just getting acclimated to the workouts, the meal plans, everything like that, and obviously getting acclimated to the technique and the cornerback room. I think just me learning a lot and getting on the field any way I can, whether it's special teams, whether it's anything, wherever the team needs me, I think that would be a successful season for me, as long as I'm just continuing working and learning so I can come in either whatever year I end up playing in.
See, he talked about the meal plan there, Double R.
Yes.
See, the meal plan is something that you have to acclimate yourself to.
Yeah.
He's coming from Austin, Texas, right? So I know, like, the last few days before he leaves to come up in the summer, it's about 2 or 3 spots he has to hit. Like, I got to make sure I hit this spot. Got to go get some ribs from here.
Right.
Like, give me those 1 or 2 spots that you're going to hit up before you head to South Bend. What's the go-to spots for you down there?
Go-to spots for me is definitely going to be Tumble 22. It's like this hot fried chicken spot. That hits. Yeah. That's one of them. I don't even know in a second. It's got to be this, like, we got these like Mexican street tacos, food truck.
Oh,
burrito tacos.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking forward to, Sean. I'm going down to San Antonio for the All-American Bowl. And yes, last time I was in San Antonio, man, the street tacos, Leonard's got it correct, man. You need the authentic, because up here, everything is Americanized, right?
Exactly.
So it's like throws cheese and lettuce. Like, no, man, I just need my cilantro. I need my chopped onion. I need my lime, and we're good to go here, right?
Right.
Like, we're good to go. 100%.
So are you a beef, chicken, steak taco guy?
I'm gonna say I'm a chicken or beef guy.
Okay.
I'm not big on steak tacos.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you are. I like a little chorizo myself, but you know, it's a different conversation. But Leonard, appreciate it again, man. Please thank your parents and say congratulations for us so much. Thank you for joining the show today. Congratulations yourself on being a part of the Notre Dame family, man. And I hope to talk to you again before you enroll officially. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I thank y'all both so much for having me on here.
Absolutely, brother. Have a great day. Best to your family. Okay.
All right, I'll see you.
All right, there we go. Shawnee, another great kid. As is the running thread here, right?
Hey.
Really well spoken though. I wasn't expecting him to be as like what's the word? Because it's not like a introvert as much. It's more like he was just a little more conversational than I guess I was kind of led on to being, if that makes sense.
He's not fooling me.
Yeah,
he's not fooling me. Double R, he's not fooling me. We might have the best trash talking combination of defensive backs in the 24 class. I guarantee you, when he's on the field, on the basketball court,
I'm sure. It's kind of a requisite of playing cornerback anyway, right? Sean, I always talk about this. You know when I can tell who are the best corners? The ones that don't have mouthpieces in their mouth during plays. That's the best corners, because they're the talkers, man. You need to be able to talk a little bit, man. You need to be able to talk a little bit. So, yeah.
So your trash talk was with what? More with offensive linemen or like running back?
Yeah, offensive linemen. I didn't really trash talk with offensive linemen. I laughed at offensive linemen. They don't like that. As you can imagine, they do not like you laughing at them.
You were beyond petty. Okay.
Yeah, you laugh at offensive linemen, and then you let running backs, quarterbacks, and whoever else you're tackling know after the play that they're kind of soft. Like, you're a little bit soft. So, yeah, that's the
like, dude.
That's the way.
Hey, you want to get up off the ground there?
Sean, here's a great story for you. My junior year of high school, I was rushing off the edge. And so there was a kid that played for Burlington City that was signed to go to East Carolina, but I don't think he ever ended up making there, because I think his grades sucked. But his name is Max Hay. So after the play, he came over and gave me like kind of a 2-arm shove in the back. I didn't fall though. But you know what I did to him, right, Sean? I turned around and I laughed at him. Just laughed at him, right? And he didn't say a word to me. You could see the hatred in his eyes. begin to ensue. Just absolute hatred. You know what he did to me on the next play, Sean? I once again rushed off the edge, in which he knocked my hands down and uppercutted me in the chin.
Oh, wow.
And again, this guy
Okay.
was 6'8", probably 290. Like, he was a big dude. He was really big. We just call him Doofus because he was just a big, like, loaf.
What did you? How I don't care how big you are, man. I don't think I think I would have tried to come back at him, bro.
You think you would
Like,
come back at him, he said?
oh yeah, like that's
Well,
just
I mean, I was seeing stars though, Sean. So like that was a little that was a little tough. That was one of the
point
yeah,
taken, point
yeah.
taken.
I had a
You would
little
have
bit
to
of
be
a
you would have to be able.
that was what we call an undiagnosed concussion is what we call that, Sean. That's what we call that.
You know what? Some people might say, Ryan, that's what you get. That's what you get for being petty. But one of the things I do like is that there is a confidence amongst these kids, a quiet confidence in themselves, in Marcus Freeman and the staff, and who they can become as a class and as a team in the future.
Yep.
And I think the fan base should pull from that today, especially the young men you've had an opportunity to hear from, and really be encouraged. Just really be encouraged. I mean, I was encouraged by some of the things I heard from the veteran players about Steve Angeli yesterday.
Sure.
Like, yo, this dude is out here throwing dimes, and it's just a lot to be encouraged about with this football program. Only time will tell, and the future will tell how things are going to play out as far as record, college football playoff, and championships. But as things stand now, with the talent that's being accrued and the promise within the program, despite some of the disappointment and issues that have happened, you have to feel really good about where this program sits on National Signing Day 2023.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, because Sean, I mean, the calm was great, right? But also, you know what this year showed to me? There was growth as a recruiting staff at Notre Dame. There was growth, which was great. Notre Dame identified better fits, in my opinion. Not lesser talents, better fits, though. There's a big difference there. There were some great fits in 2023 recruiting class. You talk about Jeremiah Love, talk about Jaden Greathouse. Like, there was a lot of kids that really fit the culture. Charles Jagasaw, again, calling him Jagasaw. How's it actually pronounced? I'll try to fix it. How's it actually pronounced? What did he say it was?
Jagasaw. Charles Jagasaw.
Jagasaw. That doesn't flow, man. Jagasaw flows way better. It just doesn't flow. It doesn't flow at all. It doesn't flow.
Oh, man.
Oh, doesn't flow.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't flow.
Right in line with what you're saying, bro. I agree wholeheartedly with you, man. This has been a great moment, a much more enjoyable National Signing Day show, marathon, to be able to do with you and to spend time with the Notre Dame fan base and these players and their parents and everyone. And like, I look forward to December 29th now. It's time to rock and roll, right? That is the catapult into next season. And yo, go Irish as always, man. I'm super excited. But you know,
Well, Sean, we're gonna end the stream on that note, 100%, because we're done with the interviews for today. A couple people that weren't able to make it during the show, but I promise you that I'm going to try to get as many of them on the Friday show as possible. Okay, so make sure to stay tuned there. Wanted to hit a couple of these, and Sean, if you have to run, totally fine. I'm just going to hit these super chats real quick, and then we'll be able to piece out of here real quick. So Raymond Harton with a super chat. We'll just read the quick super chats here and get on out of here. Let's go, IB Nation. Thank you, Raymond. Appreciate you, sir. DJ Hallman also says, a lesson to other schools. Live by the green, die by the green, have other things to the table to pitch to these kids. I agree, DJ. At the end of the day, you can say what you want about Notre Dame's pitch, which will only get stronger if the program heads in a better direction in certain spots. But Notre Dame has layers to their pitch, and it's not going to appeal to everyone, but it will appeal to some, a lot. So I agree with you 100%, sir. We also had a super chat from Brandon Plensner. Thank you so much, Brandon. He says, kudos and congrats to Ryan and the IB staff on the hard work and great coverage on National Signing Day. Unparalleled content, just like the Notre Dame media department. Brandon, thank you so much, man. I genuinely appreciate that. It was a good day of content, and especially because there weren't a lot of hiccups and a lot of just chaos, which was always really nice. But thank you so much for your loyalty to the IB Nation on the message board and being in the shows as always, man. It's very much appreciated. Also, I had Justin Fleming. Thank you, sir. I began following recruiting during the Willingham Weiss eras. I was happy for the kids then, but now as a parent of a high school junior with college nearing, I'm happier for the parents saving money. Go Irish. Justin, I can't even imagine that right now in my world. I have a 3-year-old and a 6-month-old, so I'm far away from college right now, but I understand the stress that kids can put on money. There's no doubt about that part of it. So yes, I thankfully to all the great parents and the great support systems that each one of these individuals have, they get free college, which is great for their family's sake. We had a super chat from Irish Fan 10. Thank you so much. Great show as always. Appreciate all the hard work you guys put in bringing this type of coverage. Phenomenal day to be a Notre Dame fan. It really is, man. Like, meanwhile, there's other programs and other fan bases that are losing their minds because everyone's decommitting last minute and flipping. And today, Notre Dame is just signing a great class. It is a great day to be a Notre Dame fan. There's no doubt. Then we had a last one from Truman Theodore Dumel. Says, did we get any flips and did any other guys flip? Truman, nobody flipped from the class. Notre Dame did also receive no flips in the class as well. We'll see if there's anybody that's still out there after the first National Signing Day, because that's one interesting layer is that there's another signing day in February, excuse me. But we have a lot of content moving forward from the recruiting side. We'll talk, of course, about the 2025 class moving forward. I'll be down in San Antonio for the All-American Bowl, so I'll have plenty of coverage down there. There's 5 Notre Dame players that'll be down in San Antonio competing during that week, so I'll be able to bring you as much content as possible there. So make sure to stay tuned there. But Truman, thank you so much for the super chat, sir. It is always very much appreciated. Hey, IB fans, hit that like button for me. Make sure you're subscribed to the podcast. Make sure you hit that notification bell at the bottom of the screen. Go Irish. And I'll check you guys. Make sure boards.irishbreakdown.com if you're not on there already. And we'll talk to you guys very soon here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Also, happy holidays to everyone out there. Thank you so much for being a part of the Irish Breakdown Podcast today.